Shalom uvracha, friends. I hope everybody's doing well. B'siyata d'shmaya. Today I want to try something a little bit different, something that I haven't really done before, to teach an entire lesson in Likutei Moharan from beginning to end in one sitting. And that means to say there are shorter lessons in Likutei Moharan, there are medium lessons, and then there are the Torahs that are really the meat and potatoes of this incredible sefer that's unique, very, very unique in its methodology, in its depth, in its breadth, in its ability to demonstrate the unity and the godliness and the relevance within our Torah. And I don't know how long this will take. I presume it will take around 3.5 hours or something like that, maybe closer to 4. But b'siyata d'shmaya, I feel that there's going to be a special to'eles, and I hope to channel a special level of hashgacha and siyata d'shmaya into the process of trying to teach and trying to explain and trying to delve into the Rebbe's words to really get to the root and the heart of Chanukah in a way that if this would be split into a bunch of shiur, like a series, I'm not sure that we would be able to, really capture the unity and the oneness of the lesson, and to be able to feel that fire that these kinds of teachings light and ignite within our hearts, Be'ezer Hashem, as we lead up to the first night of Chanukah and all the nights of Chanukah. And we're going to be lighting those Chanukah candles. First we have to have that flame in our hearts, and that aspect of Bolvavi Mishkan Evna, and then we become the Kohanim Gedolim, who are going to light the menorahs in our houses, like Rebbe Nachman says, that the Shalosh Regalim are in inyan of Aliyah Regel. We go up to the Beis HaMikdash. The Chanukah and Purim, HaKodesh Baruch Hu comes down, so to speak. It's riddle Regel in the sense that HaKodesh Baruch Hu comes to visit us. And so we have to prepare, we have to do hachanas. And the best way to do hachana is to explore, of course, the halachic elements of the mitzvos that we're going to be engaged with, but also to examine and to explore the underlying meanings and the more spiritual aspects of what these Yamim Tovim mean to us, what they're bringing into our lives, what we're supposed to walk out of them with. And so I believe that this Torah from Rebbe Nachman, particularly Torah Beis in Likutei Moharan Tinyana, the second Torah, the second lesson in the second volume of Rebbe Nachman's Likutei Moharan, they're printed as one in one sefer. And Be'ezer Hashem, we're going to delve into it. I believe that this is going to cut to the core and the root of what Chanukah is. And really, it's a remarkable, almost miraculous journey. And it's a great representation, and it's a great example of just how exalted and deep and broad and unique the tzaddik's Torah is. So I believe it'll speak for itself. So let's jump in b'siyata d'shmaya. And you don't have to watch this in one sitting, but if you do find the time and you want just to boost, like something that it's just ain't a benimtza, you don't find it in other ways. There's something special about this, at least to those neshamas that are connected with it. I can't say for everyone, but those neshamas that are connected with it, there's a special, just inexpressible, ineffable feeling that you get when learning these kinds of Torahs, Torah Beis and Tinyana. Particularly, it's one of my favorite lessons in Likutei Moharan, and I have a minhag if I can, bli neder, but I try every night of Chanukah in front of the neiros to read this Torah, and to learn it, but to read it quickly because I'm already familiar with it from the previous years. But every night of Chanukah, and it just brings me to the essence of the Chag, and beyond the essence into much broader concepts that are reflected in this Yom Tiv called Chanukah, that really cut to the core of our Judaism, that cut to the essence of what it is to be a Jew and our mission here in this lifetime. So b'siyata d'shmaya, let's begin this journey. Adonai sefasai tiftach ufi yagid tihilasecha yu l'ratzon imri fi v'hegyon libi lefanecha Adonai tzuri v'gayali. And of course, Harini Mekasher Atzmi l'chol tzaddikim sheb'derenu. We bind ourselves to all the tzaddikim in our generation, l'chol tzaddikim sheichni afar, all the tzaddikim who ever lived, ubefrat l'Rabbeinu HaKodesh, tzaddik yisod olam, Rebbe Nachman ben Feiga, to bind ourselves to the soul of the tzaddik, and to endeavor to channel down some of the light that was sent through this particular channel called Rebbe Nachman of Breslov, the Nachan of Mekar Chachma, Schusay Yagun Alein of Al Kol Yisrael, Amen v'Amen. What a privilege to learn his Torah with you. B'siyata d'shmaya. Says the Heilige Rebbe Schusay Yagun Aleinu. If I'm looking down, I have the sefer in front of me. I apologize, but we're going to try to read and explain and go through it slowly. We're not in a rush. and we're going to take every single word and try to examine it and plumb the depths of the Rebbe's Gilui, all b'siyata d'shmaya, with the help of the Master of the World. And of course, everything is b'darech efsher. We can't say that we really understand the Rebbe's Torah, and even if we did, that would be one facet of it in our 1,000 miles, deeper, and different elements and different paths and different routes and modes of exploration. And so this is, of course, my personal take on it, based on other svarim that I've learned that are perushim and mefarshim, the classical mefarshim, other more modern day mefarshim, but it's still all only b'derech efsher, and with the humility of knowing that the Rebbe's Torah, Mashiach will explain it. It's always chasum v'sasum. No matter how much we think we understand it, we still close the sefer with a feeling that there's so much more to explore. And Be'ez Hashem, we'll spend the rest of our lives learning each and every one of the Rebbe's lessons, like Rebbe Nachman said, Kol HaTorah Sheli Hu Rak Kulei Hakdamas. All of my Torah, he said, they're all introductions. They're all psachim. It's just an introduction that Rebbe Nachman then encouraged his followers and his chassidim to take every lesson and to be what he called lavar al kol Torah shebiksav Torah shebal-peh, right? To go ahead and to pass through each and every tiny little room and crevice in Torah Shebiksav, Torah Shebal-Peh, Nigla Nister, through the lens of this particular lesson. It's only an introduction into, in this case, the depth of Chanukah. But there are Torahs on Elul and on the Yamim Noraim, Torah Vav, for example, and Torahs on Tefillah, Torah Beis, and so on and so forth. And so over here, Torah Beis and Tinyana, and the second chelek is the Torah of Chanukah. So let's jump into it together and try to prepare for this Chag b'siyata d'shmaya, with the help of the Master of the World, who our deepest yearning is to get close to and to try to really align ourselves with, and to reveal the godliness within us, to achieve self-manifestation, but not self in terms of the ego, but self with a capital S, to reveal the godliness within us, to become a little bit more elevated and to shine His light in the world, to build for Him a dir b'tachtonim. That's ikar kavanaseinu. That's our primary intention. So Rebbe Nachman says, Yemei Chanukah him Yemei Hodaah. The days of Chanukah are days of Hodaah. The Rambam says they're days of praise, they're days of giving thanks to HaKodesh Baruch Hu, like thanksgiving. They're days of giving thanks. Yemei Hodaah k'may shekasav, and like we say in Ala Nisim, the Chazal drew up this small composition that we say in benching, that we say in Shemona Esrei, v'kavu shmoinas yemei Chanukah elu lahodah sulahalo. These days are days of Hodaah and Halal, days of feeling that feeling of thanks within us, recognizing that there's so much to be grateful for. The Halal and Hodaah, Halal is the expression, and Hodaah is the feeling. So Rebbe Nachman says that's the days of Chanukah. And these days of Chanukah are for feeling that feeling of thanks and expressing that feeling of thanks to HaKodesh Baruch Hu. But classically, and this is classic Rebbe Nachman, it goes from some experience of this worldliness into the highest existential truth. V'yemei Hodaah, this aspect of days of Hodaah, days of praise, ze b'chinas shashua Olam Haba. This is an aspect, you'll find this word a lot in Rebbe Nachman's Torah, b'chinas, which means this is an aspect of, this is related to the concept of shashua Olam Haba, the delight and the pleasure of the world to come. What's the connection between praise and the world to come? Says Rebbe Nachman, ki ze ikar shashua Olam Haba. This is the essence of Olam Haba. La hoidos ulahala l'shmoi hagadol yizbarach ulahaker oyusoy yizbarach. The ultimate essence of this place called Olam Haba, of this time, of this stage, of this experience called Olam Haba, is simply, it's not so simple, but simply to give praise to HaKodesh Baruch Hu, to give thanks to Him. Ulahaker oisay yizbarach, to recognize HaKodesh Baruch Hu shal yedeza smuchim ukroivim ilav yizbarach, because this is the sum total of what it means to grow close to HaKodesh Baruch Hu. And of course, like the Ramchal says, the whole purpose of this world was that HaKodesh Baruch Hu wanted to give us the ultimate goodness. What's the ultimate goodness? Toiv Hashem l'hakol. So HaKodesh Baruch Hu is the infinite good. And so if He wants to give us goodness, that means that He wants to give us Himself. And He wants to give us Himself in this world through Torah and mitzvahs. Schar mitzvah is the mitzvah itself. Mitzvah, of course, like the tzaddikim say, milashon savsa, is the relationship that we're building, and that's at the forefront of our minds when we're doing mitzvahs. It's all about HaKodesh Baruch Hu. HaKodesh Baruch Hu. HaKodesh Baruch Hu is present in this. We're aware of Him. That's schar of the mitzvah even in this world. But certainly Olam Haba has to mean closeness to HaKodesh Baruch Hu. Lehenos, like the Ramchal says in the first parak of Mesilas Yesharim, lehenos miziv shchinasai. To simply benefit from the rays of his Shechina, the rays of his Lashon means to dwell, the ray of his presence. And that's the Shechina's, HaKodesh Baruch Hu's presence. And to feel that, to experience that. So says Rebbe Nachman, if Olam Haba means closeness with HaKodesh Baruch Hu, well, what does closeness mean? How do you get close to something in spirituality? In physicality, closeness is proximity. We understand. There's one hand here, there's another hand here. Closeness means to bring them together. But that only is true in the realm of space. We can't have closeness in that sense where there's no space, because the premise of that kind of closeness is proximity, means that there needs to be the concept of space. But what about in spirituality? How do you have closeness in spirituality? Says Rebbe Nachman, the more a person knows and understands and recognizes HaKodesh Baruch Hu, that's how close we are with him. Closeness with HaKodesh Baruch Hu is perception of HaKodesh Baruch Hu. Torah study is the way in which we come to know HaKodesh Baruch Hu. Mitzvah observance is the way in which we are able to engage with certain actions and activities that also bring us into deeper and broader understandings of what HaKodesh Baruch Hu is and what He wants from us. That's His will. And so there's the study of His will. There's the actual acting, right? And the actual application of His will. And a manifestation of that will in mitzvah observance and halacha observance, in chesed, right? Mahu afata, in trying to imitate a HaKodesh Baruch Hu's midas. But all of this, the sum total of this closeness that we believe that Torah and tefillah and mitzvah observance and chesed, Torah, avodah, gemilas, chasadim, that brings us close to HaKodesh Baruch Hu. What's the essence of that? Is knowledge of Hashem. Is being aware of Hashem. That's the sum total of what this whole thing is about, is to become more aware of HaKodesh Baruch Hu. And to build on that awareness day after day, and to live with that awareness, to allow that awareness to shape the way that we think, the way we speak, the way we feel, what we care about, what we're passionate about, how we relate to other people, how we relate to circumstances and difficulties and good times, and so on and so forth. Every element in life becomes a vessel for further knowledge of HaKodesh Baruch Hu, built on the core of our engagement with the Torah, which is Torah study, both the Nigla and the Nister, Halacha and Agadah, mitzvah observance, and then of course Chesed, right, which is to go ahead and to bring that all out into the realm of being Adam leChaveiro. So we have being Adam leChaveiro is the inyan of Chesed, right, and being Adam la'atzmo in a certain way is the inyan of tefillah, to engage with the deepest part of ourselves, to draw that out, and being Adam la'makom is the inyan of the Torah that we're learning, to be able to understand what HaKodesh Baruch Hu wants from us, and to be able to apply that in applied action in Chesed. But all of this is at the core of trying to enable us to reach further and further levels of our awareness of HaKodesh Baruch Hu, and thereby our closeness with HaKodesh Baruch Hu. And so the sum total of that, it's not so much schar, like it's unrelated. So you do this, and then I'll give you $10. It's the same thing. The sum total of a life lived in ever-increasing levels of engagement with Hashem and awareness of Hashem and living with Him at the forefront of our minds, that, like the Baal Shem Tov wanted from his Hasidim, before you see a chair, you see HaKodesh Baruch Hu, and then you see the chair. Before you see another person, you see a Chelek Elokam Mimal, and then you see the person, to live in the reality beyond this world, which we'll talk a lot about now, and to draw that into this world, Memela Olam Haba, when we're actually able to depart after 120, and ultimately after the Yemos HaMashiach, for all of Am Yisrael, different understandings of what Olam Haba is. But Al Kol Panim, there comes a time in our own individual experience, or in the experience of all of existence, where all that is that oneness, is that realization, is that revelation, and we no longer need to find it and draw it out, which we'll talk a lot about how precious that is. That's what this whole lesson is about. It's about a lot of things, but that's one of the things it's about. But we can actually bask within, swim within this level of awareness. So says Rebbe Nachman, Kikol ma sheyodim hu makirim Yisrael yizbarach biyoser smuchim elav biyoser. The more that we know and the more that we're aware of HaKodesh Baruch Hu, smuchim elav biyoser, we are much closer to HaKodesh Baruch Hu. And he says, what brings us into that awareness? Pashit, simple, Hodaah, praise. Praise is the ultimate extent of knowledge of HaKodesh Baruch Hu. When a person is able to realize that everything that a person goes through, certainly the good things, we'll talk about in a minute, even the negative things, based on the Gemara and Brachas, we'll get there in a minute, but certainly let's speak about the good things. And a person is able to stop And beyond the excitement that we feel over having received good news, or having received a raise, or something, a simcha in the family, something amazing happens and things are looking up and we get a new job and something, things are developing in our own lives, to be able to stop and realize that at the core of what I'm feeling is gratitude to HaKodesh Baruch Hu, meaning to say, hakara, recognition, that at the end of all of my emotions, it melts into this ocean of awareness to realize that HaKodesh Baruch Hu, everything is from you. Everything is from you. And at the extent of my gratitude is just over the expression of love that this good thing represents in my life. That beyond all of the other things I'm happy about, I'm rejoicing in HaKodesh Baruch Hu's love as manifest in that good thing and that positive news and that positive development in my life. And so that's ultimately the essence of gratitude. Ultimately the essence of thanks is the nekuda of knowledge of HaKodesh Baruch Hu. And knowledge of HaKodesh Baruch Hu is reflected in the person who's constantly filled with Hodaah, constantly thanking Hashem all the time. Thank you Hashem, thank you Hashem. It's very deep. It's it sounds simple. It's very deep. Because that's the essence of what it is to be a Yehudi. Lashon again, Hodaah, thanks, praising HaKodesh Baruch Hu all the time. That our life should be one great song of praise and thanks to HaKodesh Baruch Hu. And that's the element of closeness with Hashem, because a person that has that kind of mindset, so all the time he's aware of Hashem, and mainly he's close to HaKodesh Baruch Hu, because God is, like the Katzka said, HaKodesh Baruch Hu is wherever you let him in. And such a person is letting HaKodesh Baruch Hu into everything. So Rebbe Nachman says this is why we can understand. First, he says misvara, now he brings a raya. Kishar kol advarim yizbatlu la'asid kulam. The Medrash tells us, the Medrash Rabbah and Sav and Emor, that la'asid lavai, everything is going to be nizbata. All the karbanos are going to be betelim, bebechinas kol hakarbanos betelim. All the karbanos are going to be null and void. We're not going to be bringing an oila and an asham and a chatas. Chutz mi karban toida. There's only one karban that's eternal, that's going to be brought forever, and it's the karban toida. It's the karban of thanks. Says Rebbe Nachman, why? Because now we can understand it. If Olam Haba is the element of closeness with the HaKodesh Baruch Hu, and closeness with the HaKodesh Baruch Hu is predicated on knowledge of Him, and knowledge of Him is encapsulated within this mode of being that's called Hodaah, that's called a thanksgiving person, a person that's constantly filled with gratitude, a grateful person. Memela, la'asid lavo, which is a time of closeness with Hashem and a time of knowledge of HaKodesh Baruch Hu, as he's going to prove in a minute. So memela, all the karbanos are null and void, because everything gets wrapped up into this element that transcends all other karbanos. That is the primary form of karban, which means likarev. The essence of what it is to be close to HaKodesh Baruch Hu is the karban toida. The way of getting close to Hashem, karban, toda. That's thanks. And that's the ultimate, that's the pinnacle of the asham and the chatas and everything else. At the end of the day, to become more of a Yehudi means to become more of a grateful person, to live a life of gratitude, to say, Ribbon Shalom, I'm yours and you're mine, and I'm aware of you every second of my life, and I live with you, and everything that I'm doing, every sugya that I'm learning, every sugya in halacha, every sugya in Gemara, every piece of Agadah that I'm learning, every medrash, every tiny good deed that I do or a good deed that's done for me, every mitzvah that I prepare for properly and that I engage with, it's all further and further chapters in our love affair, further building this foundation of awareness upon which every element in my life, all the mundane things, and as we're going to say in a minute, even those things that are negative, right, because now we're still talking about the positive realm, but even those things that are going wrong in my life, it's all you, Ribbon Shalom. Kala karbanas betelim la'asad lavei chutz mi karban toida. This is the pinnacle of what it is to be a Jew. To be a Yehudi is to be a person that's filled with gratitude. Gratitude, not stam gratitude, a grateful, happy person, but a person who allows every life experience to further fortify our essential awareness of HaKodesh Baruch Hu's presence, and Mamela to achieve intimacy and closeness with Him when I live in awareness that He's closer than close. Karev Hashem l'chol karev. HaKodesh Baruch Hu's karov. He's close to us all the time, and that is what the pinnacle of our mission is, right? So here Rebbe Nachman takes days of Hodaah. We're going to get into the depth of why Chanukah, why 8 days. We're just starting. And Be'ez Hashem, for the next hour, we'll just be starting, until we start to really develop these ideas more. Rebbe Nachman takes the Yom Tov of Chanukah and immediately, in one line, in a paragraph, brings it into the essence of our Yiddishkeit. the essence of our Yiddishkeit. It's not just a peripheral element. There's this yantiv called Chanukah, and it has its own halachos and its own ideas. And once we are in Chanukah, so we prepare for it 2 weeks before, 3 weeks before, right, a Chodesh, and then afterwards we move on. And afterwards we move on, and then we prepare for something else. We have to realize every yontiv, it's supposed to bring us back into the existential why of our Yiddishkeit. It's so important to appreciate and to approach each yontiv this way, because then it's not just a peripheral element. Then it's mamish. It's so core. It's so core. And here Rebbe Nachman is demonstrating how Chanukah is maybe the deepest of all. That Chanukah is the last yontiv. It's the last chag that the Rabbanon were kovea. It's a galus yontiv. It has to keep us alive until the end of time. And so maybe Chanukah even more so is encapsulating already the consciousness of la'asid level that Chanukah is helping us prepare for. Milashon chinuch. It's being mechanech us how to go ahead and to live in the way that we're going to live eternally. Kol karbanos betelim la'asid level chutz mi carbon toida, to live in such a consciousness of carbon toida. Shel Yishar, says Rebbe Nachman, what does that mean? Shel Yishar la'asid, there will not remain la'asid in the world to come. Rak b'chinas toida v'hodaah. All that's left is thanks to HaKodesh Baruch Hu, is gratitude, awareness of Him, closeness with Him. That's all that remains in la'asid level. Lahoidos, lahalal, v'ladas oisayas barach. To give gratitude to HaKodesh Baruch Hu, and here Rebbe Nachman introduces a new element called das. Das is awareness. We already described outside why awareness and gratitude are connected one with the other, because the more grateful a person is, the more a person realizes that things in my life are not just coming to me and nothing's by chance, but everything is sent b'kavana to me. Memela, the person becomes more aware of the source from which everything is deriving. But here Rebbe Nachman brings a raya that la'asid level is not only connected to the inyan of carbon toida, which is Hodaah, and obviously closeness to Hashem, which is Leihanas Mizib Ashchina, which is the whole Ikar Schar of Olam Haba, but rather it's connected to Das. Das Barach. Kama Shekasa, the pasuk in Yeshayahu says, Ki mala aretz deya es Hashem kamayim liyam mechasim. That the world then, the aretz, the earth, this is going to become very important, we'll get to this, but the aretz will be filled with the knowledge of HaKodesh Baruch Hu, kemayim liyam mechasim, like the waters cover the seabed. The world will be filled with das, filled with awareness. Once heard a beautiful pshat in this pasuk, outside the context of this, but of course it ties in, that what does this mean? That Olam Haba is categorized and is described or defined as a time period in which we're going to experience this incredible das, this incredible awareness, like water covers the sea. There are so many other mishalim, so many other parables, or so many other metaphors that could have been used. Why dafka this metaphor of like water covers the sea? And so we find an amazing thing. If you ever look in a fish pond, so we have fish that are swimming, and they are surrounded by a substance that they need, that's essential to them for their own life force. It's essential that the water is oxygenized and it flows through their, through their system, and it brings the oxygen they need. Much like we need to breathe air, they need to swim in the water. But it's more stark than simply describing the way in which human beings are surrounded by air, because we can't see that air. And so it's not so simple to us that we're surrounded by the very thing that we need, that wherever we go, we're able to take a breath. Hopefully we should be in places where we can breathe, and we're able to take a breath, and that infuses us with life force and gives us incredible vitality and energy. We can't see it, but by the fish it's clear. You look into the water and you see how the fish are swimming in their life force. They're swimming in it. And the pasuk is telling us, Umala aretz deya ladas Hashem kamayim liyam mechasim, la'asid level. It will be clear to us, not big gashmias, that we're surrounded by oxygen, we'll be able to see it. Much more than that. The world will be filled with the knowledge of God, with the knowledge of Elokus, with the knowledge that we can't live 1 second, not because we're breathing it in, but because the element that gives us the capacity to breathe inside our body, but more than that, inside Nishmas Yisrael, is the inyan only Ach v'rak of Elokus. Ach v'rak of closeness to HaKodesh Baruch Hu. I apologize for the noise in the background. This is the nature of living in Olam Haba. So I hope that it's not going to be too distracting for you. She's not alone, don't worry. Right, so this is the element of das. The Kamala are is ladas as Hashem kamayim liyamachasim, to realize that we're swimming in Elokus. And that's this awareness of la'asad lavo. What's that encapsulated in? Hodaah. Says Rebbe Nachman, 2 proofs. 1, that the carbonos closeness to HaKodesh Baruch Hu, all the carbonos will be batel la'asad lavo. I apologize, there's something wrong with the camera now. You see, anytime you have a good thing, there are manias to it. All the carbonos will be betelim la'asad lavo. They will all be nullified, but the carbon toda will be forever. And carbon toda is thanks. That's the inyan of toda. That's what it means. That the carbon toda, this way of getting close to HaKodesh Baruch Hu through Hodaah, that will be la'asad lavo. And that's mirrored by the pasuk in Yeshaya that says that umala aretz deas Hashem kamayim liyamachasim. It's the same thing. The Hodaah of la'asad lavo is the das of la'asad lavo. It enables us to live a life of deep awareness, deep gratitude, deep consciousness of HaKodesh Baruch Hu's presence in our lives. And that's la'asad lavo, like the pasuk says again, ki mala aretz deas Hashem kamayim liyamachasim shezeh kol shashua Olam Haba. This is the sum total of the pleasure, of the Tanur. There's nothing more joyous than that, of being aware of HaKodesh Baruch Hu's presence and how much every detail of our lives is planned out and nothing's by chance and everything is for our good, of it. So we had been speaking up until this point, we have been speaking of the positive. All the things that we need to realize, that when things go well in our lives, it's not just happenstance. HaKodesh Baruch Hu is present in that. It's a love letter from Him. It's His expressing to us how much He loves us and how much He's present in our lives, and it's up to us whether to choose. Unfortunately, like the pasuk describes Am Yisrael so often throughout our history, Vayishman Yisrael Vayivat, that when we became filled with good things, Adarabah, like the Ramchal describes also in Parak Aleph of Mesilas Yesharim, that a person can unfortunately fall into the trap of experiencing incredible amounts of goodness, wealth, and kavod, and all these amazing things, and then use it to become more distant from HaKodesh Baruch Hu. But we're speaking about a person, Adarabah, that uses all these positive things and becomes closer to Hashem, uses it not in order to fortify the delusional perception that that I exist and that it's me and that I'm doing things, but Adarabah uses it as a springboard to become aware of HaKodesh Baruch Hu, but it goes deeper. There's the element of the negative things as well. Kol ma da avid rachmana letav of it. Everything that HaKodesh Baruch Hu does is letav of it, and kol ma is not just everything, but the word ma connotes negativity. Ma means a lack. When a person asks a question, it's because it connotes a lack of understanding. That right now I don't understand something. I have to ask ma. It's the most elemental question. What is this? Ma. I don't understand. I don't even have the basic. It's not me, who, and then I already know it's a person. Ma is just the most basic kind of expression of a lack of understanding. And so we also go through ma's questions in our lives when things go negatively and we deal with tragedies and we deal with disasters, natural disasters in the world, things that affect people, impact families, impact children, and we ask ourselves, why, ma? And the Chazal are telling us, kol ma da avid rachmana letav of it. Even that ma, even that lack and that void and that inability to understand, the experience of feeling that there's a void, that there's a vacuum, that there's an experience of Hester, that HaKodesh Baruch Hu seems to be hidden or not present. It was done by HaKodesh Baruch Hu, Avid and Letav Avid. It was done because HaKodesh Baruch Hu is trying to go ahead and to bring the world toward its tikkun in a way that's a pele, in a way that's noira alila, that's impossible for our minds to grasp or to understand. That's kol ma da avid rachmana is Letav Avid. When we understand that everything is for the good, but Chazal say this explicitly. And the Gemara in Brachas tells us, the pasuk that each of us say every morning at the end of Aleinu, and every evening and every night, Aleinu at the end of our tefillas, Bayoimahu yiyah Hashem echad u'shmai echad. The pasuk says that Bayoimahu, on that great day, a reference to this time period of Olam Haba, yiyah Hashem echad u'shmai echad. HaKodesh Baruch Hu will be one, and His name will be one. And of course the question is, what does that mean? That in the world to come on that day, Hashem will be one, His name will be one. What does that mean? V'chia idna, says the Gemara, v'chia idna lavu echad. Now, in our current mode of experiencing reality, HaKodesh Baruch Hu is not echad. What does that mean? La'asad lavo, HaKodesh Baruch Hu will be echad. What about now? And the Gemara answers simply. He says, now there's a distinction between Hashem and Shemoi. Hashem is the shame of Yud-Kei Vav-Kei, that's the midah of Rachamim. And Shemoi is oftentimes, Rebbe Nachman says in a different Torah, Shemoi is a reference to Elokim, which is Gematria HaTeva, which is the element of concealment, and HaKodesh Baruch Hu wearing garments so that we can't perceive Him, and the silence of HaKodesh Baruch Hu that doesn't let the Yud Kei Vav Kei, which is the Kol, expressed in Aleph Daled Nun Yud, which is the Dibur, to come to expression as just Elokim. It's hidden, it's the Chamesh Gvuras, it's the opposite of expression and expressivity. It's severity, it's harshness, it's concealment. That's Elokim, and the Gemara says that now, in our current experience of reality, there's a distinction between Yud-Kei Vav-Kei and Elokim. How so? Because even halachically, when we experience Yud-Kei Vav-Kei in our lives, the bracha that we make is Baruch HaToiv HaMeitiv, when it's clear Rachamim and it's wonderful and things are happening that are so beautiful and it's clear to us, Baruch HaToiv HaMeitiv. But when we go through things that are deriving and stemming from the Shem Elokim, so we're not making Baruch HaToiv HaMeitiv, we're making another bracha, also that appreciates and understands that HaKodesh Baruch Hu is present within this, but we're not yet on the level where we can rejoice with it. We say Baruch Dayina Emes, but it's still an element of judgment, and there's still the concept of Shiva and Shloshim, right, and Shana, right, and there are different elements of mourning, different elements of not rejoicing over things that happen to us negatively. Despite our awareness that everything is from HaKodesh Baruch Hu, we're not yet on the level where we can live truthfully in this mindset of everything is Toiva HaMeitiv. Say Chazal, La'asid Lavai B'Yom Yeh Hashem Echad U'Shmoi Echad. Everything is Echad. Echad, of course, Gematria Ava. We realize that everything is love. Everything is HaKodesh Baruch Hu just showering onto a Shefa, Toiva, bracha, goodness, and just incredible amounts of support and incredible amounts of moving the world toward its ultimate positive revelation that HaKodesh Baruch Hu is with us all the time. Dasas Hashem kamayim liyamachasim la'asid lavoi. The Gemara tells us, then we will make hatoiv hameitiv even on those negative things, on the good things and on the negative things. The good things is the inyan of positivity, the inyan of positive things that happen to our lives. Yud-Kei Vav-Kei, toiv hameitiv. That's even now. But la'asid lavoi, on everything we're going to make baruch hatoiv hameitiv b'yom hu yeh havaya echad u'shmoi echad. Even Shmai, even Elokim is going to be Echad. So here we see the same idea. That what's Baruch HaToiv HaMeitiv, it's the inyan of Hodaah. And Hodaah is again praise, which is associated with awareness, which is associated with Hakara, recognition, knowledge of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which is closeness with Him. And that's why again, all the karbanos that we bring, or that Be'ez Hashem we will bring still in the Beis HaMikdash, but in the time, in the realm of Olam Haba, which is after Yemos HaMashiach, that time of the perfection of the world, it's going to be an inyan of only the carbon toda, but only this element of bringing thanks to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which aligns again with that pasuk in Yeshaya, that Umala Aretz Deis Hashem Kamayim Li'amachasim, the world will be filled with a stark awareness of our life force, like the fish in the ocean, that they're surrounded by alukus. We're going to come to be aware of that. That's the inyan of La'asid Lavo, and this is again paralleling this Gemara that says that now he is one, but we don't exactly see it, and we react to different things differently. But la'asid lavo, everything, good things, negative things, hatoiv hameitiv, everything's going to be the inyan of hatoiv hameitiv. So we have to speak, even before going further, we have to speak a little bit about what Olam Haba is, where it's rooted in the system, in the structure. And so we know that HaKodesh Baruch Hu emanated 10 spheros, 10 midos, a way in which once there's a creation, He can relate to a creation, He can blueprint, He can build the creation on this system. These are 10, like the Ramak describes in the Zohar. There's so many different Mishalim because it's such a deep and difficult concept, because Chas v'Shalom, we don't want to imply that HaKodesh Baruch Hu is not Echad, and to imply that there's Riboy and that there's Shinoi, that there's distinction or separateness within this thing called Echad, Yachad, and Miyuchad. Of course, HaKodesh Baruch Hu is Echad, and when we talk about 10 spheros, they are not divine. We talk about tools that HaKodesh Baruch Hu uses to express different traits that are included as one within His indivisibility, as the Ramchal, as the Ramchal and the Ramak both explain. But the Ramak gives a mashal of 10 stained glass windows through which sunlight is shining, and each of the stained glass windows is stained a different color. And so the sunlight is unified. The sunlight is just one all-encompassing, colorless, very difficult to define exactly what the nature of this thing called sunlight is, but when it shines through these 10 stained glass windows, the beam takes on the distinct hue and the distinct color of that particular glass. And so that's what the spheres are. The sunlight, HaKodesh Baruch Hu Kiviyachal, HaKodesh Baruch Hu contains within himself everything as one, indivisible, echad yachadim yuchad. But when HaKodesh Baruch Hu's light, so to speak, hits these 10 frames, these 10 lenses, through them we're able to say, okay, there's a midas ha-chesed there, there's a midas ha-gevura, there's the midah of tiferes and netzach and hod and so on and so forth. So going through them very quickly, obviously that's not the point now to give a whole overview of this. I've given shiurim on that in the past, b'siyata d'shmaya, but very quickly the 10 spheres are keser, chachma, bina, Chesed, Gvura, Tiferes, Netzach, Hod, Yesod, and Malchus. These are the 10 spheros. An easy way to think about them is the understanding that each and every human being is created b'tselem Elokim, in the likeness of Elokim. What's Elokim? HaKodesh Baruch Hu has no form. The pasuk itself says tselem Elokim. What's Tselem? How can you speak about Tselem? Ein lo demos. It's one of the animamins. We believe that Ein lo mesugi aguf. HaKodesh Baruch Hu is completely removed from that. But Elokim is the Hester, like we said. Elokim is not the Shem ha'etzem. Even the Shemos themselves are associated with the spheres. They're secondary. HaKodesh Baruch Hu has no name. He's called the Ein Sof. Leslach Shem Yediyah. HaKodesh Baruch Hu has no known name. All the names are associated with the spheres. But Al Kapanim, the name of Elokim, is associated with Hester, with the covering over, with the creation of the world through the framework that HaKodesh Baruch Hu instituted in emanating and creating and building up the physical world until we come to our lived experience of reality within Malchus of Asiya. We'll talk about that in a minute. But Al Kalpanin, Tselem Elokim means to say that this experience and this process that HaKodesh Baruch Hu undertook, that does have a form. Of course, it's not a physical form, and of course, none of the things that we speak about means to say that there exists a sphere somewhere that's physical. They're completely spiritual concepts, not even intellectual constructs. They're completely spiritual concepts. Intellectualizing them is also bringing it down a level. They're completely, just mishalim, parables for processes, things that took place in realm beyond time, beyond space. It's incapable for us to understand them, but there is some overlay, obviously, in terms of understanding these concepts that are essentially unfathomable, but then seeing the way in which they laid the foundation for our world, which we can understand. And so the Tselem Elokim, that each and every person is created within, means to say that at the essence of our being, meaning the essence of both our neshama and our guf, which is Vayipach Ba'apav Nishmas Chaim is the neshama, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu forms Adam Rishon's body, Afar Min Adama. Both of these need to be created, but Tselem Elokim, in the form of the process that HaKadosh Baruch Hu took in creating the world. HaKadosh Baruch Hu has no form. He's Ein Sof. It's just the infinite oneness, indivisibility. So what's the Tselem? Tselem Elokim. And we're created in that form. And that's why the human body looks the way it does. We'll go through it very quickly. Keser is the skull, is the cranium, the skull. It's called a crown, right? It sits above the Chachma and Bina, which is the right and left hemispheres of the mind. Chachma is associated with holistic thinking, big picture thinking. Bina is the more particular thinkings, more breaking down that big picture vision into particularities. But of course, Bina, as we'll discuss, is itself complicated because every sphera, and we can talk about this for a very long period of time and never even touch, one iota of understanding. There are the thousands of pages in the R Yaakov and the Ramak and Rashash, and we're just speaking about the basics of the basics of the basics, but every sphera has three parts. There's the higher part of the sphera, which is Mekabel, which is receiving from the sphera above it. So if we have Keser, Chachma, and Bina, Bina has a higher chelek that receives from Chachma, and where it is unified with Chachma in the sense that it shares in Chachma's characteristics of holistic, I don't know if holisticity is a word, maybe, sounds good, right? But of that holistic big picture nature, and that's the unity, and then Bina itself, and then the lower half of Bina, from which it descends from the head, which is unified as one, into the body, where things come to manifestation. So again, the first three are called the mochin. They're the mentalities. They're much more spiritually oriented, as we'll describe, and they are encapsulated in our mini Tselem Elokim, in our mind, in our brain. So we have the cranium, which is the keser, which is the top of the head. We have chachma on the right side, bina on the left side. And that's all indivisible, so to speak. You can't see that. When you look at my head, you look at my face now, you can't see my chachma bina. Keser is a little bit different, but even keser, we call it the cranium, but keser is a makif, it's beyond, it's above. The crown sits above the head, not the head itself, right? It's itself, just the closest we can get to any physical manifestation or representation of that thing called keser, but it's all one, it's all unified. And then we come to the realm of pirud, which is super important for this Torah. It's so deep. And so I hope I can give over to you one tiny chelik of what this Torah is. I hope that I should be blessed with siyata d'shmaya. So from Bina, we go into what it's called and what's known as the lower seven. So we have the first three, that's in a category of its own, and then the lower seven. And the lower seven is Chesed, is the right hand, and the right hand is always associated with strength and an overpouring, just incredible passion to give, and that's why we try to give tzedakah with our right hand, everything with our right hand, our right shoe first, everything on the right side, because the right is Chesed, and we want to channel Midas HaChesed. The left hand is Gevura. The torso is Tiferes. The right leg is Netzach. The left leg is Hod. The bris is the inyan of Yisod. And then finally, the final sphere of Malchus is associated with speech, is associated with the heart, is associated with the mate, right? The mate, the mekabel, the recipient, and any kind of relationship. The more feminine aspect of receiving. And that goes for men and women as well, right? When a man receives, that's the malchus in him receiving. That's the element of malchus. And so we have these midos that are the blueprint of our experience, but not just in our personal lives. If these spheros were the process that HaKodesh Baruch Hu undertook and the midos with which he built the entire world, that means that they must manifest everywhere in creation. And so phenomenally and fascinatingly enough, just like we find in our own mini tselem elokims, which is, it's easy to talk about because we're familiar with the way that our bodies look at least, so we can at least begin to understand and talk just in terms of how the body looks. We can understand deep things about the spiritual underlying elements of the physical reality. As the pasuk says, Mi bisari echse eloka, it's from the basar that we're able to see and perceive godliness, whatever this means, to be able to understand the spiritual underlying forces that then manifest in this thing called the human body. We can demonstrate a clear distinction between the first three and the bottom seven, which I already alluded to. The first three is going to be the inyan of the spiritual realm beyond. Thought is spiritual. You can't hold a thought. It's not the same category of things. A thought is ethereal. Where do we think? What is it? What is a thought? But the Chachma thought and the Bina thought. Keser is associated with desire. What is desire? It's all unified as one. We think what we want what we think. That's the inyan of the unified spiritual blueprint and the plan that is done and locked in long before we actually start to manifest the plan, but it's just the brainstorm. It's the thinking about it while you're sitting on your couch, even before you start the small business, right? It's unified. It's one process that begins at once, and it's hidden and it's concealed because it doesn't manifest. Nothing happened yet. You're still on your couch, maybe even in your sweatpants, but in 2 years from now, you'll be a multimillionaire. But in this moment, you're just going through the process of the chachma, the brains, first of all, the ratzon, the desire, and then the chachma and the bina. And this is all included in the mind, and that's the realm of unity, the realm of achdus. But then we start to bring things mikoach, from potential into poal, into actuality. And that's why it's only from the shoulders and down that everything starts to split and we can see different parts of the body. It's not a unified head anymore. It becomes a distinct right hand, a limb, a distinct left hand, a distinct right leg, left leg, bris, and so on and so forth, separate parts of our bodies, because that's the realm of the plan and the blueprint being actualized in the process of creation. And so phenomenally and fascinatingly enough, even though, yes, this world is founded on all 10, but in our physical reality, we can only see the 7. Because that's the place where things begin to become revealed. That's the place where the creation of the physical revealed world, a world of multiplicity and a world of separateness, begins. Olam Chesed Yibana. So we're going to bring that pasuk soon. Olam Chesed Yibana. The pasuk says that HaKodesh Baruch Hu created the world with Chesed. The world begins, the physical creation of the world begins with Chesed. Of course, everything begins beyond that. Bereshis, Beis, Reshis, Beis, Ramak, Keser, Beis is Chachma, Reshis is Chachma. the more spirituality-oriented elements of creation, first the thinking, and then the aretz, and so on and so forth, even before creation begins. But ultimately, this world and the physical reality is riddled with series of 7. Because the physical creation is built on the lower 7 midos, even though it's infused, and we're going to talk a lot about that. It's infused with the thought process, kiviyachol, so to speak. By HaKodesh Baruch Hu, everything is in a minute, but HaKodesh Baruch Hu, in a split second, in a millisecond, beyond time, HaKodesh Baruch Hu doesn't need a process. He does it to make himself known to us, to reveal what his indivisibility contains, so that we can connect with it. But that's the element of the thinking. But the actual process in this world, the creation of our physical reality, is 7. And that's why there are 7 days of the week, 7 days of creation. Because the world that was created needs to be created, founded on the concept of time that's split into 7. It's a cycle of 7s, because it's associated with the lower 7, a right hand and a left hand, and a torso, which is of course Sunday and Monday and Tuesday, with all the creations that are associated with those traits, not just how they physically manifest, but what they are. Light is chesed. Chesed is light, completely shining on everything around it. The second day, the heavens, the firmament is gvura. They became rigid. We refer to yiras shamayim, and so on and so forth. Tiferes is all the grasses, is the plant life, because it's all different kinds that match together, all different colors. It's the blend, it's the beauty, it's the tiferes, the harmony, which is of course tiferes being a blend of the right and the left. That's why it's in the middle. So that's the union of tiferes. All the days contained within it, that within the day, the midah that the day actually reflects and represents, but it's all 7 musical notes, 7 colors of the rainbow, 7 continents, 7 oceans, 7 metals, 7 classical planets, and so on and so forth. You find this pattern of 7 throughout the physical world, again, because this physical world is founded on the lower 7, vis-a-vis the blueprint, which is all wrapped up in the top 3, and that's hidden. Because that's the thought process before we actually begin to actualize that process, before we actually begin to go ahead and to bring it mikoach, from potential elapoal, into actuality. So analyzing this system, we find a phenomenal thing. Keser and Chachma are in the realm of complete spirituality. They're called ayin. Ayin, nothingness. We can't even speak about them. We only refer to Chachma as itself vis-a-vis Bina, because Chachma itself is also Chachma me'ayin timatze. Chachma, that element of holistic thinking, derives from the Ratzon, derives from the will, but it's encapsulated within it. It's so spiritual, it's so broad, it's so removed from the details, it's beyond. Bina, like we said before, has a part of it, the upper chelik, which itself is included within, is emanated from, has a very deep relationship and association with Chachma, which is holisticity. That word, I don't know if I'm making it up, we'll look it up afterwards in about 3 hours from now. Holisticity, connection, and so it shares in that element of oneness and unity and big picture thinking, but it also has the capacity to split down into all the midos below it. And that's what the Zohar Kadosh says, that Bina mina dinin misarin. It's from Bina that all din, all judgment, which of course is associated with period, with splitting, with constricted, element, not a freedom and expanse. Bina is where that process happens, because Bina is referred to in the form of the Olamos. It's called the Yesh Me'ayin. It comes from Ayin, but it also is the bridge between the ayin, the realm of nothingness, which is the realm of everythingness, the realm of unity, the realm of complete holistic spirituality. Yesh me'ayin. It's the yesh from the ayin. It's the ma'avar. It's the bridge between the moichin, between that element of pure thought, down into the next sphere that follows from it, which is chesed, which already begins period, which is the right hand, and then to the left hand, and so on and so forth. So Bina is very much this bridge. Bina is very much this place in between. Bina is the realm beyond nature. It's the realm of one above. And 7 is nature, and Bina is one above nature. Incidentally, obviously, Chazal tell us, and the Mikubalim tell us, that Olam Haba is associated with the realm of Bina. Bina is Olam Haba. Olam Haba is Bina. These two things are absolutely bound up with one another. These concepts are connected as one, Bina and Olam Haba. Why is that again? Because Olam Hazeh is the lower 7. And that means that it's not only expressed within all the patterns of 7 that we experience in our lifetime, but all of history is divided amongst this Inyan and this series of 7, so that there are 7 millennia, the 7th being, of course, Shabbos Kodesh, the 7th, of course, being the Emos HaMashiach, Melech HaMashiach is the Inyan of Malchus, that's the final Sphira, Shabbos Malkusa, similarly, is itself connected to the concept of kingship, to the concept of sovereignty, all wrapped up into the 7th Midah of Malchus. And so there are 7 millennia, but what comes beyond that? Beyond that is Olam Haba. Beyond that is an experience that's not just a spiritualized and energized experience of this worldliness, which is Yemos HaMashiach, that Ein Bein, Chazal tell us there's no difference between our current functionality and the functionality in the time of Mashiach, but Olam Haba is something else. Olam Haba is not just a Me'ein Olam Haba, which of course Malchus is called a Me'ein Olam Haba because it shares in that element of Olam Haba. We're going to talk all about this at length, Be'ezer Hashem. It's Olam Haba itself. Bina is Olam Haba itself. And of course, the element of Bina, which is Olam Haba itself, and the element of Malchus, which is Me'ein Olam Haba, are going to have a deep relationship. That's why we can't go into it now. But in the shame of Yud Kei Vav Kei, which encapsulates all the 10 spheros, the first Hey is Bina, and the last Hey is Malchus. They're both the same letter. Bina and Malchus. In the Zohar, it's called the mother and the daughter. They have a deep, deep relationship. Bina nurtures Malchus. Malchus is our physical reality. It's the pinnacle of physicality. But there specifically, as we're going to learn, we have the capacity to be able to tap into Bina, to channel the realization of the oneness throughout creation, to realize that although we live in a realm of concealment, HaKodesh Baruch Hu is paradoxically revealed more here than he is in the realms above. Over here, he manifests himself to conscious beings that are able to perceive him only through the medium of a physical world, but we have to be conscious of it. So a holy Malchus is inundated with the Shefa of Bina. The mother and the daughter join hands and they unite, and this is the dance of La'asid Lavo. This is the dance of Shabbos Kodesh leading up into the next realms, the Inyan of Malava Malka, being Malava the Malka, not away, but up and walking with her. But then, boom, we hit a cement wall, a brick wall, and then Sunday starts again. We never proceed to the Inyan of the 8th. The Chazal say La'asid Lavo is going to be revealed the 8th note. Now we only have 7 musical notes on the chromatic scale, but La'asid Lavo will be revealed the 8th note. And that's the Inyan of Olam Haba. That's the Inyan of a new kind of experience of reality that we are precluded from experiencing at this given moment. But our avoda is to tap into it. Our avoda is to reveal it. Our avoda is to reveal that if La'asid Lavo is associated with, going back to what we're talking about over here, La'asid Lavo is an aspect of Bayomahu Yashem Echad U'Shmoi Echad. That means to say that we're going to realize that everything was Echad, that everything was HaKodesh Baruch Hu, everything was Achdos, was wrapped up into the Inyan of the Mochin, wrapped up into the Inyan of HaKodesh Baruch Hu's Chesed, which Chachma and Keser, Rachamim Rabim, are incredible elements of mercy, of Tov, of a desire to do good, even though there's a process that must bring that about, but the desire is good in that place. So then, of course, Olam Haba is going to be the realm of Bina, because Bina is that bridge. Bina is when we're able to leave the separateness of our world where we think we have different experiences, some positive experiences, some negative experiences, and we're able to march out of that, out of the 7, into the 1, which is the 8, right? Into the element of Bina, which is 8 from the bottom, and to connect ourselves with that realm of Olam Haba, that realm of Bayemuhu Hashem Echad U'Shmai Echad Kala Karbanis B'Telim La'asad Lava. All there is then is going to be this awareness and this connection to HaKodesh Baruch Hu. So we have to drag that and draw that down into our experience. Rebbe Nachman says that experience in Torah Dalet, I'll read it to you in the beginning of Torah Dalet. Rebbe Nachman says over here that Kishadam Yodeah, Rebbe Nachman says, when a person knows that every experience, that every circumstance, that whatever we go through is l'tayvasai, is for his own good, Zois habachina hi me'ein olam haba. Rebbe Nachman says this aspect is me'ein olam haba. To know this, to live with this realization is an Olam Haba perspective. And our avodah in this world is to reveal that from beyond the physical reality. And so that's the element of Olam Haba that we're talking about, to live on this level of consciousness, which we will attain then, but the key is in this world already to begin living Olam Haba, to already begin living with that awareness, to already begin living with that incredible gratitude, not just on the good things that happen, even on the negative things that happen. All there is achdus, all there is oneness, all there is emes. We're going to talk a lot about emes, Be'ezer Hashem. All there is oneness, is unity, is HaKodesh Baruch Hu's tov, and HaKodesh Baruch Hu's desire to be mative to us by sharing Himself, Echad, Yachad, and Miyuchad, down through the experience of multiplicity. If we can only have the eyes, the Olam Haba eyes, to be able to find Him from behind every mask, and not despite the physical world, but specifically through this physical world, to reveal the oneness from behind all of the multiplicity. Of course then, if Chanukah are the Yemei Hodaah, the day of Hodaah, there's got to be 8 nights of Chanukah. Because it has to be going from the 7 into the 8, to demonstrate how we're able in this world to experience nisim lamala min hateva, which is the inyan of the candle that shines, that lights, and the oil that lasts for 8 days when they're lighting the menorah, for 8 days dafka, because that's the expression of how we can live bound by a physical reality, but we're still able to be aware of and tap into and channel that element of la'asid level, that element of that world of bina, that world of freedom beyond. And why do I say freedom? Because bina is also associated with yovel. Bina is associated with yovel. When all slaves go free, everything reverts back to where it was. It's the place of oneness. It's the place of freedom. It's the place of an expanse where we're no longer restricted to the physical teva of our guf, but we're able to be free. That's the realm of freedom in the mind, free thinking, to just be able to imagine anything, do anything that exists, that capacity in our mind of bina, to be able to think and dream and imagine anything in the world. That's associated with freedom. That's associated with yovel. Why is yovel bina? Because bina is the element of 50. Because what is 49? 49 is 7 times 7. It's a cycle of 7 Shemitah years. 7 cycles of Shemitah. And so that's 7 times 7, and then one beyond 7 times 7, that's the inyan of Bina. And that's the inyan of 50. That's why we refer to Chamishim Sha'arei Bina, the 50 gates of Bina, because Bina is that realm of Yovel. Bina is the realm of the shofar. When we blow the shofar, it's associated with Bina. The shofar is itself a physical manifestation of the pasuk that says, Min ha-meitzar karasi ka. When we're in a constriction, when we're in a place of din, of separateness, of multiplicity, and we're surrounded by things that some things look good, some things look not good, and we see that we're different from every other person, and that there's domim, someach, chaim, Daber, this reality is split into 4 disparate categories, all composed of combinations of Eish, Ruach, Mayim, Afar, and it seems like we're living in a realm of din, a realm of pigeonholing and of tunnel vision and inability to see the big picture. And I'm made sar. I call to you, Rebbe Nachman, and I'm made sar from that constricted place. Karasika, I call to you, Anani b'merchavka. But you answer me with the merchav. You answer me from that place of the expanse. You answer me from that place of freedom, where I'm able to tap into an energy that enables me to break out of the constriction of the physical realm. And that's the shofar. It starts off very, very thin and narrow, and it goes progressively bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's the element of bina. That's why we blow a shofar by yovel, and that's what calls dror, freedom, for everything to go free. This is the realm of bina. This is the realm of Olam Haba. This is the realm of Hodaah, of giving thanks to HaKodesh Baruch Hu in these 8 days of Chanukah, which is the nes, l'mala min hateva. All of this is wrapped up into the element of Chanukah. This is the das. This is that ultimate awareness that we're speaking about, of la'asid lava, when we're going to realize that, like fish in the ocean, kamayim liyam achasim, we're surrounded by Elokus, and that this world cannot hide HaKodesh Baruch Hu. It only hides Him if we think that it hides Him. But if we're ready to go ahead and utilize the world as a tool to become aware of HaKodesh Baruch Hu, there's nothing less hidden than HaKodesh Baruch Hu. And we realize that we're living within Him, we're swimming within Him, and that's the kind of consciousness that we're trying to foster within ourselves and within all of Am Yisrael, is starting to taste this sweetness as we get closer and closer to Mashiach and closer to the time of Olam Haba, when we're all going to achieve this element. Kulam yedu, I see, like the pasuk there says, miktanim ad gedolim, from the kids to the adults, will all be living on this level. Umala aretz deyas Hashem kamayim li'amachasim. So now we can understand a little bit again why Chanukah is 8 days. Chanukah is associated with Halal and Hodaah. Halal and Hodaah are associated themselves with Olam Haba. 8, and Olam Haba is Bina, 1 above 7. 7 is Olam Hazeh. Bina is 1 above. It's Olam Haba, and that's the realm of Halal and Hodaah, the realm of being makir HaKodesh Baruch Hu, being makir Tov, right, expressing gratitude to HaKodesh Baruch Hu, and that's why the days of Chanukah, which there are 8, which are a vessel for nisim l'malam and ateva, that demonstrate the way in which even this physical world can be graced by an illumination that comes from the realm of oneness, that comes from the realm of echad, that comes from the realm of kulai toiv, where there's no possibility of negativity. We'll speak about that. That's the element of sheker. We're going to get into that. So Chanukah is 8 days, Bina, and it's filled with Halal and Hodaah, both of which are associated with Olam Haba, because Rebbe Nachman says that Kala Karbanis B'Telim La'asid Lave Chutz Mikarban Toda, that everything is going to be null and void. Then all other modes of getting close to Hashem will be null and void. Chutz Mikarban Toda. All that's left is thanks to HaKodesh Baruch Hu. All that's left is knowledge of Hashem, as the pasuk says, Umala Aretz De'as Hashem Kamayim Li'amachasim. That's paragraph number 1. Rebbe Nachman continues, it's deeper than life. It's deeper than life itself. Every word from Rabbeinu HaKodesh is amok ma'od. We can spend the rest of our lives just on this paragraph. We spent an hour and 5 lines. It's just I'm just trying to illustrate and demonstrate a little bit of the depth that exists within the Sefer. It's unique. It's totally unique. So Rebbe Nachman says like this. Listen to this Ois Beis. Ashreinu. What a privilege. What a privilege that we grant ourselves access to teaching like these. What a privilege. It's just different. What a schus. Ashreinu that we were zocheh to an emes like this. Says the Rebbe in Ois Beis. Ubechinas toida. Shu shashua olam haba. Ze bechinas halachos. Everything that we've learned already about giving thanks to HaKodesh Baruch Hu, and that's, that and the association between that kind of lifestyle with this element of Olam Haba and what that contains, as discussed and described in a number of ways. All of this is an aspect of halachos, of Jewish law. What's the connection? Jewish law, the Indian of Olam Haba. So Rebbe Nachman says, Ki halacha shezoichen lilmoid. When a person is zocha to learn halacha, befrat mi shezoiche lechadesh behem, especially someone who's zocha to apply halacha to new situations in a proper way, right? A person that's ra'oi for hora'ah, and a person is bringing out new chidushim, new elements of halacha. Zebechina shashua olam haba. This is also associated with everything that we mentioned about this element of shashui olam haba, of thanksgiving to HaKodesh Baruch Hu. And he says it's an open Gemara. It sounds strange, but it's an open Gemara. Bebechinas, the Gemara need to tells us that Ayin Gimel, Kol hashoyna halachos b'chol yoyim muftach loy shu ben olam haba. Something else we say every morning. Whoever learns halacha each and every day, muftach loy, it is guaranteed for such a person, shehu ben olam haba. We could have guaranteed him anything in the world, but ben olam haba, there's a connection between halacha and olam haba. Why is that? Says Rebbe Nachman, what is halacha? And again, this cuts to the core of our Yiddishkeit. It's not just a Chanukah Torah, Dvar Torah you say. This is the essence. Every day, if Rebbe Nachman only came to the world to reveal this one page over here, 2 pages, he would already be, something else. It would already be something else. It would be ra'oi to just spend the rest of our lives just learning this one page. But it cuts to the essence. What is halacha? What is the function of all of these laws that are intended to dictate our lives from the morning that we wake up to the moment that we go to sleep, from the moment that we're born to the moment that we leave this world? Be'ez Hashem, we should all live long and happy till 120 years old, b'siyata d'shmaya, filled with emunah and bracha and nachas and kol tuv in every single way. What is this thing called halacha? Says Rebbe Nachman, you know what halacha is? Knowledge of HaKodesh Baruch Hu. Getting to know HaKodesh Baruch Hu by intuiting and learning and discovering and incorporating His will into our desire for the way in which we would like to live our lives. And in so doing, every time that we learn a halacha and keep a halacha, that becomes another vessel for getting to know HaKodesh Baruch Hu in that moment, in that experience, and that unique way of behaving that we wouldn't have known otherwise, that this can get me close to Hashem, and that this is what Hashem wants. Halacha is associated with knowledge of HaKodesh Baruch Hu. When a person learns a new halacha, a person is able to apply again halacha to new circumstances and situations, to come up with a chiddush in halacha, a novel ruling. There's a new seichel, there's a new das in the world. V'hadas, like we already said, this knowledge is ikra shashua Olam Haba. This knowledge is the shashua, is the pleasure, is the deep tanur, an incredible, glorious, delicious, delight of the next world. Shashua Olam Haba is the das of HaKodesh Baruch Hu, to really live this way, and not just have moments of it, but to live just in that awareness. HaKodesh Baruch Hu is real, and He loves me, and everything that happens to me, the good things and the negative things, and it seems to be that there's the possibility of good and bad. It's all echad, it's all one, it's all the kol mada of Rahman, is all a tava of it, and therefore we're filled with Hodaah, and thanks to HaKodesh Baruch Hu. All of that is wrapped up in to the concept of halacha as well. So now Rebbe Nachman has successfully bound the concept of Hodaah to Olam Haba. So we have Hodaah and Olam Haba. And now he needs to bind, and then he bound halacha to Olam Haba, and now what's left is to bind these two things together. Because again, we demonstrated how each are connected to Olam Haba. Hodaah, we already explained at length, is connected to Olam Haba. That's what Olam Haba encapsulates. And we already explained how halacha is associated itself with Olam Haba, because it too contains that element of das and knowledge. But now can we find a connection between halacha and todah, between these bottom two, not the top of the pyramid, which is Olam Haba, which we're trying to get to, but the 2 points that are on the bottom, to connect those and complete this pyramid. Says Rebbe Nachman, we can. The Gemara in Bracha says, that there are 4 kinds of people that need to go ahead and need to make a birchas Hodaah. 4 people who are in dangerous situations. When they get out of that, HaKodesh Baruch Hu frees them, and then they need to go ahead and to give thanks to HaKodesh Baruch Hu b'kal rav, right, in public, and to stand up, right, by kriyas Torah, and make the birchas Hodaah, which is the bracha of Hagoimel. These 4 kinds of people are rooted and described in the Mizmar Kuf, Kuf Zayin. In 107, in the 107th kapitel, in Tehillim Kuf Zayin, over there we outline and describe all these different people, the people that go through midbariyas, they go through deserts, and the people that are on ships, and the people that are in jail, all these different kinds of people that are in danger, a person who's very sick, all these kinds of people, these 4 kinds of people are arba tzrichim lahodos. These are the 4 kinds of people that need to go ahead and make a bracha vagoimel, and they are rooted in this Mizmar Kuf Zayin. But do you know how this Mizmar ends? Right, and like he says, b'mizmar Kuf Zayin, that are described in this Mizmar Kuf Zayin, shesiyim b'soifam, but the last pasuk in Kuf Zayin says, mi chacham v'yishmar eileh. Who is the chacham, the wise person that will guard this? V'yizboinenu chazdei Hashem, and will be mitbonein, which of course is bina, mitbonein, chachma, and bina, which is bina's connection with chachma, mi chacham chachma, v'yishmar ele v'yizboinenu bina. But here we get to the point, chazdei Hashem, the chesed of HaKodesh Baruch Hu. Now, of course, on a simple level, the Chesed Hashem is referring to this, that HaKodesh Baruch Hu broke these people out of jail and saved them from dying, and saved them from a terrible, shipwreck, and saved them from thirst, dying of thirst in the desert. So, of course, that's the Chazdei Hashem that is referred to at the end of the pasuk, but it's deeper than that. Says Rebbe Nachman, do you know what Chazdei Hashem is a key word for? This is Rebbe Nachman's brilliance. Do you know what Chazdei Hashem is a key word for? Chazdei Hashem zebechinas halachos. Chazdei Hashem is actually a reference to halacha. How do you know? What's the connection between Chazdei Hashem, the kindness of HaKodesh Baruch Hu, and halacha and Jewish law? Again, there doesn't seem to be an overt relationship. Like Chazal tell us, the Gemara in Ksubis Samach Tzadi Vav, says Rebbe Nachman, whoever, and says Rebbe Nachman, the Gemara tells us that whoever prevents his Talmud from learning from him, which means to service him, which means to get trained in like an apprentice, to be able to see how things are done and to be able to learn in an applied way. It says that you withheld from him a kindness. What do we see from here? That allowing the Talmud to be mishamish, which is learning halachos in an applied way of how the Rebbe lives and how he acts and how he behaves in certain circumstances, what the law is, that's chesed. If you allow him to do that, that's chesed, because if you withheld him from it, the Gemara tells us that's ki'ilu manel mimeno chesed. But if you allow him to go ahead and to do that, that's the inyan of chesed. And so we see that chesed is an element of Halacha, shimush, shenamar, because the pasuk says, la masmer eu chesed. Again, this element of preventing your friend and withholding from your friend the chesed, that's a reference to someone who withholds his student from learning from him. Says Rebbe Nachman, shimush chachamim sebechinas halachos. Shimush chachamim, experiencing this element of apprenticeship, so to speak, by rabbanim, at tamid chachamim, is an element of learning halacha. Shehim bechinas, which is an element of chazdei David. The pasuk refers to David HaMelech as being associated with chesed, chazdei David hane'emanim. And what do we know about David HaMelech? Says Rebbe Nachman, shehalacha kemoisai. Halacha is always like David. Chazal tell us, based on the pasuk, and we're going to see in a minute, over here, we'll say it, the Gemara in Sanhedrin, based on the pasuk that says, v'Hashem imai, God was with him, says Rebbe Nachman, halacha kemoisai. Says the Gemara, halacha kemoisei, because the pasuk says Hashem imai, Hashem was with David. Halacha kemoisei, the halacha is like David. And if the halacha is like David, so David HaMelech is associated now with halacha, not just peripherally, but at his core. He's founded on this concept of halacha, and we'll get in a moment as to why this is as well in a second, based on what we learned about Bina. In Rebbe Nachman's Torah, it's architecture. He builds first one layer, and then he adds, and then he adds, and then he adds, and every window leads to another room, and every room has 3 doors, and each of those doors lead into 3 other rooms and windows until kol ha-Torah kula, like I began with. Literally, the entire Torah can be processed through the lens of one of Rebbe Nachman's openings, one of Rebbe Nachman's what he called introduction. So this is one introduction. David HaMelech is halacha kamoisai. And about David HaMelech, who is associated with halacha, we say chazdei David hanemanim. Again, another element in which way we see that chesed and halacha are combined. So Rebbe Nachman had brought 2 rayas, 2 proofs that chesed is associated with halacha. The first is the Gemara that says in Ksubis that whoever withholds his Talmud from essentially learning halacha from him, you withheld from him a chesed. What does that tell you that halacha is? Chesed. Because if you would allow him to learn from you, that would be doing chesed with him. Chesed is associated with halacha. That's one proof. The second proof is David HaMelech, about whom the pasuk says V'Hashem imai, which means that halacha kemoisai, that the halacha is like him, is referred to as chazdei David hane'emanim, chazdei David. Chesed, again, chazdei David, halacha kemoisai, halacha and chesed are connected, and whoever prevents his student from servicing him, from being mishamishim, which means, like Rebbe Nachman says, to learn halachas from him, you withheld from him a chesed. From these 2 proofs, we see that chesed and halacha are bound one with the other. Says Rebbe Nachman, yafeh ma'od, how beautiful and deep. Now that we understand that Hodaah is associated with Olam Haba and Halacha is associated with Olam Haba, so now Chesed and Halacha now Halacha and Hodaah need to be bound together. How are we going to do that? Says Rebbe Nachman, simple. There's one Mizmar, there's one Kapitel Tehillim that speaks about those that need to give Hodaah, that need to give gratitude to HaKodesh Baruch Hu. And do you know how that Kapitel ends? With a reference to Halacha. Because both of these things are bound at the root to Olam Haba. And therefore, they're going to be bound together very, very closely. Mi chacham is the Indian of oneness, that holistic element of big picture thinking, the brainstorm, total spirituality, enveloped within keser, chachma mi'ayin timatzeh, mi chacham, chachma, v'yishmar eile, v'yizboinenu bina, Olam Haba, chazdei Hashem. Chazdei Hashem, a reference to halacha, and the whole kapitel is a reference to Hodaah. And so here once more we find these things bound up one with the other. Halacha and the Indian of Olam Haba and the Indian of Hodaah all bound up together, because halacha independently brings a person to this consciousness of das, to be able to know HaKodesh Baruch Hu, to come to recognize His presence in our lives. That's the purpose of halacha. And of course, like we already said, Hodaah, giving thanks to HaKodesh Baruch Hu, is the sum total of what Olam Haba is, the essence of that kind of experience and that kind of lifestyle that we will be able to live at that time in Olam Haba. Rebbe Nachman ends, and then we'll speak about this a little bit more. The Zehu v'Hashem imai. Where do Chazal learn from that halacha is like David b'chol makom? That wherever David HaMelech had a psak halacha ima b'chol makom. You know where they learned that from? This beautiful pasuk, these 2 words, v'Hashem imai. HaKodesh Baruch Hu was with him. Say Chazal, halacha kemoisei. It's a reference to halacha. Why? Because we're able to understand now what halacha is. Halacha is channeling Olam Haba into this world. It's channeling closeness to HaKodesh Baruch Hu into this world. What's closeness? Recognition of. How do we recognize HaKodesh Baruch Hu? Being grateful toward Him. That's all Olam Haba. Memela. V'Hashem imay means halacha k'moisai. Because halacha enables us to channel that kind of lifestyle into our daily lived experience from the minute that we wake up in the morning to the minute that we go to sleep. And Chazal already encapsulate that in Kol Hashoyna halachis b'chol yoim. Our halacha each and every day. Muftach l'shu ben Olam Haba. So we see a connection between Chachma and Olam Haba. And Memela, therefore, V'Hashem imay is going to be a reference to halacha. Because a person that keeps halacha in such a way, not in a dry, mechanical, rote way, but a person that realizes what halacha is, what learning halacha is, to be able to know a little bit more how to connect to HaKodesh Baruch Hu by doing certain things, by not doing certain things, to clarify what the right way is, how I can go ahead and connect to HaKodesh Baruch Hu in this world. V'Hashem imay. You'll be zoicha to tap into the spirit of Olam Haba. Hashem imay. Hashem will be with you. But we want to go one level deeper as well. We spoke before about Bina and Malchus. The way in which these two things have a very, very deep association. Bina is Olam Haba, and Malchus is the pinnacle of Olam Hazeh. It's the final sphera down from the first of the lower seven. So Chesed is again the Sunday, and Gvura is Monday, Tiferes is Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday are Netzach and Hod, and then Yesod is Friday, and Malchus is the final. Malchus is the culmination. It's the pinnacle. It's the most Gashmi. But like we said, paradoxically, if a person does it right, we can be zocha within Malchus to reach the highest heights, more than we could have in the higher realms. It's dafka through Malchus that we can actually experience, through the concealment of the physical world, through the concealment of the system of seven, we can be zocha to connect to HaKodesh Baruch Hu in the deepest way. And that's Shabbos, which is Me'ein Olam Haba. It's not Olam Haba itself, but it's Me'ein Olam Haba. It's channeling down that element of Olam Haba down into the world as the Bechina of Shabbos. And so Shabbos, which is Malchus, and Bina, which is Olam Haba itself, beyond this world, have a very, very, very deep relationship. Each one is 8 from the other, right? Malchus is 8 from Bina, and Bina is 8 back up from Malchus. These are the Indian of 8, the Indian of Chanukah, the 8 nights, one beyond nature being drawn into the element of this worldliness. Fascinatingly enough, Halacha is associated with Malchus. Halacha is Osios Hakala, the bride. And that's a reference to the feminine aspect of Malchus, which is the final sphera that receives from everything above it. It's that feministic quality of Kabbalah. It's the Indian of Shabbos that's associated with Malkusa. It's a feminine aspect. We refer to it as the princess, of course, is the Indian of Malchus. And Malchus is the Kala. It's the bride. L'chadoidi, l'kras, Kala, Penei Shabbos Nekabala. Shabbos is Malchus, and Malchus is Kala. That's the element of the feminine quality of receiving, and that's the element of Halacha is Osios Hakala, which means to say that Halacha enables a person to channel the spirit of Olam Haba within his life in this worldliness. David HaMelech is the sphera of Malchus. So David is going to be connected to the inyan of Halacha. Halacha kemoise b'chol makam, because Hakala kemoise b'chol makam. Because David HaMelech demonstrates how to be an Ish Gashmi, how to be a physical person in this world, and to be a king, and to fight wars, and to live in the pragmatic realities of this worldliness, of this experience, but at the same time being able to channel down within that the element of the mother, right? Of even Tiferes, of the groom, right? That element of the transcendent nature of HaKodesh Baruch Hu down into this world, which is the Shechina, right? To reveal His presence. How do we do that? Through the kalim, through the vessels of our halacha, which is a deeper understanding of why David HaMelech is associated with halacha, because halacha is hakala, and that's a reference to Malchus, and David HaMelech, of course, was the vessel for the sphere of Malchus. So that's a deeper understanding also of why halacha is itself like Shabbos, in the sense that Shabbos is Me'ein Olam Haba, Halacha is Me'ein Olam Haba, Kol Hashayna halachos b'chol yom, Muftach lo Yishu ben Olam Haba. Because again, it's the same element of being able to channel that kind of Olam Haba consciousness that's encapsulated in the Midah of Hodaah, which we put into practice over the eight days of Chanukah, which are Yemei Halav Hodaah, on which we experience that nace of the ability to tap into a realm beyond nature and reveal that within nature. That's the element of halacha. Halacha is also me'ein Olam Haba. Halacha is me'ein, that element of Hodaah, and these two things need to be brought together. If a person only has halacha, but he doesn't have the Hodaah, then he doesn't have that kind of awareness and realization that halacha is supposed to foster, so then it's missing. It needs to be these two elements together. That's the ultimate yichud, as we're going to learn. That's the ultimate combination and binding and unification that you and I were sent to this world to accomplish. Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. This is why we were created, to unify HaKodesh Baruch Hu, and to reveal that unity, and to live with that unity, and to make it clear to people that God exists, that He's real. We can talk about Him. We can live with Him. We can raise our children founded on a deeply palpable perception of His presence. That's the Indian, like we always say, that the pasuk tells us. What's the essence of what it is to be a Jew? We already hinted to this. Am zu, what is the pasuk? Am zu yitzartali. I created this nation for me, tihi lasi yisaperu, to say my praise. That's what we were created for, to bring this world into the realm of Olam Haba. And we have to make sure that our Torah study and our halacha observance is a vessel for that, not to lose sight of the bigger picture of why we're here, to bring those two things together into this beautiful new construct that Rebbe Nachman of Breslov came to the world to reveal among thousands of other things, each of which can change a person's life. It's just different. It's not better, worse. It's just different. There's no tzaddik that revealed Torahs like this. It's completely unique. Rebbe Nachman introduces this construct called Toda Halacha, which are two things you wouldn't think that are bound together. What is one? Is like a deeply spiritual thing, Hodaah and Hallel and singing, and one is like pragmatic details. But Rebbe Nachman says, no, they're both the same thing. And in tandem, one with the other, we can channel the spirit of Olam Haba. And so this is the element of halacha. Now we can understand again that so far we have three elements. We have so many elements, but we have the element of Bina, which is Olam Haba. We have the element of Hodaah that's associated with Olam Haba. We have the element of Halacha that's associated with Olam Haba. And then we have the awareness of how these two things, Hodaah and Halacha, which are both bound to Olam Haba, that how these two things connect in and of themselves. Because again, very quickly, the Mizmor Kav Zayin is all about Hodaah, and it ends with the pasuk Michacham Yishmer Ela V'Yizbainenu Chazdei Hashem. And Chazdei Hashem is a reference to Halacha. Two proofs. One is the proof from the Gemara in Ksubas that whoever withholds his Talmud from serving him, learning Halacha from him, Kilu Manei Mimenu Chesed. And the pasuk says about David HaMelech that Halacha was like him B'chol Makom, Hashem Imai, and we refer to David as Chazdei David Hanemanim. So Chesed is a reference to Halacha. And again, this last pasuk, Mi Chacham Yishmer Ela V'Yizbainenu Chazdei Hashem, comes in the capital of Hodaah. And so Hodaah and Halacha are themselves bound together. And of course, again, each of them are bound to the concept of Olam Haba. Now Rebbe Nachman moves in to an explanation and understanding to describe and explain how there's another element of halacha that's similarly associated with this whole thing of giving gratitude to HaKodesh Baruch Hu. It's also called halacha, but it's not exactly the way in which we've been interpreting until now, which is classically, pragmatically, the halachas that we learn and the halachas that we try to align our lives with. Now Rebbe Nachman introduces a new concept that's also encapsulated with halacha, but is another explanation and another kind of understanding. Ubishvilzeh, says Rebbe Nachman, because of this, mechuna hatoida b'shem halacha. The carbon toida and giving thanks is also called. Our halacha is about the carbon toida, right? All the karbanis. But toda, giving thanks, is also associated with the concept of halacha for another reason. This time it doesn't mean the actual halachas that we learn. Of course, like we'll say, it's associated, it's very much bound at the root with it. But halacha meaning halicha. Like Chazal say, al tikra halicha, ela halachos, right? Halicha and halacha are bound together. Halicha means to go, means to walk, which of course, that's why we call them halachos, because it comes from the word lech lecha, lech, means to go, means to proceed, that we're supposed to walk through life higher and higher, right? The Berditchever says, kal hashayna halacha, shayna means the word mishane, to change. So he reads it, kal hashayna halachos is kal hamishane halichosav b'chol yom. Whoever changes the way he walks every day is fresh, every day is new, every day is a new exploration, every day is a new understanding. Deeper and deeper asagas, deeper and deeper awarenesses that we're growing in our awareness of HaKodesh Baruch Hu and in our maturity and in our depth and in our understanding of how to serve HaKodesh Baruch Hu in this world. Muftach leishu ben Olam Haba. Such a person is a ben Olam Haba. That's how the Rebbe learns it. But al kapanim, halacha and halicha are bound together one with the other. So over here we're talking about the halicha aspect of halacha, the way of walking, the way of experiencing life. Says Rebbe Nachman, why is the concept of halacha, which means to move, which means to flow, how is that associated with the concept of thanks, the concept of Hodaah? Ki toida meviin kishiyotzim itzara. Says Rebbe Nachman, when does a person bring a carbon toida? When a person leaves a matzav of tsar, when a person is in a kind of experience of pain, Says Rebbe Nachman, when a person falls into a difficult situation, the heart feels the pain. We even feel the heart starts to beat fast, or we feel a pang in our heart. It hurts us, right? The heart feels the pain. And Rebbe Nachman says, Ki alev yodeya umargish hatzar b'yoser. The heart feels the pain more than anything else. K'may shekasav, the pasuk says in Mishlei, lev yodeya maras nafshay. The lev yodeya maras nafshay. The heart understands its bitterness. Lev yodeya maras nafshay. And the Gemara in Brachas tells us, Ki halev mevin. It's the heart that does the understanding. If a person's going through something, it's the heart that feels it the most. Halev mevin bina. It's the heart that feels it the most. And it feels the difficulty and the challenge and the pain that the person's going through. Va'azai, says Rebbe Nachman, b'shas hatzara, at the time of the actual tsar, miskansin kol adamim va'olim el halev. All of the blood in the person's body flows to the heart. Flows to the heart. Why? A mashal. Because in a city, if there's tsar and if there's pain, where does everyone go? They all go to the chacham. They all go to the leader and to the person that they trust, that can lead them, that can guide them, because they want an eitzah, and so they all go to him. He says it's the same thing with the heart and the blood that flows throughout the body. Because again, the heart is the maven, the heart is the chacham, and the blood that's flowing throughout the body is all the other people, so to speak, throughout the system. But when there's a tsar and the lave feels it the most, all the blood goes and it starts to flow and it starts to rush through the heart. All the blood gets gathered together, and the person, it's also, do you ever feel if a person is, they call it cold feet, when a person gets scared of something, right? Or a person is in a situation where it's like your heart stops, right? And you feel cold, you feel a kriris. Why is that? Says Rebbe Nachman, b'pnimius, because the blood, maybe if not physiologically, but the pnimius of the blood, spiritually, is going to that place called the leiv. Levakish eitza v'tachbula keneged hatzara, because the leiv is the chacham, and all the blood wants to ask for an eitza, so to speak, from the chacham. And when that happens, they start to pressure the heart. They start to push upon the heart. And then the lave is in so much pain. Says Rebbe Nachman, it's not just that the lave already understood the pain more than anybody. Like he says, and so the lave itself, the heart, was in so much pain even without the pain that's being caused by the blood that's pressuring it. But now, all the blood is pushing upon it, is pressuring it, is causing a tremendous, tremendous pressure, which is why, by the way, people die from heart attacks that are associated with emotional experiences, with anxiety and with inordinate amounts of stress. It's all in the heart. It's all in the heart. It's even true medically. It's all in the heart. Because there's a pressure that happens in the heart, dafka in the heart, not in the right arm or the leg, dafka in the heart, because all the blood, like people that go to the chacham, they're all flowing to the heart to ask for an eitzah, but it pains the heart when this happens. The alkain, therefore, when a person goes through this kind of experience, and there's tsar, and there's pain, and there's difficulty, and there's a challenge, so the heart starts to beat very, very fast, fight or flight, right? And we feel it in ourselves. The heart is pumping, 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 pumping. Why? Says Rebbe Nachman, now we could understand it. He wants to cast all the blood away from it. He's trying to just get things through, get it off, because it can't handle it. It's too painful, and it needs to itself have a little bit of time to work out how to deal with this problem and what to do. And so it says, now is not the time. I know how bad the situation is, but I need a little bit of time to think, so to speak. And that's what the lave is feeling. It starts to cast all the blood off of it. This is why a person's heart beats so powerfully and intensely at the time of a tsar. When a person gets out of that matziv, and a person is able to taste a little bit of a Yeshua, and a person is no longer in such a matziv of pain and of fear and of stress and anxiety. What happens then is that the blood starts to flow in a normal, regular way that it was flowing before the time of the tsar, when there was incredible amounts of intensity and pressure, and the blood is flowing to the heart, and the heart is beating, and everything just goes back keseder, to flow properly. Says Rebbe Nachman, do you know how we refer to things flowing properly? Tahaluchas hadamim. Tahaluchas, the flow of the blood. What's the shorish of the word tahaluchas? Halacha. Halacha. When things flow properly, move in the natural way that they're supposed to move. V'al kain, says Rebbe Nachman, therefore, ha'toida, this element of giving thanks and gratitude to HaKodesh Baruch Hu, when does a person thank Hashem? When a person gets out of a matziv. When do those people have to bench goimel? Not on the boat. After they get back to land safely, safe and sound, then they have this chiv of going ahead and to give Hodaah, and to give thanks to HaKodesh Baruch Hu. So at that moment where Hodaah becomes relevant, where a person has been saved, and a person then realizes just on a literal level, the chesed of HaKodesh Baruch Hu, that's the time of halacha as well, in the sense that this is the element of the flowing blood that goes back where the time of the tsar is over and everything's okay, and it's the calm after the storm, and everything calms down, and the blood is able to flow again like it was. This time period of this element of giving thanks to HaKodesh Baruch Hu is also encapsulated and wrapped up in the element of halacha, which means to flow. Things flow again. Things start to flow in the way that they're supposed to. Al shein tahaluchas hadamim. The blood flows back in the way that the blood was supposed to go. Everything is fine. Everything is okay, and the blood goes and starts to flow again the way it is. This is another reason why halacha, not this time in the sense of Jewish law, we're going to get to that in a minute, of course it's connected, but this is another reason why this word halacha, which can also be referenced in this Maimer Chazal, that kalashoina halachos b'chol yai muftach loishu ben Olam Haba, this is another reason why halacha is associated with Olam Haba, because Olam Haba is Hodaah. When's Hodaah? When the time of tsar is over, when a person gets out of that tsara. A person's getting out of the tsara, tahaluchas hadamim. The blood is starting to flow in its natural, normal way, the way that it was flowing before the person was in this matzah of tsar. That's another reason why halacha, and the concept of halacha, not just Jewish law, but movement, of course, that's why Jewish law is called halacha, because it teaches us how to walk, teaches us how to progress, how to proceed, but why this would be connected to the concept of Hodaah. So Hodaah and halacha are bound together again, not just because of the connection between halacha and Hodaah, which we described at length, but now they're connected one with the other because the time that a person says Hodaah, which is right after the tsar is finished, that is also associated with tahaluchos hadamim, the blood that begins to flow properly throughout the shvilei haguf. Says Rebbe Nachman, Os Gimel, Umizeh ba haylada benakel. This is the concept of being able to give birth easily. Only Rebbe Nachman. You don't find this in other places. Like, where did that come from? The tzaddik is building huge buildings, huge structures that show us how the entire Torah, every concept is bound together, aligns. There's nothing like it. It's kaleidoscopic. He was the architect Hagadol. He was the great architect. Rebbe Nachman says this is associated with Holada Benakel, being able to give birth easily. How? The Gemara tells us that at the time that a woman is ready to give birth, her legs become mitztananois, become cold, become cool. As the Gemara tells us in Saita. Now, why would a limb become cool? Well, first we have to understand why a limb is warm. What keeps us warm? Blood, mammals, right, are warm-blooded. We have this element of blood that flows through every single tiny little cell and throughout our veins and being brought to every cell in the body, and it warms it up. if this Gemara is telling us that before giving birth, her thighs, her legs become cold, it must mean that the blood is going somewhere. And says Rebbe Nachman, it is true, because at that time the blood in the legs goes above, and then the place where the baby is coming out from becomes a little bit more pressured, right? Because the blood is all contributing to the pushing process, to that process of contractions. And then the Vlad, the child, is pushed outward. And that is helped along by the blood that originated in the legs but is leaving the legs, goes out of its place to the makom of the Leda and pushes the baby back, pushes the baby out. And then, like we said, after a time of tsar, the blood goes and flows back to the place where it was before. Like we said, this is the construct of toida, halacha, praise, and Jewish law, which is also an element of taluchas hadamim, which is exactly what's happening here. The blood is flowing. Again, it's different a little bit than a time of regular tsar, where it's flowing to the heart and then it goes throughout the body again. But over here, it's also an element of toida, halacha, where the blood that was in the makom of the leda flows back down into the legs. Right? And when the time of that tsar is over, when the blood begins to go back to where it was before, that's also a concept of halacha that comes after tsar, and this is the element of a woman giving birth and the process afterwards of the blood, similarly, like after a time of tsar, flowing back to its place. Fascinatingly enough, the Mefarshim point out that Gemara that Rebbe Nachman brought to link halacha to the concept of chesed, because the pasuk says Chazdei Hashem in Mizmor Kav Zayin, which is about Hodaah, and we wanted to link Hodaah and halacha. That very Gemara that says that whoever withholds a halacha from his student, it's like he withheld from him chesed. The Gemara continues, and the Gemara says an amazing thing. And whoever does such a thing, withholds his students from learning halacha from him, the Gemara says, "Afilu ubarim shebemei ima mikala lemosa." Even fetuses in the womb are cursing him. So what is that? What's the connection between fetuses in the womb and a person not allowing somebody to learn halacha from him? But now it's mavur heitiv. Now we can understand what the concept of giving birth would have to do with the concept of halacha. Because these two things are bound together. Because what halacha is, in the sense of being able to be connected to Hodaah, to give thanks to HaKodesh Baruch Hu, which is a self-connected to the other understanding of halacha, which means for things to flow, if that process is held up and halacha is not being taught, so then there's a concept of birth that's not taking place. There's a concept of that ubar, that fetus, that's cursing that person, because the concept of birth, childbirth, is associated with halacha and limud of halacha. And here he says, Ki gam halacha hi bechinas holada, because halacha and holada, the concept of halacha, actual halachas this time, and birth are connected one with the other. And here he explains, very deep. Ki yesh tamchei oraisa. There exist tamchei oraisa, those that support Torah. Now, like we said in the beginning, everything in this world is founded upon a spiritual metzias and a spiritual reality. And that means to say that whatever you can find in this world is going to trace back to one of those 10 elemental points. Most of the time, they're associated with with one or more of the lower 7, because that's the blueprint for our physical reality, as we described at length. But everything can be drawn back to this system. What is this? Where is it connected to? Everything has its root in this system, which was the blueprint with which HaKodesh Baruch Hu built His world, continues to run His world, and they run through every single element, certainly throughout the whole Torah, throughout all of Halacha. All the Yamim Tovim are associated with different spheres. All the tzaddikim, all the different Shiva Royim, there are 7 shepherds. Why? Because of course, Avram is Chesed, Yitzchak is Gvura, Yaakov is Tiferes, Netzach and Hodaah, Moshe and Aaron, Yisod is Yosef is tzaddik is Sod Olam, and like we already said, David HaMelech is Malchus. Everything fits into this system. And the concept of those that support Torah they also find a place where they exist within the framework. Where are those that support Torah in the framework? What's the connection? Where do they connect? And the answer, of course, is that they connect to the midos of Netzach and Hod. Netzach and Hod. Why is that? Because again, This world is founded upon the lower 7, which begins with Chesed. Chesed is as Avram Avinu. Chesed is just unbridled giving. Yitzchak is complete Gevura. But Yaakov Avinu is Tiferes. What's Tiferes? Tiferes is a blend between the right side and the left side. It's the torso, it's in the middle. It's the synthesis between the thesis of Chesed, the antithesis of Gevura, the synthesis of Chesed in the middle to balance these two things, Chesed and Gevura. What do Chazal tell us about Yaakov Avinu? Yaakov is Torah. Yaakov ish tam yoshev oihalim. He sits in the Torah. Ish tam is osios yesh emes. Titein emes liYaakov. V'nasan lonu teiras emes. This is the element of truth. What is emes? Emes is the broad spectrum of Chesed all the way to Gevura. Emes, the very word emes, is the Aleph, which is the first letter of the Aleph base. The Mem, which is the middlemost letter in the Aleph base, and the Tuth, which is the last letter of the Aleph base. Our Torah is founded upon Chesed and Gevura. It's a blend. It's not all Chesed and it's not all Gevura. There are mitzvahs aseh and mitzvahs lois aseh. That Sarah said there begin with Anoichi Avaya Likecha, which is the element, of course, of Chesed, but then lo yelecha, and that's the element of Gevura. Yaakov Avinu brings it all together. What's under Yaakov? If Yaakov Avinu is the torso, and that's the meaning of Tiferes, again, Chesed and Gevura, the right hand and the left hand, which is the inyan of Avram and the inyan of Yitzchak, and then the torso is the inyan of Tiferes. What is under Tiferes? What holds up Tiferes? The two legs, Netzach and Hod. And so the Tamchi Oraisa, those that are supporting Torah in this Yisachar Zavulun relationship, those that support Torah are rooted, the Zohar Kadosh tells us, in the legs, in the Midah of Netzach and Hod, because they are mamid, they enable the Torah to stand on its feet, so to speak. And the pasuk also links Mammon to Raglaim. Also, right? Ayukuma Shabragleichem is the properties of Mamoinoi, right? Shel Adam, that stands him on his feet. Money is associated with the legs. Tamchi Araisa is the supporters of Torah, which are going to be the midos underneath. Yaakov Avinu is Tiferes, which is the inyan of Torah, a blend of aseis and los aseis, and the midos of Netzach and Hod are the Tamchin de Araisa. They support the Torah. That's what the Zohar Kadosh tells us. Then in last week's parasha, in Parashas Vayishlach, when Yaakov Avinu gets into the big fight with the Sarah Shel Esav, the Malach and the Sarah Shel Esav is Naga b'Kaf Yerech Yaakov. He hits the Kaf Yerech Yaakov, the leg of Yaakov Avinu, and the Zohar Kadosh says, what was the pagam? What was affected by that blemish? The Tamchin de Oraisa. He was able to hit him in the place of the Tamchin de Oraisa. He was able to cause for a certain element of blemishing and to make it very hard for those that want to teach Torah to get the support, to get the financial support they need. It's all rooted in this element that the Malach of Esav, the Sarah Shel Esav, is hitting Yaakov Avinu in the yerech, in the thighs. This is the element of the feet. So says Rebbe Nachman very deep again. Ki gam halacha hi bechinas holada. Halacha, this element of being able to reveal new chidushim halacha to the world is going to be associated with birth. How did we talk about the birthing process? Something happened with the feet. Remember, the blood goes out of the feet to the makom of leida, and then it flows back in. Says Rebbe Nachman so deep. If we understand that halacha is associated with birth, that there's something new that's coming to the world. Olam chesed yibane. Chesed is halacha, and it's yibane. It can be built. It can reveal itself, manifest itself. It also needs to become birthed out of a thought process. Halacha is comparable to an ubar b'mei imam, like we already said, that Armakal, somebody withholds someone from learning halacha, because halacha is birthed. Halacha is a process of birth. So then we can understand that there's going to be an aspect of connectivity between the birth of a woman, which has a connection to the legs and a process that takes place in the legs, and the birth of a halacha and the concept of legs vis-a-vis the Torah, which is netzach v'hod, which is those that support Torah. So Rebbe Nachman says, Ki yesh tamchi araisa. There are those that support Torah. Shenoisnim mammon l'leimdei Torah. They give support and they give money to leimdei Torah. Now, ubetchila he mechasrim emoina me'atzma. The first stage is they lack. If they have $5 million and they give $1 million to a yeshiva, now they only have 4. So they're in a matzav of lack. When they give their money to the Talmid Chacham, nechsar etzlam, they have a lack by them. Says Rebbe Nachman, this is the pneumius understanding of what Chazal tell us happens when a woman gives birth. There's the process of a birth happening. What happens? The thighs become cold. What does that mean, the thighs become cold? The dam flows out of them. Now, what is the birth that we're referring to here? The birth of Torah, the birth of Halacha. Birth of Halacha, the same process has got to happen. But what are the legs vis-a-vis halacha? The supporters for Torah, netzach and hod, the tamchi oraisa. So what does that mean that the blood flows out of them? Damim, says Rebbe Nachman, damim tarti mashma. Damim means two things. It can mean blood, and that's how we were referring to it in the context of the simple understanding of that Gemara vis-a-vis and in relation to a woman's childbirth, bringing a child into the world. But damim could also mean money. And so Yarchesel mitztananos means that before a halacha is born into the world, Yarchesel, the two elements of legs, netzach and hod, mitztananos, they become cold. Why did they become cold? Because the dam leaves it, but not the dam of blood, the dam of money, because they lack, because first it's a sacrifice on their part. Ki damim tarti mashma, says the Heilige Rebbe Schusia Gnalenu. This is so deep, it's so amok. After this, through their magnanimous benevolence, when they go ahead and they give of themselves and they lack, but they gave it to someone else, guess what happens? Noilad halachos, new halachos are born that would never have been able to be discovered if people didn't have the Yishuv Adas to sit and to discover and to learn and to clarify and to originate these novel rulings. Halachos are born. It's like the child is born. Halacha is born. She'im mechinas chesed, which are an aspect of chesed, like we said, Olam chesed yibane. The element of chesed is born. It's birthed into the world. Yibane, a new structure is built. Azai al yidei hashpas hachesed. Because a new chesed is brought into the world, when more halacha is learned, guess what happens? Chayzer v'nesmalach chesroinam. The blood flows back. Maybe even more than it was before. Blood, damim tarti mashma. The money flows right back into the legs that contributed, that first grew cold, because the dam, money flowed out of it. But then after the birth, guess what happens? A new chesed is brought down into the world. That's all that halacha is supposed to do. Supposed to channel HaKodesh Baruch Hu into our lives, bring an influx of chesed down into every single element of our daily experience of being awake and being a functioning, alive person. And then the dam flows back in. That's tahaluchas hadamim. That's also why, again, halacha is associated with tahalucha. Means to walk, means to flow. Things flow. But it is a process, it's a birthing process. And first the blood is not there, and it's a shas tsar. And then afterwards, the halacha is able to bring incredible chesed down into this world. V'zeh b'chinas shashuei Olam Haba. Says Rebbe Nachman, the deepest thing. This model in and of itself, of a lack, and then a birth, and then the feeling of that lack in a way that's even better than it would have ever been. So that's very, very carefully. And I hope that I'm listening to this carefully, and I hope that I could channel Siyata D'Shmaya, because all this is B'derech Efsher, but I do believe that there's a mahalach here it's so sweet and delicious and deep and applicable, and this is the way to prepare for Chanukah Chaver. So what a privilege. This model that we are describing now is the delight of the world to come. It's another element called the exploring what this concept of halacha is going to be able to tell us a little bit about halacha as well, and the delight of that time period. Now, what's important even before going further is to draw a distinction and realize the separateness between what the Rebbe described before as taluchas hadamim and a shas of tsar, when a person is like one of those four people on a boat that's going to capsize, and a person is screaming and a person is terrified, or the person that's traveling through a desert and similarly feels as if there's no end in sight, or the person is very sick and gets up. All of these different people in prison and they get free, or captivity, all these kinds of people, it seems to be that the process of the blood flowing to the heart didn't accomplish anything. And when it flows back into all the places where it was before, it's not different than it was before. It's that before the person was walking on dry land. Then he went on a boat and he was scared half to death and everybody thought that it was finished. And then it's over and he's walking on dry land again. But it doesn't seem like anything was gained. Here Rebbe Nachman is teaching that process enables something new to be born, something new to be brought into the world. That this process is the process of birth. That it's not that when the blood flows back into the same place that it was before, everything is the same. No, the woman is the same as she was before, but guess what? There's a new baby in the world. There's new life in the world. The people that contributed to the process of learning Torah, they have their money back. But it's not what it was before. Everything's different. Even though everything looks the same, everything is different. Something happened here. Something new is brought into the world. Says Rebbe Nachman, that's Shashua Olam Haba. That is the Tachlis Maaseh Shemayim Va'aretz, the purpose of there having been a world created. Here Rebbe Nachman describes it and explains. The pasuk in Yeshaya says, V'ya'ar lavana ka'ar achama. That la'asid lavo v'ya'ar lavana, the light of the moon will be shining like the light of the sun. Hanem la'asid, that is speaking about that time period of la'asid lavo. Ki alavana tivakar. Rebbe Nachman says, you know what the moon is? The moon is cold. The moon has no warmth of its own. The moon has no light of its own. It manifests this concept of ma, of what? Of lack, of chisaron. This incredible element of coldness and lack. That's because right now the world is in a process of tsar, and the whole entire world, all of history, vis-a-vis Olam Haba, is the 6 days of the week, even Shabbos. It's not Olam Haba, it's Olam Haba, but it's all a bechina of tsar. It's all a bechina of pain. It's all a bechina of chisaron. We lack. Shabbos, we go into Shabbos, as if, but it's only a ki'ilu. It brings tremendous joy, and we're able to connect to Amunah, but it's not the thing itself. This whole world is the concept of lack, is the concept of the Levana, that was all rooted in HaKodesh Baruch Hu telling the Levana, L'chim ma'atias atzmech, make yourself small, make yourself lacking like. That's the concept of this worldliness that the Gemara tells us in Moed Katan, that HaKodesh Baruch Hu needs to say, Haviu alai kapara, that I'm asking Kiviyachal, HaKodesh Baruch Hu asks for forgiveness from us. Every Erev Rosh Hashanah, which is why it's a time for tshuva, as well as Rebbe Nachman describes in Torah Aleph and Tinyana, the lesson before this. Rebbe Nachman talks about this element in which HaKodesh Baruch Hu says, forgive me, because the root of all lack is rooted in the chesron of the Levana, which is the creation of this world itself. But la'asid lavo, it says that lack will be filled, which means the dam, the blood, the warmth will flow back into that element of the Levana, and it will again shine like the sun. But what did we learn about this process? It's not simply that things going back to the way they were. This is so deep; it's deeper than words, mamish. I hope that I can give it over. We understand now that it's not simply that before creation there was a sun and a moon, but the moon was shining like the sun. Then creation happened, and then la'asid lavo. Okay, HaKodesh Baruch Hu says, the moon will be like it was before. It will be like it was before. But do you know that in the process something new happened? Do you know that in the process something new was born? That we gave something to HaKodesh Baruch Hu through our experience of this lack? That the Shas of Tsar wasn't for naught. And this itself is the incredible premise and foundation for the kind of mentality that understands the ability to say Baruch Dayana Emes and even Baruch HaTov HaMeitiv, to live in a consciousness, even though halachically we don't make the Baruch HaTov HaMeitiv, but to live in the perspective, to realize that any lack, that any tsar, that any pain that I'm going through, it's for a reason. There's purpose here. And I can tap into that transcendent reason even in the moment of my lack. We mentioned before the pasuk, to scream out from HaKodesh Baruch Hu and Anani B'Merchav to ask that HaKodesh Baruch Hu save us with the R of the Merchav, which is the R of Bina, which is the R of freedom, which is the R of Yovel, which is the R of the 50th gate, which is the R of the 8th note, which is the R of La'asad Lavai. But there's also a pasuk that says Bitsar Hirchavtali. Even while I was still in the narrowness, Hirchavtali, you gifted me this experience of what's called Rechayvas Hanar in the Kabbalah Sfarim as a reference to Bina. You gave me Hirchavtali, you gave me a Rachav. You enabled me to tap into that spirit even while I'm in the Tsar. What gives us that strength? What gives us that ability? This perspective to realize that every inyan of lack is not simply that right now I'm in a matzav of chisaron, and then afterwards it'll be filled. Yes, the blood will flow back into the legs that grow cold. Yes, the money will go back into the bank accounts of those that went ahead and supported Torah. But something new will have been created. There's meaning to our suffering. There's meaning to our struggle. That's Rebbe Nachman's chiddush here. It's unbelievable. This is what la'asid lavo is, the realization that everything that we went through was meaningful, and that it was all this process of chisaron, but in the process, dafka, because of the chisaron, and the chisaron itself is only a feature of the fact that something productive is happening here. That's why the blood leaves, not because it wants to leave, but because it's contributing to a process of birth. Then it flows back in and we say, oh my gosh, I'm back to where I was before, but I have something new. We're holding a baby in our hands. We're holding new halachas, new chidushim, new ways of living. This is so incredibly deep. This is the element of la'asad lavai. And it will be filled like the light of the sun. The chisaron will be filled. But it will be connected to the concept of birth. Something new will have been brought into the world. Olam Haba, which is an element of the pleasure and the delight of the world to come. This is the aspect of the pasuk in Bereshis. Eila told us Hashemayim v'ha'aretz b'hibaram. These are the chronicles of heaven and earth b'hibaram, when He created them. Say Chazal, don't read it b'hibaram, ela ba'avraham. Read it Avraham. What does that mean? That HaKodesh Baruch Hu created, told us Shemayim v'ha'aretz, the chronicles of heaven and earth ba'avraham. What's Avraham? We already said at length. Midas ha'chesed, which is Olam Chesed Yibana, as he says, right? Shehem b'chinas chesed. That's the element of this world having been created with chesed, and that's told us Hashemayim ba'aretz bihibaram ba'avraham ki haholada agdei b'chinas halachos, because any birth in the world that's connected to toldos Shemayim ba'aretz, toldos is a lashon of holada, needs to be ba'avraham, needs to be connected to the mita that Avraham represents, which is chesed, which is connected to halacha, because this is the process of anything that's going to be born is connected to halacha, is connected to the flowing of the blood, first flowing up to the makom to push out the vlad, and then flowing back into the tamchin oraisa when we transfer that model into the element of the birth of halachos, right? Not just out of childbirth, but back to the concept of the birth of halachos. Any holada is going to be associated with halacha, and that's the chesed of Avraham, and chesed, of course, is halacha. And so Eila told the Shemayim ba'aretz bihibaram ba'avraham. Avram is the midah of chesed. Chesed is halacha, like we said. Chazei David Hanamanim kilu menei mena chesed. Two rayas. Mi is boinen mi chacham yishmar elav is boinen uchazei Hashem is the Olam Haba aspect of what we're trying to achieve and what we're trying to attain, and that's why Olam Haba speaks about the milui of chisaron. But this deep understanding of what the milui is that something new was produced in the meantime. Eila told us Hashmayim Bihibaram be'avraham. Told us, Tolada is connected to the union of Avram Chesed Halacha. Ha'idei b'chinas halacha she'b'chinas chesed kanal. V'zeh b'chinas, and this is all in everything we learned up until now in the last 2 hours almost is encapsulated. By the way, and this is the way to learn the Likutei Moharan. Believe it or not, it's very hard to keep the flow if it's not one gilui. The Rebbe didn't teach these Torahs over a period of 6 weeks. It was just one sitting. Some of the Torahs took 8 hours. Torah Ches. Some of the Torahs took hours and hours and hours, and they would get up and they would dance. If I was with you, Be'ezer Hashem, we would dance, mamish dance. We're going to dance the whole Chanukah from this. It's not another Dvar Torah. It's not something you learn in a sefer. It's like, oh, it's a nice approach. It's the essence of the Chag. It's the essence of Yiddishkeit. It's madlikat halev, and I hope that you're feeling that. I'm feeling that, and I know this Torah a little bit. I've been teaching it and learning it for a couple of years, but every time I learn it, there's new chidushim. There's something new. It's so beautiful, and it's so wonderful. Short form content is nice, but it doesn't deliver the full punch of what this Gilui is. It's Gan Eden. It's Pasha Gan Eden. You don't want to leave. It's Pasha Gan Eden. So here he encapsulates the whole entire lesson of everything we learned together. V'zeh b'chinas mizmar l'soida hariu l'Hashem kol ha'aretz. This is it. This pasuk is the whole Torah that we've learned until now, and we're just starting. Mom is just starting. Mizmar l'soida means mizmar, giving praise, l'soida, to give again, to express our todah, our thanks to HaKodesh Baruch Hu, hariu l'Hashem kol ha'aretz, let the whole aretz, let the whole earth sing and scream out to HaKodesh Baruch Hu. That's the simple understanding, says Rebbe Nachman. L'soida, the word l'soida is oisi ois toilada, has the same letters as tolada. Here we see a connection between todah and holada. We already connected halacha to giving birth, now we connect giving birth to thanks, which itself is connected to halacha. Everything has to be bound together. There are links that are linking everything. It's a holistic hologram. It's a construct. It's an intellectual construct that's forged through Mamar Chazal and Psukim and connectivity and concept and in theory and in Kabbalah and Remez, Drush and Sod and Pshat, of course. It's deep. It's mamish amok. It's so beautiful and new. It's chiddush. Everything Rebbe Nachman taught was chiddush. His chadshus. It's new. It's filled with the spirit of renewal. There's just a new gilui in the world. And so we already linked halacha we already linked halacha to Hodaah, and now we linked halacha to tolada, giving birth. Now we got to link holada to to Hodaah, giving birth with Todah, with thanks, with Hodaah. And so here, Mizmar L'Soida, the word L'Soida itself, which means thanks, is the same letters as Tolada, because it's got to be connected to Tolada as well. And Hariu Lashem Kol Haaretz, that the whole earth should sing to HaKodesh Baruch Hu, is of course Rosh Hashanah's Halacha. And so here in this one line in Tehillim, Rebbe Nachman sees all these ideas packed in. Mizmar L'Soida. L'Soida is Tolada, and it means thanks, and it means giving birth. Hariu Lashem Kol Haaretz is Halacha, all of which is connected to the concept of Olam Haba. Olam Haba is Bina. It's the first Hey Yud Kei Vav Kei that's supposed to illuminate Malchus. Guess what Malchus is called? Aretz. Hariu Lashem Kol Haaretz. Kol Haaretz, the whole earthiness, our experience of the mundane world, and our experience of different elements within it, water and fire and all and earth and air, the ability to use every element of the physical world through the framework of halacha to reveal HaKodesh Baruch Hu, to connect to Him, to become more aware of Him, to become more grateful to Him, to become more and more attuned and attuned to His chesed, and to become more comfortable and used to living with these eyes of Olam Haba. That's everything that we've spoken about already is all encapsulated within this pasuk. And he explains that this is why Chazal tell us that Asa, there was a wicked king. It was actually a complex king, but he did some wonderful things. But there were some things that he did not do properly, and one of those things was respecting Talmidei Chachamim. And he went ahead and he stopped them from learning, and he made them go to the army, even though they were exempt. Asa chala es raglav, and guess what happened to him? He became chala es raglav. He became sick. Where? In his feet. Dafka, his feet. Now, why would he get sick in his feet? Now that we understand what feet are and how they interact with the concept of Torah and how they interact with the concept of birthing halachos, that they are supposed to be supporting Torah. If a person is not supporting Torah, that can lead to the feet getting blemished. So Chazal tell us, Asa chola es raglav. Asa had this experience of having his feet damaged and blemished. Al sha'asa and garya b'tamidei chachamim, because he went ahead and he caused that tamidei chachamim shouldn't be able to learn properly. Ki al yedei sha'asa and garya b'tamidei chachamim ubita lo'isam and halachos, because he prevented them from learning. Al yedei zechala es raglav. Because of this, he became a little bit sick. Dafka in his feet, ki halachas himchinas tikkun v'kiyam haraglayim, like we already learned. Halacha and the birth of new halachas gives kiyam to the raglayim. This is a very important line, because most people think that the feet are supporting the Torah, meaning tiferes, right? That those that support the Torah needs them. It's true, because the pasuk said, and the Gemara tells us, in kemach, in Torah. It's true. There's no support, there's no Torah. But the deepest reality is in Torah, in kemach. You know what came first? Torah. Yes, once there's Torah in the world, it needs support. But the truth of what needs what is that those that are supporting Torah need the Torah. The truth of what needs what is that the body needs the soul, right? The soul needs the body to manifest itself and to express itself in the world, but the body without the soul is nothing, and the soul without the body lives on forever, right? And so that's Rebbe Nachman saying here, ki halachos he mechinas tikkun v'kiyam haraglayim. Even though it seems that the raglayim are being mekayim the Torah, im ein kemach in Torah, the truth is, Torah in kemach. Because the halachos are this aspect of tahaluchas hadamim that allow the blood to flow, that allow the blood to then flow. And again, damim is not just blood. Tarti mashma means also dam, which means money, to flow back keseder into the legs. Va'asa shepagam bezeh ubita l'satamidei chachamim and halachos al kein chala as raklav. So Asa that had that made a blemish in this concept of Torah study, he had to get sick in his feet because it was never bound to their purpose, which is the concept of being connected to support for Torah, birthing new halachos. And so Dafka, he blemished Netzach and Hod because he did the opposite of supporting Torah. So he was afflicted in his legs, Dafka. Ad kan, I would say, chelik aleph of this particular Torah. This is the first gilui, construct, halacha, Hodaah, Olam Haba, and Todah, giving thanks, all wrapped up into the concept of Bina, and some of the ideas that we have begun already speaking about in the context of oneness and multiplicity, and the way in which these two things relate, this world and the world to come, and the 8 days of Chanukah, and the realm of Nisim, where everything is galui and everything is revealed, and we can perceive the oneness of HaKodesh Baruch Hu, and the ability to draw that into our lives through halacha. Everything that we spoke about until now is part one, so to speak, and here we move in to the second construct within this lesson, and then we're going to fit it all together and see how Rebbe Nachman is changing the world every second just by revealing these Torahs and having them be in the world. Rebbe Nachman said about his Torah, he said, "My Sefer Likutei Moharan is aschalta de Geula." It's the beginning of Geula. People think that Rebbe Nachman meant when he said that if you have payas, and you come to my tzion and you give a pruta to tzedakah and you say Tikkun HaKlali, I'll pull you out of Gehenna by your payas. It doesn't mean Gehenna in the next world. Rebbe Nachman is pulling people out of hell in this world through teachings like these. It's a different consciousness. Speak Pashat a different language. People just don't understand it. It's a completely different way of thinking, and it's Rebbe Nachman's das. Rebbe Nachman was a gadol. Rebbe Nachman was a gadol shebegedolim, and it's still hidden. Like Rebbe Nachman says, "Vadaina Arnella minister." Not just because we believe him because he said that, but because the quality of the Torah and the depth of thought and the chiddush is unique. It's just unique, and I hope that you're tasting that a little bit. It's unique, and it gifts the person who learns it, Rebbe Nachman says, with a moach gadol. You can get a big mind if you learn these Torahs. Trains you how to think abstractly, finding the common theme throughout different things, finding unity in disparate ideas. It's an otherworldly experience. It's haschalta de geula, not just that it's going to bring Mashiach, which of course I believe it will, but in our own lives, it's haschalta de geula. Right? In our own lives, we can begin to taste a little bit of redemption through learning these Torahs. It's already Olam Haba. The world stops existing. It's just sitting and basking in the Ziv HaShechina that Rebbe Nachman was shining down to the world through his humble, open channel that wasn't blocked up with any ego. All it was just coming to save, Am Yisrael and help Am Yisrael achieve its ultimate potential with all the chedushim and all the eitzas and just this general approach to Yiddishkeit that's so incredibly broad and vast and deep and transformative, and so this is Chelik Aleph, and we're going to demonstrate how Chelik Aleph and Chelik Beis are all bound together. It's all one theme, but we're going to get there. Let's now start Ois Dalid, which again is the fourth letter here, but I believe that it marks the beginning of Chelik Beis of this Torah. Rebbe Nachman says, excuse me, when a person is zoche to the bechina of toida halacha, when a person attains this consciousness of toida, which is Olam Haba, but then halacha, which is hakala, to be able to channel that down into the way that he lives in this world. Al yedei zeh, says Rebbe Nachman, this leads to nisgala or ha'emes, to the revelation of the light of unity, umeir bahadibur. And it manifests within the capacity of speech. The light of emes shines down and illuminates within the capacity of speech. Now, he's going to get to why in a minute, but just on the most basic elemental level, how do we express our gratitude? It's only through speech. How do we express our Hodaah to our HaKodesh Baruch Hu? Halal and Hodaah, right? Likrayas HaHalal, to read it, to speak it out, to sing it through our speech. Is there any form of speech that's more emes than praising HaKodesh Baruch Hu? That's recognizing HaKodesh Baruch Hu's guiding hand behind every leaf that falls from a tree, and certainly everything that happens in our lives. Is there any greater emes than that? That's the ultimate emes. That is the emes. It's just not to fall for the sheker of this world, and to remind ourselves that Yesh Elokim and HaKodesh Baruch Hu is running our lives, and He's with us, and He's real, and there's no deeper emes than that in the world. And so when a person achieves this mindset of toida halacha, so memela, what happens? Memela, the emes, that emes that a person accesses, shines into and illuminates the dibur, the capacity of speech. That's on the most basic level. Rebbe Nachman reveals a little bit of a deeper level here, and then we'll say something even a deeper kind of explanation. He says, because first, when a person was in a matzav of tsar, and a person had not yet achieved the awareness of how the tsar that the person was going through and the chisaron that the person was experiencing and the yarchasel mitzananois, and that experience of coldness and kriros of the levana that's chaser, and a person didn't perceive how that was a process, that was part of a birthing process, and it just felt like tsar, and it felt like pain, and there was no rachav, there was no experience of harchava within the tsar, bitsar herchav talim, and there was no Indian of that, freedom of that light of bina of Olam Haba, clarity, lucidity. Azai, says Rebbe Nachman, when a person is in that matzav, hu bechinas pegam ha'emes. That's a pegam ha'emes. That's the opposite of emes. That's when a person gets frustrated and angry and anxious, and this is what we do because we're human beings, and it's very difficult for us. We're trying to elevate our consciousness. We're trying to upgrade, our mode of experiencing life so that we can start to live on the level of Olam Haba already, which is, of course, the reason that Hasidus came to the world, is to already begin gifting us these hasagas so that we can, even now, bring in an early Shabbos Kiviyachal and already start to taste all of this that we describe as happening in Olam Haba. We can start already living this way now, which Rebbe Nachman says that my Mashiach already came, which means to say that Rebbe Nachman's Torah took him out of Galus, and we described before, pull us out of Gehenna, Maschalta de Geula can begin to enable us to become redeemed, free, just to look in the world in a much, much different way, and with Olam Haba eyes that people find sometimes a hard to understand because they don't understand these teachings. They don't understand what it is. It's different. It's just something different. You have to experience it, and you have to be humble and open to it, and you have to be mevatel to it, and you have to spend time and work on it and be mamin in it. There's the aspect of amunas chachamim. Certainly chachamim that it's a little bit hard maybe to believe in because the rest of the world is not on this, on this train and so on and so forth. But when a person lives in this way, and a person is in that sorrow, but he doesn't appreciate the gadlus of what he's going through and how it's part of a process, so he says, this is a pegama emes. This is the element of pegama emes. Bebechinas anshi damim yisnu usam. The pasuk in Mishlei says, who's Yisnu Usam, who hates Tam, which is wholesomeness, Yaakov Ish Tam. Of course, the conjugation of Ish Tam is Emes. Emes is Ish Tam. The Aleph of Ish and the Tam, right, of Emes is those letters. Emes, Aleph, Mem, Tav. But this element of Tam, of Emes, is hated by Anshe Damim. It's those people that are in a matzav of dam, those people that are in a situation, in a circumstance of blood, right? Which means to say they're caught up in this, that the dam is not settled in their hearts and in their bodies, and this, that there's so much pain in the world, and there's so much sorrow in the world, and they're not able to tap into the amuna and to the capacity to utilize that experience dafka as a meeting place and as a way in which we can tap into HaKodesh Baruch Hu. Anshe damim yisnu usam. We see that there's a correlation between anshe damim, those people that are caught up in the illusion of lack, which again is the illusion of creation, is the illusion of nature, is the illusion of this world. Yisnu usam, to the point that they start to hate emes. Yaakov ish tam. Because the emes is the opposite of that. The emes is that every concealment is for the purpose of revelation, and every tzar that we're going through, kol ma da avid rachmana, is letav avid. Not just that we'll get through it, but that it produces a birth, it produces a halacha, it produces something new, a new way to live, a new experience, and we learn and we're developing and we're all the time evolving as people and as Yidden and as a nation and as a world, and everything's getting better and better all the time. When a person leaves the tzar and a person then can see retroactively everything that I went through was all for the best, and all of this kind of consciousness, which is the element of Toida, like we learned Thanksgiving, this element of praise, this element of submission, of Hodaah, of praising HaKodesh Baruch Hu, and halacha, like we described at length, both in terms of the actual halachas, but more importantly the taluchas hadamim, the way in which things begin to flow back, and miloi hachisaron, as I meir ha'emes. Then the emes shines. Bebechinas titin emes li Yaakov, chesed la'Avram. When does Yaakov Avinu have emes? Chesed la'Avram. When there's the aspect of chesed la'Avram, like we already said, Avram is the midah of Eila toldas hashemayim ha'aretz bihibaram. When the tolada happens, ba'Avraham, al tikri ba'ibaram, ela ba'Avraham. Avraham is chesed, olam chesed yibana. Chesed is halacha. When a person experiences getting out of the tsar, and a person experiences the incredible new thing that was produced, that wasn't there before, not despite, but specifically because of the difficulty, then a person is an aspect of emes, the hepech of anshe damim yisnu usam. When there's dam, when the dam goes back and it flows forth, and the legs become warm again, and the tamchin they get the money back, and then they're able to see where the money went, and they're able to see what produced, what their efforts produced, and what their chisaron contributed to. That all of us are in this process of chisaron, living in a world of chisaron. What did it do? What did Olam Hazeh do? What did all the pain that every person goes through do? What did it accomplish? Then we have Titan Emes Yaakov, Chesed Lavram. When we have Chesed Lavram, it leads to Titan Emes Yaakov. Chesed Lavram, we say, the Rebbe Nachman says, Hainu halachos ken Izglael. The Chesed Lavram is the bechin of halachos. Al Yedeza Meir Ha'emes Umashlim Hadibur. Then, Dibur is illuminated with this light of truth that a person attains. We already explained how. Because again, the deepest expression of our dibur, which is the reason why we were created with a mouth at all. Am zu yitzarta li. Why did Hashem create this nation? Tihilasi yisaperu, just to speak. And HaKodesh Baruch Hu gets very, very upset when we're speaking, but our heart is not in it. HaKodesh Baruch Hu says, B'svasav kibduni, you can honor me with your lips, but belibam richak mimeni. The whole purpose of creation, HaKodesh Baruch Hu says, I want you to live genuinely and to come to recognize me and to speak to me, to allow the emes to be meir, the truth of your awareness of that realm of emes to be meir bahadibur, to illuminate the speech. So that's one element that we understood, that when a person gives gratitude and uses his words or her words to praise HaKodesh Baruch Hu, that's the element of speech that's illuminated with the light of the emes. Rebbe Nachman says a deeper reason, and again, this is just the foundation. We're going to go very, very deep now outside b'siyata d'shmaya. Ki ikra shleimus hadibur al yidei emes, because you know what the shleimus of dibur is? Through truth. Speech that isn't truthful has no shleimus. It's no completion. Because the Gemara in Shabbos tells us, kushta koi, truth stands. And over here obviously, Rebbe Nachman is saying, kushta koi, because again, kushta is truth, truth is tiferes, tiferes is Yaakov Avinu, titan emes li Yaakov, emes is Yaakov, and kushta koi, it needs to stand. How does it stand? Netzach and Hod. So when Netzach and Hod are seen as being part of the process, and the halacha is born, so kushta koi. Then we have the relationship between kushta, tiferes, and koi, which is the two legs, Netzach and Hod. These two things stand, and truth is able to be meir into the dibur through the process of Hodaah that's associated with halacha. Ki shleimus hadibur al yidei emes ki kushta koi, ve'afilu sheker, and the Gemara and the Medrash tells us, and Rashi brings it, ve'afilu sheker ein lo kiyam rak al yidei emes. And even if a person says a sheker, the only way that it's going to get through is if there's a little bit of emes there also. It's the only way. And Rashi brings that Rashi al pasuk begam zavas chalav v'devash v'chulo, that the Meraglim came back and they lied about what was going on there, even though it was their perception, but it was an essential lie. They misinterpreted what they were seeing. And they came back and they said a bunch of things that weren't true about Eretz Yisrael, but they threw in a little bit of emes. And they threw in a little bit of emes as they said, Gam zavas chalav v'devash. It's also a land. Yes, it's a land that flows with milk and honey. Rashi says on the spot, Rashi brings from the Medrash that any lie can only have a kiyum if there's a little bit of emes mixed in. We find that emes is the kiyum of speech, the kiyum of dibur. Any dibur, even a dibur sheker, if it has a little bit of emes, it can stand. Kushta koi, the truth stands. It enables something to stand. And that's why when a person is living a life of emes and a person speaks, there's truth to it, and it's mekayim the words, and nikarim divrei emes. Divrei emes can be perceived, and you just see, okay, there's something here that's different. What is it? It's emes. There's an emes that's shining forth into the dibur. Okay, now this is Adkan. Before we even get into the next element of what this emes is and what the dibur is, we're going to get into all this at length. But I want to speak to you a little bit outside about these ideas based on what we began with. And if you're still with me, thank you so much for sticking with me. I don't know how many people are going to watch this all the way through. I think that it's worth it if you do. But if you're still with me, thank you so much for being a part of it. I think this is special. And I think we're being zocheh to siyata d'shmaya. Hashem should continue to shower us with His presence, because we just want to connect to Him, and we just want to channel Him. We just want to be real, and we want to reveal the Him within us, and we just want to be aware that ein olam haba. That's what we're trying to get at. So listen to this. In reference to that place of Olam Haba, which we said is the world of Bina, Bina being the eighth, one above the sevenness of this natural world, one above into the realm of eight, we referred to it using the word Echad. Because the pasuk says, like we said, by Yoimahu, on that day again of Olam Haba, which is the realm of Bina, Yeh Hashem Echad Ushmai Echad. Everything will be one, Echad. And we explained, the Gemara says, today is not one, today is one, but we still live within a world of disparity. But la'asad love it, we're going to realize everything was echad, everything was ava, everything was love. Kalmada av rachmana letav of it. All the chisara, now Rebbe Nachman develops it more, was for the purpose of halada, mizmal l'soida, is tolada, that's the praise, and that's olam haba, and that's the carbon toida, and the das, and so on and so forth, through the process of halacha. Echad. Says Rebbe Nachman, do you know what the yesod of emes is? This comes from Torah and Aleph. The yesod of emes is achdus. Because truth needs to be bound with the concept of oneness. Because there's only one truth. If I hold up this cup, for example, and I want to say the truth, I say that it's a cup. And that's the only truth I can say about it. if I'm talking about what it is essentially. I can also describe other things about it's filled with water, also true, right? But each thing in and of itself, I can't say that it's filled also with apple juice. That wouldn't be true. The truth is that there's water in here. The truth is that this is a cup. I can't tell you that it's a cup and it's also a guitar. I couldn't do that because that wouldn't be true. Sheker is founded on the concept of multiplicity. Because if I wanted to lie to you about this cup, I could tell you everything in the world. I could tell you it's a clock. I could tell you it's a book. I could tell you it's a car. I could tell you it's a building. I could tell you it's a foot. I could tell you anything I want about this cup. Sheker is multiplicity. Sheker is connected to multiplicity. Emes is echad. HaKodesh Baruch Hu is emes. Hashem Elokeichem emes. And HaKodesh Baruch Hu is echad. Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem echad. The echad of HaKodesh Baruch Hu, his achdus, is his emes. His emes is his achdus. The creation of the physical world is the foundation for the possibility of sheker. In the upper realms above, it's all echad, it's all achdus, it's all bound up clearly within HaKadosh Baruch Hu's presence, who's revealed within those realms of the mochin, the keser, chachma, bina, the spiritual blueprint. Everything is echad. But once there becomes the illusion of a separate creation, then there is one and two. Because from our perspective, there's one, there's HaKadosh Baruch Hu who's the creator, but we also live in the reality or perception of a creation. Two, sheker. Sheker. Then it becomes the possibility for us to have a realm of sheker. So the realm of multiplicity is going to be itself the realm of sheker. And that's why, again, this realm of the head, which contains within it the spiritual blueprint and underpinnings of creation, is all the inyan of the moichin, chachma, bina, keser. Keser, chachma, bina is the inyan of achdus. It's all unified. When it starts the 7 days of the week, which is the patterns of seven that underlie our physical reality, it's going to be a hand here and a hand there. Everything becomes separate one from the other, disjointed, even though they're all part of the same body, but they manifest separately because this is the realm of sheker, because there's the possibility of saying there's a creator and creation. Two, you could say two things about it, sheker. Then it's sheker. In as much as we are seeing the emes, that there is no creation, and that even Elokim is echad, the more we're connecting ourselves to the realm of emes. The more we're connecting ourselves to the realm of achdus, of oneness, finding the light of the Creator, which is unified, which is Hashem Elokeichem emes, and Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem echad, manifest through this experience of our multiplicity, our world of diversity and multiplicity, but realizing that there is no multiplicity on the level that behind all multiplicity is the achdus of HaKodesh Baruch Hu. And so now we're able to understand why we're speaking here so much about emes. Because emes, again, aligns with everything that we spoke about. Not just that it's true that HaKodesh Baruch Hu does everything, but at the core, this element of what Olam Haba is, the realm of Bina, the realm of unity, that crosses the boundary, yesh me ayin, that crosses the boundary from ayin into the possibility of yesh, which is the possibility of denying that there's a God, a possibility of choosing creation over creator. It's going to be bound up with this element of emes, because emes is achdus. And so Rebbe Nachman says that when a person is zoiche to toida halacha, a person is zoiche to this kind of mindset and this kind of experience of being able to live every minute of life filled with incredible gratitude toward HaKodesh Baruch Hu, to find HaKodesh Baruch Hu from behind everything, and to see every single little halacha as another way and another medium through which we can connect to HaKodesh Baruch Hu, through which we can come to know HaKodesh Baruch Hu. Such a person attains the light of emes, because that light of emes, again, the light of emes is the light of achdus. This person is choosing creator over creation. This person is trying to go ahead and to find the oneness of HaKodesh Baruch Hu behind the diversity and the multiplicity of nature. He's trying to find the one beyond the seven. The seven is the sevenness of nature, and he's trying to find Bina, the unifying motherly light that shines from behind all of it. That midah through which HaKodesh Baruch Hu is creating the world, which is a ma'avar, which is the bridge between yesh and ayin and yesh. And it's meir ba'adibur. It manifests in our speech. What is speech? Speech also has a spiritual source. Like we said, the Tamchin Yoraisa, those that support Torah have a spiritual source. Speech also has a spiritual source. The spiritual source of speech is malchus. Malchus, the Zohar Kodesh tells us, malchus peh. The sphere of malchus is associated with the concept of of speaking. The Melech speaks, right? He makes dictates. He makes gzeros. He makes decrees, and that's how he runs his kingdom. The Melech is founded upon this concept of speech. The mouth is oriented with the idea of speech. The idea of speech, and the emes that we're speaking about is associated with bina above. That bina, by the way, is associated with the lave, because we already said halev mavin. That's the holistic nature of the human being, is encapsulated within the heart. We have all different parts of our body. Certain pieces we need, certain parts we don't necessarily need, but the heart is the core of it. The heart is the one from which all the veins that spread throughout the body, but it all comes forth from the heart. The heart is the oneness, is the unity, is the realm of bina, and the dibur is the element of malchus. So when a person is zochet to Hodaah, which is the element of Olam Haba, and Halacha, which is an element of Olam Hazeh, which is Hakala, which itself is a reference to Malchus, the emes of Bina is going to be Meir b'toch hadibur, because this is the orientation of the connection between the first Hey in Yud Kevavke and the last Hey in Yud Kevavke, which is the mother and the daughter, which is Bina and Malchus, each ate from one another. Bina being ate up from Malchus being 8 down from Bina, the ability for the light of the 8th, the light of 1 beyond 7 to shine down into our lived experience, which is Malchus Olam Hazeh, that's manifested in the conception of being able to articulate words, to speak, because God created this world, which is the world of Malchus, with speech. And so on and so forth. This whole world is founded on speech, is founded on the concept of Malchus, and this world is the sphere of Malchus, and that's the inyan of David HaMelech, is all tefillah, va'ani tefillah, tefillah la'ani kiyatov. Malchus is an ani, Malchus has nothing of its own, it's the levana, which is lacking, and it only has what the sun gives it. But we can attach ourselves to this heart, to this element of the oneness, and allow that, which is emes, oneness, and allow it to be meir b'hadib, or to manifest in speech. What kind of person is zochet to this? A person that manages to merit toida halacha, a person who has this kind of relationship with Yiddishkeit, where he's able to realize that all the halacha is a kli, is a vessel for coming to know HaKodesh Baruch Hu v'Hashem imoi. That's the sum total of halacha, or says Rebbe Nachman. Such a person is zocha to the ability for his speech and capacity to articulate and to express thoughts to be filled with emes. And we mentioned a pasuk before, and we said that HaKodesh Baruch Hu is not happy when our speech is disconnected from our hearts. As the pasuk says, "B'svasav kibduni." There's a way of bringing honor to God with our mouths, which now we're understanding means in our living and doing the right things in this world. But v'libam richak mimeni, it's not really connected to the lave. It's not really connected to the element of bina. It's not really connected and channeling that realm of oneness. So we speak about nice things and we daven and we learn and we talk about Hashem, but there's a disjointed element where bina and bina and the mouth, they're not absolutely connected one with the other. The first Hey and the last Hey of Yud Kevavke aren't being bridged by the Vav of Halacha. The Vav is always Halacha. Halacha is Kasher, Pasal, Tameh, Tahar, Mutter, Aser. It's associated with the 6 days of the week. There are 6 areas of Halacha, and that's of course encapsulated in the letter Vav. The Vav is the inyan of Halacha. The Vav is the Shishe Sidrei Mishnah. That's the element that's supposed to bind the Hey of Olam Haba, which is Toida, which is thanks, and the Hey of Olam Hazeh, which is Halacha Hakala. And B'svasav Kibduni, Hashem says, make sure that you're not engaging with this world in a way that looks like it's Kibduni, but V'libam Richak Mimen. You got to channel the Bina into the Malchus. You got to channel the first Hey into the last Hey. You have to channel the realm of oneness into the realm of multiplicity. That is the ultimate goal. And that's what we've been speaking about over here, to be able to allow the Dibor to be illuminated with the light of the Emes. And this is what the Achnai says, just a sweet vart. There's so much to say, and I don't want to get into every single detail. I literally could speak forever, and I don't want to do that. And not that I could speak forever, but it is possible to speak forever and ever and ever on every single, not just every Torah, every line here, because it's klalius. But the Achnai says in the pasuk, "L'chol b'nei Yisrael la'yechratz kelev l'shoina," that when Am Yisrael were leaving Mitzrayim, no dog barked at them. That's a simple understanding. It says the Heilige Achnai Ephraim. Do you know what it means? L'chol b'nei Yisrael la'yechratz kelev l'shoina, that no dog barked at them. He says l'chol b'nei Yisrael la'yechratz. Do you know when Am Yisrael are zochet to be in a matziv, to be in a situation where la'yechratz, where nobody screams at us and nobody attacks us? Kelev l'shoina. That means dog and Lashon and words and expression. But it says the Dagel, you can also read the word kelev as kilev l'shoina. Lo yechratz. For Am Yisrael, the way that we can succeed is when kilev l'shoinai, when what we say is aligned with what we are deeply feeling inside, and we should be feeling this overwhelming awareness of HaKodesh Baruch Hu in the realm of Bina, in the realm of Emes, in the realm of Achtos, that then becomes manifest in our speech. Kalev l'shaynai, which is the opposite of Bispasav Kibduni v'libam richak mimeni, when our mouths and our hearts are very close together, which is the inyan of Bina and Malchus, which is the inyan of Hodaah, which is Olam Haba Bina, and Halacha Hakala, which is the Malchus of this physical world. So now we can understand on a deeper level, of course, why Malchus why halacha and todah, why this kind of approach to this world and understanding what we're supposed to do and what this world is founded upon is going to enable a person to have this experience of the emes, me'ir b'ribua hadibur, shining forth within this element of dibur. Nimsa we find, says the Eiliger Rebbe, that after everything we described, how emes again is associated with Bina Olam Haba, that Malchus Dibur only has a kiyum in as much as it's connected to the realm of emes, to eternality. And here Rebbe Nachman introduces this incredible concept that the emes that we're speaking about manifests within Dibur in three names, three divine names, all of which are associated with different aspects of emes, which we'll get into Be'ezer Hashem in the next half hour or so. But before we get there, Rebbe Nachman first introduces us to the pasuk that he's going to interpret and going to focus on later. But Bechinas, the pasuk in Tehillim says, Kel Elokim Havaya Diber. Kel Elokim Havaya Diber. These are three names of God. The name of Kel, the name of Yud-Ke Vav-Ke, and the name of Elokim. Not in that order, but Kel, Elokim, Yud-Ke Vav-Ke, and then Diber. So here we see a relationship between the three names of HaKodesh Baruch Hu and a fourth element of Dibur. And Rebbe Nachman is going to demonstrate how this pasuk encapsulates the relationship between Dibur and Emes, that these three names are going to be associated with Emes, and of course the word Diber is associated with Dibur. But before getting into what those three elements of Emes are, and Emes is always three, Yaakov Avinu is Emes, and Yaakov Avinu is the third. We're going to get into all of this, Be'ezer Hashem. Yaakov Avinu is the third, and there are three letters of Emes, Aleph, Mem, Tav, and so there are three shemas of Emes. Emes is always a klalius of three, as we're going to see. But first he focuses on what he calls the Arba Chelkei Hadibur, the four elements of dibur, of speech. Of course, it's no coincidence that in that Mizmar Kov Zayin, where we spoke about halacha, because the last pasuk there that says Michacham v'yishmar elav yizboinunu chazdei Hashem is halacha. How many people are the tzrichim lahaydos? Arba tzrichim lahaydos. There are four. And guess what halacha is oriented with? Guess what halacha is associated with? Ein la kadosh baruch hu ela daled amay shel halacha. Also four. This idea of four is encapsulated within Malchus. Malchus is always four. Malchus is speech, but Malchus is four because it's connected with the letter Dalid. The letter Dalid is numerically equivalent to four, and the letter Dalid is delace. It spells an Aramaic word which is quoted in the Zohar Kadosh in reference to Malchus, which states delace lemegar miklum. Malchus has nothing of its own, and the word delace is the letter Dalid. Malchus is the Dalid. Malchus is the four Malchuyos, right? There are four Galuyos that Am Yisrael goes through. This world is connected. It's connected to seven, yes, but it's connected to four more specifically, in terms of its being encapsulated within the midah of Malchus. And so there are going to be four elements of speech. Arba Chelkei Hadibur. And here Rebbe Nachman first outlines the four elements of speech. Then he's going to tell us about the three names of Emes and showing us how these two things manifest and culminate in Shabbos. Let's take it slow. All b'siyata d'shmaya. Again, if you're still with me, I love you. I'm so grateful. And what a privilege, because I just need to share this. I need to share this. It's filling my heart, and I just want that people should be able to learn Torah on this level. That's just something different. It's something new. You never heard of it before. There's no sefer like this. It's just completely different. And it's a pella. And Rebbe Nachman's sefer, again, is a schal to the geula. We need to learn these Torahs. So all I can do is make it available for people, I guess, and encourage people to learn it. But if you're still with me, mamash ashreinu, ashreinu, ashreinu. What a privilege. So let's jump into the Arba Chelkei Hadibur. Rebbe Nachman says, Ki yesh ribua hadibur. There is the concept of the fourfold aspect or fourfold foundation of speech. Speech is four. The Alkain Kisho Yisrael by Galus, when Am Yisrael were in Galus Mitzrayim. V'yad Dibur Galus, all the Svarim HaKadoshim say the same thing. That when Am Yisrael were in Galus, it was as if the Dibur was in Galus. Everything in Mitzrayim has to do with speech. Paro is Osios Ha'oref. That's the back of the neck. The opposite of speech. It's the place where speech cannot come out from. It's the contrast and tuma of the kedusha of Dibur. Moshe Rabbeinu, as we're going to learn, is a kvad peh. He's not able to speak. He needs to go outside of the city. He needs to go outside of the city in order to daven. The whole element of Yitzias Mitzrayim is associated with speech, right? We can also orient this back and connect this back to the Degam Achan Ephraim's Torah that was about Yitzias Mitzrayim. Lo yechratz kilev l'shonim. Do you know why the dogs didn't bark at them? Because kilev l'shonim, kelev l'shonim, kilev l'shonim. Because it was a giloy of this concept of speech. It was the gullus. It was the geula of the Shechina, which of course lives within each and every member of Am Yisrael. Akol be'asar Shechinta Sharia, that Am Yisrael then collectively. All of Am Yisrael, the Shvatim were in Galus, and that's the Galus HaShechina, and Shechina is associated with Malchus, and Malchus is Dibur. And so we were in that element of Galus HaDibur, but when we got out, then we were Zochet to Kalev L'Shonim, Kelev L'Shonim, and that's the Geula of Malchus in as much as it's channeling Bina. But Rebbe Nachman says that when we were still in Galus Vayad Dibur, but Galus never by Moshe Rabbeinu told the master of the world, Lo ish devarim hanaychi, I'm not a man of words. Gam mi tamo, gam mi shilshaim, gam mi oz dabercha. El avdecha. He says, not today, not from yesterday, not the day before, and not me'oz, from then when you started speaking to me. Loi ish devarim anoichi. I'm not a man of words. This was Moshe Rabbeinu saying, I'm not a man of dibur, I'm not a man of words. And Rebbe Nachman is able to intuit, Rebbe Nachman is able to listen deeply to this pasuk and identify four kinds of speech, four chalakim of dibur. Of course, why four? Again, associated with malchus. Malchus peh. Malchus is deles lamagam klum. Deles is the letter dalet. Dalet is four. Says Rebbe Nachman, zebechinas ribua hadibur. Each of these elements in the pasuk, loy is devarim anoichi. Element number one. Gam mitmol. Element number two. Gam shilshaim. Shilshaim shalosh. Element number three. Gam me'az. Element number four. We're going to delve into all of these now. There are ribua hadibur, arba chelki hadibur. Four categories of speech. One, ki yesh dibur shel tzedakah. First, we have the speech of righteousness, of charity. Bebechinas, because the pasuk in Yeshayahu says midaber b'tzedakah. There's the concept of midaber b'tzedakah, to be able to speak with tzedakah, with charity. And this kind of speech is associated with humanity, because this kind of speech is something that only human beings have, that the animals do not have. Shehu adibur. What's the geder adam? Shu geder adam. What's the geder adam? What separates us from the animal kingdom is our capacity to speak. That's number one, but also our capacity to give tzedakah. And we have this unique capacity to think in an altruistic manner. You can find that sometimes among animals, but this desire to go ahead and self-sacrifice for the purpose of others, you don't often find by animals. And so the geder adam of speech is going to be associated with the geder adam of tzedakah. These two things are bound one with the other. She's a geder adam shedarka ligmal chesed masha'en kein hachai, which the chai is not able to do. The animals don't have that capacity. And that's pshat. The Zohar Kodesh tells us nasa adam uksiv shem ha'ish asher asisi imay hayoyim mahasam tzedakah afkan tzedakah. The Zohar Kodesh links the creation of man to this pasuk v'shem ha'ish asher asisi imay hayoyim. These two things, which is a reference to Boaz, which is a reference to the chesed that Boaz was doing with Rus. Mahasam tzedakah, afkan tzedakah. The creation of man is the gilui of righteousness, because that's man's very specific and unique role in the world vis-a-vis animals. He can also speak. Adam famously is a mispalel, right? Adam vayipach ba'apav nishmas chayim vayhi Adam l'ruach memalala, right? He was Targum says he was a speaking spirit. That's what we are. We can speak, but it's also connected with tzedakah. Tzedakah nikra Adam, ki tzedakah shemishama dibur hu geder Adam, because this is what it means to be able to speak. It means to be able to do chesed. So now we can understand that this was what Moshe Rabbeinu was referring to in the first part of this pasuk when he says loy ish dvarim anoichi. Well, what kind of dibur are you referring to? Let's listen carefully. Loy ish dvarim anoichi. Ish. We have to think of the kind of speech that is oriented with and connected with this unique aspect that Adam has that behemoths don't have. And that's the speech of tzedakah. Loi ish dvarim anochi. I don't, says Moshe Rabbeinu in his humility, in his anivos, of course he did, but he says, I don't have the speech of tzedakah, the speech of man, the speech that uniquely enables me to assume the position of human in your creation. Loi ish dvarim anochi. Hainu adibur shel tzedakah. Bechinas, and we have another pasuk that connects dibur to tzedakah and to ish, these three concepts together. The pasuk says, toiv ish, chaynin umalve, chesed, tzedakah. Right? A good person who's chaynin umalva, yechalkel dvarav b'mishpat. So he has dibur. So here we have all these three things connected. Ish, chesed, dibur. And this is what Moshe Rabbeinu is referring to when he says, Loi ish dvarim anochi. He's referring to the dibur of tzedakah, v'hainu gemilas chesed u'tzedakah. That's the first kind of dibur, the first of the four categories of dibur. V'yesh dibur shel tshuva. But there's also a dibur of tshuva, says Rebbe Nachman. But chinas, the pasuk says, "Chu imachem devarim mishuvu al Hashem." We see that dibur speech, "Chu imachem devarim," is connected with mishuvu al Hashem, to do tshuva, to return to HaKodesh Baruch Hu. V'zeh b'chinas, this is referenced in the pasuk by Moshe Rabbeinu when he says, "Gam mitmal." Loi ish dvarim anochi is the dibur of tzedakah. Gam mitmal is the dibur of tshuva. Why is tmal connected to tshuva? B'chinas dibur shel tshuva. It's a connection and it's an aspect of the dibur of tshuva. K'ma shekasav, the pasuk about tshuva says in Tehillim, ois parak tzadi, v'atoimer shuvu b'nei adam ki elef shana be'inecha ki yoim Esmol. HaKodesh Baruch Hu says, return, son of man. Shuvu b'nei Adam. Ki elef shana meinacha ki yoim esmol. Because 1,000 years in your eyes, HaKodesh Baruch Hu is like a day. Ki yoim esmol. You find the concept of esmol yesterday in the context of tshuva. Moshe Rabbeinu over here is saying, Gam mitmal. What's mitmal? Must be tshuva. And tshuva is associated with dibur as well, as the pasuk says, "Chui machem devarim dibur v'shuvu el Hashem." So far, those are two of the four categories of dibur, and they are referenced in Moshe Rabbeinu's words. Loi ish devarim anochi, dibur of tzedakah. Gam mitmal is the dibur of tshuva. V'yesh, says Rebbe Nachman, the third kind of dibur, yesh dibur shel ashirus. There's a dibur of ashirus, of wealth. Those wealthy people that are close to the king. The pasuk says in Bereshis Shloishes Hasarigim, these three spouts that were seen in the dream. These three sprouts coming or shoots that are coming off of the branch. And Chazal say the Gemara in Chulin Shloishes Sari Geim. Three princes, three sari geim, three people that are ministers close to the king. Like Rashi says over there. So that's connected to three, and that's going to be gam mishilshaim, right? That's going to be the concept of Ragami Shilshaim. That's three, because these are the three sarigim, shloishes hasarigim, and these people who are ashirim karobim mamalchus that are associated with three are connected to speech, because the pasuk in Mishlei says Chein Svasav Re'ehu Melech. The friends of the king, Chein Svasav, they speak well and know how to speak. Hainu adibur shel karobim mamalchus. That's the dibur of the wealthy, of those that are close to malchus. That's the third kind of speech, Zebechinas, and this was hinted to in Moshe Rabbeinu's words when he said Gam Shilshaim, meaning to say that I don't have the speech of Shilshaim either. That's the third kind of speech. And then finally there's the speech of Malchus itself, which we already said that Malchus is itself connected to speech. Malchus Peh. Like we said, Malchus is connected to speech. V'chinas Malchus Peh. Here he brings it. The Malchus Peh. And of course, each and every sphera, we already hinted to this earlier, each and every sphera is associated with one of the shemus of HaKodesh Baruch Hu. What's the shem that's associated with Malchus? The shem of Adni. And the pasuk says, Adni sifasai tiftach. Malchus is going to be connected to speech. Adni sifasai tiftach. So there's a dibur of Malchus, bechinas Malchus peh, bechinas gam me'oz dabercha, me'oz, bechinas nachin kis'acha me'oz. This is very deep. I want to go into this for a second. In presenting the fourth category of speech, which is the dibur of Malchus, Malchus itself, Rebbe Nachman uses the word uz in the pasuk as a reference to Malchus by finding an intermediate pasuk that seems to connect uz to Malchus, and that pasuk is Nachon kis'acha me'uz. Rebbe Shalom, your chair is kis'acha, not is Nachon is established and firm me'oz from then. It says Rebbe Nachman, kisei must be a reference to Malchus, and we'll talk about why in a minute. Now, oz is associated with Malchus, and gam me'oz dabercha, there's a dibor of Malchus, and that's the element of gam me'oz dabercha, is this fourth category of speech, which is the Dalid, which is the les lemegam klum, which is the dibor of Malchus, which is itself connected to speech, but we need a pasuk to prove it, and that's the pasuk of Nachon Kisacha Me'oz. This element of Nachon Kisacha Me'oz hints to us that this is the essence of what Malchus is. Malchus is the kisei. Malchus is that we're sent down to this world to transform our lives into a merkava, into a chariot for HaKodesh Baruch Hu, Bilvavi Mishkan Evna, to enable our heart to become a chariot for HaKodesh Baruch Hu through halacha, through right behavior, right ways of speaking, right ways of thinking, right ways of acting. All of the human experience is for the purpose, the tachlis, which is Malchus, the tachlis ma'aseh shemaim ba'aretz, which is this world finally manifested in Shabbos. Shabbos is the pinnacle of creation. What was the point of creation? That we should live Shabbosdik, that we should live with the princess, that we should live in a way that enables us to become a kisei, a chariot for HaKodesh Baruch Hu, that HaKodesh Baruch Hu could rely on us, so to speak, can rely on us to fix the world, to daven for the world, to do everything we can to shine a light of das emes into the world, to the best of our capacity and in the right way. This is the element of kisei. This is the element of nachon kisacha me'oz. And what's oz? Very simply, if we said that Malchus is the culmination of the element of the physical reality, and that's manifest in Shabbos Kodesh, and Shabbos is the seventh, then it's able to channel Bina, and it's doing what it's supposed to do. And it's channeling and it's recognizing that this whole physical creation is just the speech of HaKodesh Baruch Hu. It's Elokim, and it's Bayomahu Yashem Echad U'Shmai Echad. Bayomahu is Bina. Echad U'Shmai Echad is Emes, is Bina. But it's mayor down into the Ribuah HaDibor. It's mayor down into this element of the seven. And so of course, this element that's going to be a reference to Malchus is going to be the word Uz. Uz is Zayin, which is the seven, and Aleph, which is the one beyond it. And the pasuk says, Eze mekayim bina. Hachachma me'ayin timatze ve'eze mekayim bina. Eze, of course, is itself the letters Yud K and the letter Uz, because Bina contains within it all. It contains within it the seven and the oneness of Bina itself, and Lamala Mikodesh, the Hey, which is a reference to it, and the Yud of Chachma. It brings everything together, as the Ramak writes, Eze mekayim bina. That's the element of Bina, which is referenced in this word, Nachon Kisacha Me'oz, because that's a Malchus to Kedusha. So here are these four categories of speech. Let's go through them very quickly again. The first one is Dibor of tzedakah, and that's a reference that's referenced to in the pasuk when Moshe Rabbeinu says Lo ish devar manoichi. Why is ish connected to tzedakah? Because that's the Geder Adam to give tzedakah, Geder Adam to speak. Speech and tzedakah are bound together, and they are all encapsulated in the word Lo ish devar manoichi. Gam mitmol is the Dibor of tshuva, because the pasuk says Ki alav shana menacha ki yamesmal bashmur balayla. No, the pasuk before that, Tashiv and Shadaka, but Timer Shuva b'nei Adam. Right, Ki Elef Shana be'inacha ki yoim Esmol. Esmol is going to be the concept of tshuva. And Kuyimachim Dvarim Meshuva Lashem. The second is the concept of tshuva, Gami Tmol. The Dibor of Tshuva. The third Dibor is the Dibor of the Ashirim Krevim Lamalchus, the Shloishes Hasarigim, Gami Shilshaim, the Shloishes Sarigayim, the three ministers, Chen Re'eus Fasav Melech. This is going to be the third category of speech, which is hinted to in the pasuk Gami Shilshaim, and finally Gami Oz Dabercha. Oz is going to be Malchus to Kedusha, illuminated with the light of Bina, and that's going to be the concept of Nachon Kisachami Oz. These are the Arba Chelki Dibor. This is deeper. This is all Malchus, right? It's possible also to suggest and for thinking about it, that Emes is going to be Tiferes, because we already said, and we're going to learn about the three elements and components of Emes. We're going to learn based on these three these three shemus in the pasuk Kel, Elikim, Havaya, Diber. So now we're just talking about Dibor, but we're going to talk about Emes. Emes is going to contain within it three elements, but it manifests within the capacity that we have of being truthful, which is the Yaakov Avinu within us, which is the torso. And if you think about it, if you really look carefully, it's an amazing thing. And this element in the Ribuah HaDibor, each and every one of them is referencing the other spheros that surround the sphere of Tiferes, which is going to be associated with Emes, because Titan Emes Yaakov, and Yaakov is Tiferes. Yaakov is the blend between Chachma and Bina. And the way that we can see that is that the Dibor of tzedakah is a sphere of Chesed. The Dibor of tshuva is the Dibor of Gevura. Tshuva takes a lot of Gevura. right? And a person goes into a state of judgment, right? Ein danim, right? A person has to ein danim lamala and danim lamata, but a person needs to be misponin, and a person needs to really be very real with oneself, and that takes a lot of gevura. That's the element of tshuva. The dibur of ashirim kroivim lamalchus. What does it tell you? Kroivim lamalchus. That's already telling you the sphere of malchus. What are the three that are kroivim lamalchus? Yisoid, netzach, and hoid, or netzach, hoid, and yisoid. Right, so we have chesed and gevura, the dibur of tzedakah and the dibur of tshuva, and then tiferes is going to be the emes in and of itself, which is meir all around and shines through the other spheres. Then we have the three that are kroivim lamalchus, which is netzach, hoid, and yisoid, and then of course the dibur of malchus is the final sphere of malchus. So that's also an interesting point. Let's jump in now to the concept of what this thing is called emes. What is this concept of emes meir beribua hadibur? Says the Rebbe Nachman, you're going to learn what a privilege to learn his words with you. Ashreinu matov chalkeinu manayim. This emes that we're going to talk about shines within the ribua hadibur, these four chelkei dibur, through three names, which we made reference to before: Shehem, Kel, Elokim, Hashem. These three names, Kel, Elokim, Hashem, are the sum total of the emes that's manifesting within, all around, within the ribua hadibur, within the realm of seven that connects the seven back to the echad, which is of course the emes encapsulated within the heart, within the realm of bina, that we're trying to manifest in our lived experience through the concept of halacha and the consciousness of toida halacha. Shem kel elikim Hashem, shem achinas tefila, v'Torah, v'shiduchim, v'zivugim. These three elements also have associations. And the associations of these three things are Torah, Tefillah, and Shidduchim, that are associated with these three names. How? Kel, says Rebbe Nachman, the name Kel Zebechinas Tefillah is connected to the concept of Tefillah. Ki Kel al Shem HaKoyach. What does this name Kel mean? What are we supposed to have in mind when we say the name Kel? Takif, Ubala Yecholas Kulam, strength. Kel connotes strength. It's the midah of chesed, by the way. Kel is also a name. It's associated with chesed. But it's associated with gevura in the sense that there's a gevura sheba chesed. That's kel, right? Is the incredible power and strength with which chesed just boom, it shoots out and wants to just change the world and transform everything. That's the gevura and chesed. That's kel. That's why kel is takaf ubali chelis. There's a strength there. And Rebbe Nachman says that it's through tefillah that Am Yisrael are called kel. Then HaKodesh Baruch Hu refers to us as kel. But Bechinas the Gemara Megillah says minayin shekara HaKodesh Baruch Hu Yaakov kel. How do we know that HaKodesh Baruch Hu called Yaakov kel? Shenemar v'yikra like kel. There's an element in which HaKodesh Baruch Hu refers to us as being kel, which means not that we're God or divine, of course, but that means that we have power. It means that we have power. What power do we have? Tefillah gives us the power. That's our whole power. We always say, "Ein koyach ela b'feh." Our whole power is in our mouth, is in our speech, is in our ability to praise. That's the function of what it is to be human, and the function of what HaKodesh Baruch Hu dreamed of this nation for, like we said a number of times already. Amzu yitzarta li tihilasi yisaperu. That's our strength. And think of it. What is it we're doing when we're davening? We're davening to be mevatel gezerah. It means to say that HaKodesh Baruch Hu made a gezerah, and we're davening that he should be mevatel the gezerah. That's an incredible gevura that we have. It's an incredible kel. It's an incredible takif. And we are called kel. We have that capacity. And that's why kel is connected to tefillah. We take the strength for ourselves because we're going ahead and we're nullifying his gezeros. We have an incredible amount of koyach from this. We are called kel because we can daven. Kel is associated with tefillah. Chazal say, the Gemara in Tainus, in Yerushalmi, Loi ish kel vaychazev. Loi ishu sha'asa divrei kel kechazav. Loi ishu, a tzaddik that's able to go ahead and to prevent what HaKodesh Baruch Hu wants, kiviyachol, express that he wants to happen, prevent that. Loi ishu, it's like mamish, such at a lofty level. Sha'asa divrei kel kechazav, right? Kel kechazav. You made the dvarim, the words of kel, which is the gezeros of Hashem and the gevur that Hashem has, kechazav, as if he was lying, right? Because we can be mevatel the gezeros. Tefillah is mevatel gezeros of his baruch. Through tefillah we can be mevatel the gezeros. V'azay Yisrael nekram kel. And that's why Am Yisrael are called kel. Umisham meir bahadibur. Umisham meir hadibur. And this is associated with dibur. on the ability for this element of emes, kel elikim Hashem diber. Now we're in kel, diber shines into dibor. Bebechinas ugvurascha yidaberu. Ugvurascha, HaKodesh Baruch Hu gvurascha, your gvura yidaberu will enable us to speak. What's your gvura? Tefillah. Our own tefillah is your gvura. That's kel. We take your gvura from you. Gvurascha yidaberu. It's the gvura we take from you through our tefillah, through being mevato gzeres yidaberu, that will shine into speech. That al yedei hakoyach hagvura, shezeh b'chinas kel al shem hakoyach, meir hadibur al yedei emes. This illuminates the dibur through emes. Ki al tefillah hirak. Because we already said tefillah's gotta be, dibor's gotta be with emes. You can't daven without emes. Kamashakasav karav Hashem l'chol karav. HaKodesh Baruch Hu is to all those l'chol karav, to all those that call out to him l'chol asher yikruuhu be'emes. So we see that tefillah kel is associated with emes, and it's meir b'ribua hadibor because ugvurascha kel takiv. Tefillah yidaberu enables us to speak. That's the first of these three shemas. Kel elikim havaya diber. Diber is the diber is going to be connected to the arba chelki adibur, and this is the first of these three shemas that is meir b'ribua hadibur. What's the second shem? Elikim. Elokim zebechinas Torah. Elokim is an aspect of limanat Torah, of Torah study. Come in Shekal, so the pasuk says in Shmois va'atati elokim etargum elarav, and you shall be to them lelokim. What's lelokim? And the pasuk says, right, it's a reference back to this element where HaKodesh Baruch Hu was sending them out. HaKodesh Baruch Hu was sending Moshe. You shall be a leader for them. Lelokim, and the targum is larav. And a Rav is Moshe Rabbeinu is Laman Das Kol Amei Arts Ki Hashem Elokim. Moshe Rabbeinu is Das Kol Yisrael. As we're going to learn about Moshe now. Moshe Rabbeinu is delivering the Das. Moshe Rabbeinu is gifting us with this understanding of being able to connect to this awareness of emes. That's Moshe Rabbeinu. Everything. That's all Moshe. So Moshe is the Rav. Moshe teaches us. V'zeu hu yelecha lepeh. Ma'at tiyeh lelekim. You will be lelekim. You will have the Shem Elokim. Then it was a reference to Aaron, but you're going to have the capacity to speak. And of course, Moshe and Aaron are themselves Netzach and Hod, which is very, very deep, which we made reference to before, and we have to understand how that fits in. But of course, it fits in. Moshe and Aaron, who we're referencing now. Torah, Rav, teaching, who meir la peh, that can shine into the peh. Because the tzaddik is teaching Torah's emes. Im toitzi yakar mizoilol kefi sihiyeh. Im toitzi yakar mizoilol. That the whole purpose of halacha, the whole purpose of learning, the whole purpose of gadol alimut shemei v'lidei maisa, it's all for the maisa. It's all in order to be mighty yakar mizoilo, to lift up the nitzotzos, to lift up holy sparks that are scattered throughout this world by revealing HaKodesh Baruch Hu in everything, utilizing all of physicality for the purpose of connecting ourselves to HaKodesh Baruch Hu. That's called toitzi yakar mizoilo, extracting the preciousness mizoilo rather from the cheapness of a life of sheker, a life of choosing creation over creator. And then the pasuk ends in toitzi yakar mizoilo. If you do this, kifi sihiyeh, there's an aspect of kifi v'hu b'chinas emes b'chinas Torah's emes hoisa b'fihu. Torah is connected to emes hoisa b'fihu. That's the Torah of emes that is meir b'toich ribua hadibur, in the aspect of being able to enliven speech, much in the same way that the first name Kel is shining in, like we said, that Kel is tefillah and tefillah is emes and ukvaraschi daberu. Here we find that Torah, which we sufficiently bound to the concept of Elokim, can itself be meir in the dibur, because Torah's emes, Torah, which is one of the names of emes in the channel of Hashem Elokim, Hoisa B'fiu, is able to go ahead and to illuminate the speech. And finally Hashem, finally Yud-Kei Vav-Kei, finally we get to the third Shem, because it was Kel Elokim Havaya Diber. Kel Elokim we already learned. Kel is Tefillah, Elokim is Torah, and now we learn what Yud-Kei Vav-Kei is. Yud-Kei Vav-Kei is a b'chinas shiduchim. This is the element of shiduchim, the b'chinas me Hashem yotza hadavar. Because in reference to shiduchim, the pasuk says me Hashem yotza hadavar. Eliezer says, Eved Avram realizes that when he sees Rivka and he understands that there's going to be a shiduch and a zivug hagan between Yitzchak and Rivka, he says me Hashem yotza hadavar. Yud-Kei Vav-Kei is the name of zivugim. The Bechinas, the Pasuk initially says, Hashem isha maskeles. It's from Hashem that a person is zoche to a wise woman, right? And that's the concept of zivug, of shidduchim. Bechinas emes, and it's all connected to emes. Bechinas, because Eliezer says, Asher hinchani b'derech emes, that HaKodesh Baruch Hu has led me on the path of emes in this endeavor. So we see again that emes is associated with Shidduchim, and Shidduchim is associated with Yud Kei Vav Kei. Me Hashem yatsa hadavar. Me Hashem isha maskeles. So we have these three things bound together, because what we have in the pasuk is Kel Elikim Hashem. We just have Shemus. We have to understand what they are, and then when we understand what they are, we have to bind them to emes. And so we did that sufficiently again with Torah. Let's begin with Tefillah. We did that sufficiently because we said Kel is power, Tefillah is power. Tefillah's got to be emes, because we said Kar Hashem l'chol karv l'chol asher yikru'u be'emes, and this emes of the power of Tefillah is meir b'dibur, because it says Ugvuras chidaberu. That was Kel. Elokim, we said, is connected to Torah, because Elokim means Rav, and that's the element of Moshe Rabbeinu who's teaching V'hu yilachal peh, and that's meir into the concept of speech, and it's connected to Torah because Torah's emes hoise b'fiu. Those are the three elements that we bind together. We're doing the same thing now with Shidduchim. First, we need to understand we have the Shem Yud Kei Vav Kei. What is that connected to? Shidduchim zevugim. Me Hashem yatza davar. Me Hashem isha maskeles. Now we need to understand then how that's going to be associated with emes. Asher hinchani b'derech emes. And the third element is now how is that meir in the dibur? How does that illuminate dibur? And here Rebbe Nachman says through this it's meir, it shines into dibur. Ki asara kabin sicha yarda la'olam. Rebbe Nachman says that 10 components of speech came down to the world, and this is Chazal, the Gemara in Kedushin, Tisha natlu nashim. Women are much more associated with dibur. We can understand it's not a derogatory comment. Spiritually speaking, women are rooted in the sphere of malchus. Women also have all the other spheres, but they're rooted specifically in the sphere of malchus. Malchus is all dibur. So of 10 components of dibur that came to the world, women took 9, right? Because their essence, their spiritual essence is bound up with the sphere of malchus, and the sphere of malchus is malchus peh. And so they're very, very connected to the concept of dibur. It's very important to see how nigla and nister, it aligns. You can't really understand nigla properly without the nister. You can't understand nister properly without the nigla. These two things go hand in hand. We need balance, obviously, right? And so we see how these two things connect. Now, think of it. If 9 components of speech went to women and 1 component of speech went to men, neither are complete. By the men, the dibur is certainly not complete because they're missing 9 components. And by the women, their 9 components are still lacking the 10th. When is the shleimus hadibur? When men and women get together. When a man and a woman, a husband and a wife, get together. That's a bechina of shleimus hadibur, because he's bringing his 1 component of dibur. She has her 9, and they connect together, and that's the shleimus hadibur. V'chol, my Rebbe Nachman says, v'chol zman she'in iskashrus, all the while that there's no kesher between man and woman, ein lahadibur shleimus, then the dibur is lacking. Aval kishin iskashrin, when they come together and they have a bechina of zivug and a shidduch, a bechina of yud kei vav kei, we're going to talk about that in a minute. Nischabru v'nishlamim chelkei adibur. Then the chelek of dibur that the man has, and the chelek of dibur and the chelkei adibur that the women have, comes together and they become completed. Nimsa we find through these 3 names, Kel Shein, Kel Elikim Hashem, Shein Mechinas Torah, Shein Mechinas Tefillah, Torah and Shidduchim, Nishlam Hadibur Al Yedei Emes, like we learned, Hain Ribua Hadibur, Shenishlam Al Yedei Emes, Shenishlam Al Yedei Emes. The Parpers L'Chachma says an amazing thing. The Parpers L'Chachma says, Luli de mistafina. He says such a Lashon. He says, if I wasn't afraid, he said, maybe I want to explain this 3rd component of these components as not really being a component, but a conjugation of the first 2. Listen to this. He says, this that we're learning now about the different chalakim of emes, the different shemus of emes that are meir b'rebuah hadibur, is not disjointed from what we learned in what we call chelik aleph of the Torah, which is the understanding of Olam Haba and how that's connected to Hodaah and how that's connected to Halacha, and Halacha and Olam Haba are, and how Halacha and Hodaah are connected one with the other, and this whole process of chisaron and then milei chisaron taluchas adamim, something new being born, and this consciousness, being aware of that every single moment, that's not disjointed from what we're speaking about here, which is which is what leads to this, of being able to have the Chelkei Adibur, the Dalet Chelkei Adibur illuminated with the Shleisha Kavei Emes. He says the same thing. We've essentially been talking about Toida, thanks, and Halacha, right? Which is Halacha's Malchus, we said, Toida's Bina, and bringing those 2 things together is the Bechina of Emes and Dibur. It's 1. So he says, think of it. He says, Emes itself has 3 different Shemus, Kel, Elikim, and Yud Kei Vav Kei, but he says it's not 3, it's just 2. Because the Shem Kel, which is Tefillah, is itself Todah, is itself Hodaah, it's thanks, Todah, and the name of Elokim is the Bechina of Torah, right? Like we've been learning. And he says, what's Torah? Is Halacha. So we have Torah and we have Tefillah is itself Hodaah and Halacha. These two things that go back to back and that they connect. So he says, do you know what Shidduchim and Zivugim is? The name Yud Kei Vav Kei? He says it's just the zivug between Torah and Tefillah. It's the zivug between Hodaah and Halacha. That's all it is. He says it's not a third element, which is essentially the essence of Yaakov Avinu, who's not a new Inyan. Yaakov Avinu is not a new Inyan. Yaakov Avinu is the bechina of the mix between Avram and Yitzchak. And so then it produces Tiferes. It's not something new. It manifests as a new entity in and of itself, but it is only the zivug, right? The shidduchim and zivugim between Torah and Tefillah, between the first two shemas. So it's Kel, Elokim, and then Yud Kei Vav Kei is the zivug. Yud Kei Vav Kei is the zivug, by the way, between the male and female aspects, because Yud Kei Vav Kei itself contains two shemas. There's the way that we write it, which is Yud Kei Vav Kei, and that's associated with the male way, and the way Hashem manifests himself to creation, which we refer to as HaKodesh Baruch Hu. HaKodesh, Kedusha is removed, it's beyond, it's outside of our realm of experience. HaKodesh Baruch Hu. And then the way that we say it is Aleph Daled Nun Yud, Adni, the shem of Adnus. And that's connected to Malchus. We already said Adni Sefasai Tiftach. So it contains itself the name Yud Kei Vav Kei, contains itself the female and the male aspect, the aspect of Torah, which is the male aspect, and the aspect of Tefillah, which is the female aspect, bringing it down into this nekuda of a third Metzias called Shidduchim and Zivugim. That's what the Parparos the Chachma says. Lanias Daigdi, it's possible maybe to suggest also that in the context of Shidduchim and Zivugim, which we're speaking about, among these two shemas of emes in and of themselves, the shem of Yud Kei Vav Kei, the shem of Kel and the shem of Elokim, beyond that, there's a zivug taking place between the three shemas of emes and the ribuah hadibur that they're manifesting into. Where else do you find Shidduchim and Zivugim? Between 3 and 4. And the answer, of course, is the 3 avos and the 4 imahos. And this works out nicely because we already said that the imahos, we already said that the feminine sphere is more associated with speech. So it makes sense that they would be represented in the arba chelke hadibur, and that's the 4 imahos. And the masculine element is more the element of emes, is more the element like we're speaking about here, right? Is the chelik of dibur that the emes contains, but then they come together and they are mashlim, and they have a hashlama. And I think maybe it's possible to say that these are the 3 chalakim of emes, right? Is that the name of Kel is Avram Avinu. That's the inyan of Tefillah. The name of Elokim, we know, is the name of Gvura, and that's Yitzchak. And Yaakov Avinu, which is the Shidduch and the Zivug, which is the Etzem HaEmes Titin Emes LiYaakov Toras Emes Hoysa Befiu, is the conjugation between Avram and Yitzchak, which produces and manifests in the bechina of Tiferes. And so that's the 3 avos. And the 3 avos are the 3 chelke of the 3 shemas of emes. But then we have arba chelke adibur, there are 4. And let's try to do this. We have to align the 4 imos with these 4 chelke adibur. So I would say that the dibur of tzedakah is associated with Rivka. Rivka we make reference to later on, that she's the one who comes, Ata sisa chesed adoini, Eliezer says. You've done a kindness, right, with your master. But Ditcher has a whole Torah on that, how it's a reference to Avram Avinu, who called the HaKodesh Baruch Hu Adon, very, very deep, right? That Avram brought about all chesed in the world is im Adoini, is only because of the Shef that Avram Avinu is bringing down into the world. It's an amazing thing. I read about it in Sparks from Berditchev. But this nekuda of chesed, of tzedakah, that's the chelik of dibur that's associated with Rivka. That Rivka is the balas chesed. Tshuva is Rachel. About Rachel it says, Mini koili mini koilech Mibechi, right? Ve'inayich midima ki yesh sachar lefulasech. Nu'um Hashem v'shavu banim legvulam. V'shavu is an inyan of tshuva. Rachel is crying over Am Yisrael, needing to return. That's the inyan of tshuva, and all of that is wrapped up into Rachel. We have Ashirim kroivim lemalchus. What's the inyan of Ashirim kroivim lemalchus? That would be a nakuda of Leah, because Leah gives birth to the Bechor. The Bechor is the inyan of, at least it was supposed to be, Reuven is the inyan of a Pishnayim, and that's Ashirim. That's Ashirim. That's an added element of wealth. And then ultimately, Sarah is associated with the chelik hadibor of malchus, because her very name, Chazal say, Shesara al kol ha'olam kulai. Sarah, right? The name Sarah is the feminine terminology for Sar, right? Is the feminine term for Sar. Sar is a king, and so that's the dibor of malchus. Shesara al kol ha'olam kulai. So here you have the 4 imais, each of which aligns with one of the chelki hadibor, and we have the 3 shemas of emes, each of which aligns with one of the shemas of the avos, Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, Kel, Elikim, Havaya, manifesting into the Ribua Hadibor, which is Rivka, Rachel, right? Rivka, tzedakah, Rachel, Tshuva, Leah, Ashirus, and then finally Sarah, which is Malchus. This is going to be significant, so let's keep that in mind. Let's go weiter. Ois hey, Psiata Deshmaya. Ushleimus Hadibor Bechinas Lashon HaKodesh. Shleimus hadibur, when a person attains this aspect of complete speech, this aspect that we're speaking about of toida halacha, right? Hodaah halacha brings us back into the element that we've been talking about from the beginning, of being able to bring the light of bina, the light of unity, the light of oneness down into our lived experience of halacha. That's an element of Lashon HaKodesh. Because when you're able to bring about a shleimus of the dibur through the shemus of emes, that's Lashon HaKodesh. That's holy Lashon. Holy. It's filled with kedusha. It's filled with HaKodesh Baruch Hu, the masculine element, the emes that comes down and is meir into the dibur, into malchus. That's the Lashon HaKodesh. Ki kol Lashonos Amim heim chaseirim, says Rebbe Nachman, schus yagun le'nama kol Yisrael amen. All the Lashonos of the Amim, of the nations of the world, heim chaseirim, they're lacking. Ve'ein lem shleimus, and we're told that they do not have completion. Ki nikrayim, they're called in Yeshayahu Lashon ilgim. It's called like the dibor of stammerers. They don't really speak coherently. Ve'ein shleimus. Rak l'Lashon HaKodesh. The shleimus is only to Lashon HaKodesh. That's the shleimus. That's the shleimus. The shleimus is the concept of Lashon HaKodesh. The Lashon HaKodesh that we're speaking about, where HaKodesh Baruch Hu responds to Moshe Rabbeinu's claim that Lo yish devarim anochi gam mitmol gam mishilshim gam mi'oz dabercha. And what does HaKodesh Baruch Hu say? Mi sam pela adam. Really? Who? Mi sam pela adam. Who gives? Which literally means who gives man the ability to speak, but so much deeper. Mi is gematria 50. And that's going to be the 50 gates of Bina, which is the element of Mi, which is the element of 50. And that's the concept of Bina that's meir into Malchus. So Mi sam pe la adam. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says if you can channel these 3 shemas of Kel, Elikim, Havaya, then Diber. Then it will come down and infuse all these Chelkei Adiber that you make reference to. Misam Pela Adam. And an amazing thing is that the pasuk says, Kol Hanechalim Holchem Al Yam. All streams flow into the Yam. Yam is also me. Yam is always a reference to Bina. Again, Bina as Chamishim Shari Bina. It's 1 above 7 times 7, which is the beginning of 7 Shemitah cycles that culminates in a Yovel. And Yovel, we said, is freedom. Freedom is Bina. And Kol Hanechalim Holchem Al Yam. Where does it go? It goes to the Yam. Nachal is Rosh Tevis lahadlik ner Chanukah. Kol hanechalim holchem al Yam. Chanukah is the Yemei Hodaah, 8 nights. Nisim l'malam yateva, Yemei Hodaah, Halacha, Hilchos Chanukah helps us to live in this way of realizing Kol hanechalim holchem al Yam. Mi sam pela adam. And so when a person manifests this kind of connection and this kind of awareness, this kind of lifestyle, of mentality, of mindset, of moichin, then he's zochet to Lashon HaKodesh. U'Lashon HaKodesh, says Rebbe Nachman, Lashon HaKodesh u'mekushel l'Shabbos. Lashon HaKodesh is bound up with Shabbos Kodesh. But Bechinas, the pasuk says, v'daber davar. That Shabbos is connected to a certain special kind of speech. Of course, Al Pi Pnimis, you can understand why, because Shabbos is Malchus and Malchus is Pel, like we've said. But Shelo Yidibur Shel Shabbos Kidibur Shel Chol. That Chazal say that our speech on Shabbos shouldn't be like our speech of during the week. But Bechinas Koi Sivarchu B'Lashon HaKodesh. Koi Sivarchu. Koi, so shall they bless. And the Gemara in Saita says, anytime you see Koi, it's a reference to Lashon HaKodesh. They need to give the brachas, the Kayanim, and Lashon HaKodesh. Koi Sivarchu. And so bracha is associated with this element of koi. Koi again is the nakuda of Lashon HaKodesh, and that's connected to bracha. Lashon HaKodesh nichla bracha kedusha. Lashon HaKodesh contains bracha and kedusha. Ki Lashon HaKodesh mekushel l'Shabbos, because Lashon Kodesh is mekushel l'Shabbos, like we said, daber davar. That's what we're speaking about. Shelo yidiburcha shel Shabbos ki diburcha shel Chol. It's a different kind of dibur. It's a different kind of speech. Koi sevarchu. So Shabbos memela, which is connected to bracha, as he's going to say in a minute. Shenemar boy, let's just read. Shenemar boy, bracha ukedusha k'mayshekatsa vayevarich vayekadesh. Shabbos, which has this element of vayevarich vayekadesh. What's bracha? Koisevarchu. Koisevarchu. Koi is Lashon HaKodesh. Koisevarchu. When we say that they should give the bracha in Koi, says the Gemara, it's a reference to Lashon HaKodesh. So Shabbos, which is an element of bracha, Koisevarchu, bracha is associated with Koi. Koi is Lashon HaKodesh. Shabbos also contains the element of Kedusha and bracha. Kedusha, of course, is going to be the element of HaKodesh Baruch Hu, the Shem Yud Kei Vav Kei, as it is written. And then ultimately the bracha is going to be the bracha of Malchus, which is the Shem Yud Kei Vav Kei, as it is spoken. Vayevarich vayekadesh. That's why Shabbos has a Friday night and a Shabbos day. The Friday night is the bechin of Shamar, is the bechin of the feminine element of Malchus Chak, the buchin kadishin, the inyan of L'chadoy, the Likras Kala. That's the inyan of Friday night. But Shabbos day is the male aspect. Shabbos day is not Aleph Daled Nun Yud, the aspect of Shamar. It's the aspect of Zachar. Is the aspect of the male, as the Shiur writes. That's the aspect of Shabbos days. Yismach Moshe b'matnas chelkoi. It's the element of Torah shebiksav, not just what we had in the nighttime, right, which is connected to Amunah and Tefillah. But Shabbos is the inyan of Shabbos day is the inyan of Kedusha. And Friday night is the inyan of bracha and Kedusha. But bracha is connected to Koi. Because Koi sevarchun. What's Koi? Lashon HaKodesh. And about Shabbos itself, we know that Shalai diburcha shel Shabbos ki diburcha shel Chol. Ve'alkein, therefore, Lashon HaKodesh mekushel Shabbos. When Lashon HaKodesh is connected to Shabbos al kain, ayidei shleimus hadibur, through the shleimus hadibur shebuchinas Lashon HaKodesh, ayidei zamamshich masimcha shel Shabbos l'sheishis imei hachol. A deep thing happens, says Rebbe Nachman. We are able to draw the simcha of Shabbos into the 6 days of the week. Into the 6 days of the week. Now this again should sound familiar, because this is also a model where you have this concept of multiplicity, 6 days, and one Shabbos, because Shabbos is channeling Olam Haba. Shabbos is Malchus to Kedusha as the final hay, in connection to the first hay, which is Misam Pela Adam, which is Kalev L'Shoinam, Bisvasav Kibduni, and Lev is there also. It's channeling it down, and Shabbos can fill the week with Simcha. Now why does the week need to be filled with Simcha? The days of the week are a connection to atzvos, a connection to sadness. Even the good things we do, even the joy that we have during the week, but it's not the same. It's a bechina of atzvos. It's a bechina that's rooted in this worldliness and mundane responsibilities and so on and so forth. The Zohar Kodesh says that the malach matat, which is a malach that originally started off as the person Chanoich, as that we speak about in Parshas Bereshis, and HaKodesh Baruch Hu took him. As Rashi tells us, he was afraid that he would act in an improper way, and HaKodesh Baruch Hu wanted to preserve the kedusha of this incredible person who literally became a malach, like Eliyahu Hanavi, Eliyahu Malach Habris. Matat became a malach. And this element of matat is associated with the 6 days of the week. It's associated with the way that Hashem is manhig the olam, in a way of hashgacha that's couched within Hester, that's couched within schar and oneness, where it's not clear, why bad things happen to good people and so on and so forth. It's hidden. It's the hashgacha of HaKodesh Baruch Hu that's manifest within this physical world. It's associated with the vav of Yud Kei Vav Kei, with the parts of Zeir Anpin, with the 6 days of the week, with the element of vav. She says matat, which is associated with 6, which is associated with Zeir Anpin, what's called Hanhagas HaMishpat, as opposed to Hanhagas HaYichud, which is far higher. But it's this mask, so to speak, that HaKodesh Baruch Hu wears, right, to be manhig the world during the 6 days of the week. It's rooted in the 6 days. Umatatu b'chinas Eved. He's called an Eved. Shmoy Kishem Rabbi, he's called Eved, as we're going to see. And Eved is atzvus, b'chinas atzvus, sadness. Aval Shabbos b'chinas ben. Shabbos is ben. Shabbos is not the 6 days of the week. The 6 days of the week is atzvus, is matat, is darkness, is concealment. And Shabbos is a b'china of ben. And on Shabbos is called, Shabbos means to rest. Shavas vayinafash, to rest. Rest in Aramaic, or even in Hebrew, right? There's the element of Noach. It's called, in Aramaic it's naicha, to rest. But Noach is the shorish of minucha. Noach, as we're going to learn, when Shabbos, which is an aspect of Ben, comes to the world, then we're able to tap into a realm far beyond Matat. We're able to really just bask in this Bein Yuvein B'nei Yisrael Oisi La'olam, this Kesher Atzmi, without any concealment, just HaKodesh Baruch Hu, without a mask. V'nisar Simcha, and this brings about a tremendous amount of Simcha to the world. All of our mitzvahs during the 6 days of the week are lifted up from the sadness darkness that they were couched within because, again, of the experience of concealment that we experience even in our mitzvah observance throughout the 6 days of the week. And we draw upon ourselves menucha v'simcha. Because of the menucha, because of this element that we're able to rest, and we're able not to feel like an eved, like we're doing something, we have to do it, but it's mamash the bechina of like there's nothing more that I'd love to do. And even while I'm working, right, the pasuk says that it's not that it's just an element of the deepest ratzon that I have, the deepest desire to connect. He had a son, and Noach is born. What's Noach? Leimar zeyinachamenu mimaisenu umiitzvoin yodenu. So over here we have these three concepts. We have the inyan of Ben, which is the kind of avoida that's associated with Shabbos vis-a-vis the eved of the 6 days of the week, which is the nekuda of matat, and Shabbos is the nekuda of Ben, vayoylid Ben, vayikra shmoy Noach. That's the element of menucha, the element of naicha that comes down to us on Shabbos, that's associated with Noach. And we say about Noach, Zeh yinachamenu mimaisenu miitzvoin yadenu. What's the itzvoin yadenu? Is the itzavon, is the depression, is the sadness. Hainu b'chinas Shabbos, shebechinas Ben, b'chinas Noach, naicha li'iloyin v'tatoyin, like the Zohar Kodesh says. That's why the pasuk says, Eilish told us Noach is tzaddik. Says the Zohar, Noach, 2 times in one pasuk, one time right after the other. It must be Noach le'ela, Noach le'sata. There's a Noach below, there's a Noach below, there's a Noach above. That's the element in the way in which Shabbos goes ahead and brings naicha, brings rest to everything, above and below. Right? That was Noach's job. Right? And that's of course a reference to Shabbos, that Shabbos is ba menucha. Shabbos is this element of menucha. Shabbos is the element of vayoylid Ben. The concept of Avodas Hashem on the level of Ben, not on the level of Eved. Eved is the 6 days of the week, but Shabbos is the Nekuda of Ben. I'm sorry, when a person is Zoiche to the Shleimus Lashon HaKodesh we've been speaking about, that the Shleimus Lashon HaKodesh is the Nekuda of the Yichud between the Gimel, Shemus of Emes, and the Ribuah HaDibor, and that makes Lashon HaKodesh, that makes the Dibors, the Indian of Lashon Malchus, filled with Kedusha, which is transcendent spirituality, rooted in the sphere of Bina, manifesting Yisod, without getting into that connection now. We're able to draw this joy, this beautiful, wonderful, incredible simcha and dveikus and awareness of Shabbos into the 6 days of the week. Ki machma shal Lashon HaKodesh mekushel l'Shabbos, al ken nimshach al yodei hasimcha shel Shabbos l'sheishes nimei achol. Because Lashon Kodesh is connected to Shabbos, and of course simply it's the element of 7, which means to say it's the 3 shemus of emes. Meir in the ribuah hadibor, 3 and 4 is 7. So Shabbos is this element of Lashon HaKodesh, daber davar, koise varch, and bracha and kedusha, kois Lashon Kodesh. And so Shabbos, when a person is zoiche to this level, then you can illuminate the 6 days of the week with this as well. V'zeu, and that's pshat in the pasuk. Kel Elokim Hashem Diber. We already said that Kel is Tefillah, Elokim is Torah. Yud Kevavke is Shiduchim and Zivugim, which we said from the Paparois is only a Yichud, is the Indian of Yaakov, is the Indian of a Yichud between Chesed and Gevur, between Torah and Tefillah, which itself is a connection between Hodaah and Halacha, Toida Halacha. And Diber is the Arba Chelke HaDibor. Kel Elokim Havaya Diber is Gematria with the words, is Gematria Mispar Simcha. Itself is the numerical equivalent of the word simcha. Because when a person manages to attain this kind of shleimus hadibor, that his speech is filled with praise of HaKodesh Baruch Hu, no matter what's going on in his life, and he's able to fill the kalim of malchus, which is malchus peh, with that incredible achdus and emes of bina, which is the Indian of leiv, and a person is zoche to toida and halacha, such a person is zoche to Shabbos, and Shabbos is simcha, Shabbos is ben, Shabbos is zayin achamenu mimaisenu mi'itzvah, the opposite of itzavon, the opposite of depression that's associated with this 6 days of the week, and therefore Kel Elikim Hashem Diber, which gives us Lashon HaKodesh, that's Mekushel Shabbos, is going to be Gematria Simcha K'Aydei Shleimus HaDibur Shu Lashon HaKodesh Nimshach Simcha. This brings us to an incredible level of Simcha. Now here's Aizvav, and this takes us really through to the end. This is the final element of the Gilui, but it's the sum total of the Torah, and we need to really think about this very well. All b'siyata d'shmaya. When a person manages to do this, and to bring this element of the Simcha of Shabbos into the 6 days of the week, al yedei zeh nisgala ha'achdus ha'pashut yizbarach. This is the Gilui, the revelation of the oneness of HaKodesh Baruch Hu. In the 6 days of the week, every day is something else. Every day is a new creation. Like we said, nature is riddled with multiplicity, is filled with diversity. Every single day, a different creation, a different element of nature was manifested into reality. And of course, this is very difficult for the human mind to grasp how it can be, and we hinted to this, we spoke about this before, that separateness can emerge from oneness. That different things that operate differently one from the other can actually be a manifestation of HaKodesh Baruch Hu's achdus and oneness. It seems like we're living in the realization and under the illusion of Elokim Gematria HaTeva. And we think we're in this place where Hashem is completely hidden. All we see is separateness, multiplicity, diversity, two-ness, and not oneness. Oneness is the Indian of MS. And here, everywhere we look is sheker, 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 sheker. And the more things there are, the more sheker there is. And the more we can fall into the illusion or give into the delusion of thinking that echad and achdus and oneness is covered over. Our minds can't grasp that, and we can't be aware of that. Through Shabbos, that HaKodesh Baruch Hu gave us this incredible gift. That there's an incredible gift that HaKodesh Baruch Hu has, the unearned gift of Shabbos, Bebe's Genazai, in the hidden place of Shabbos Shema. And Shabbos, its name is Shabbos. And of course, Beis Genazai is the hidden realm of the Moichin, and that's the element of Shabbos being rooted in Bina v'Shabbos Shema. Shame is always associated with Malchus, as the pasuk says, Vayas David Shame, and so it manifests as Shabbos, but it's connected to Bina, and it comes from that realm of Olam Haba, and that realm of La'asid level, that Shabbos is a Me'in Olam Haba. Al Yidei Zeh Nizgala Achdus HaPashut. Through Shabbos, which is Shleimus Lashon HaKodesh, through this we can reveal the Achdus HaPashut even among the Pu'ulis Mishtanos. Ki Shabbos Moira Al Emunas HaYichud. When we come to Shabbos, Shabbos is Emunah in the oneness of HaKodesh Baruch. On Shabbos we stop and we realize that everything that we go through during the week, ultimately it's all rooted in creation, and creation has a creator. And creation is filled with diversity and separateness, but ultimately the creator is just one, is the Echad. And that Echad and that emes of the Echad is revealed on Shabbos. Shabbos is the day of Emunah, it's the Yom Nishmasa, it's the day of the soul. That the body similarly is filled with diversity, separateness, different hands, different parts of the body that are diverse, but ultimately inside, the neshama is one. It's the same neshama, and it manifests in the body. And of course, this is a mashal for the way that HaKodesh Baruch Hu manifests in a world of multiplicity despite being one. But it's just one neshama. And it hears through the ears, and it sees through the eyes, and it speaks through the mouth, and it smells through the nose, and it feels through the hands. But it is still one. Right? And Shabbos is the Yom Nishma. So Shabbos brings us into that realization to be able to connect to HaKodesh Baruch Hu's oneness as manifest throughout the separateness of nature in much the same way. Ki Shabbos again, Shabbos Moira Alamunas HaYichud. Shodam Aminim Shekol Pulis Mishtanis Nim Shacham Echad HaPashut Yizbarach. We believe that everything is drawn from the realm of oneness, from the simple oneness, the indivisible oneness of Hashem. Shabar Kulam B'Sheishis Yimei V'Shabbos B'Shabbos. He created everything in the week. There's a creator, and creation is filled with diversity, but there's a creator, B'Shabbos, and he rested on Shabbos. Nimtza we find, Shabbos Nizgala Achdus HaPashut Yizbarach. Through Shabbos is revealed this aspect of the oneness of HaKodesh Baruch Hu, V'Yizgalas Achdus HaPashut. And here the Rebbe says something a little bit different, because here he talks about the thing itself. We're going to talk about it, but over here says the Rebbe, V'Yizgalas Achdus HaPashut, Zois Habachini Yikar Ma'oid Afilu Etzli Yizbarach. When there's a revelation of Hashem's oneness, dafka, among those things that are separate, that brings HaKodesh Baruch Hu much joy. Rebbe Nachman says it's very precious to Hashem. And we find this in the Gemara and Brachas, And as a klal in halacha, yachid v'rabim, when you have an individual and you have a rabbim, we're going to talk about what rabbim can mean, paradoxically, halacha karabim. The halacha is like the rabbim, the halacha is like the many. Ki machma shehim rabim, because they are many. Shegal echad yesh l'dei meshuna, that every person has their own perspective. B'chinas pu'ulis mishtanos, which is an element of the 6 days of the week, that everything is different and everything is separate one from the other. Ukashem machskimim l'das, yachad l'das echad, when all of these people that are different days, like Chazal say, when all these people who essentially have different experiences and want different things and so on and so forth are able all to be unified around one idea, that's the revelation of unity even among separateness. That's very precious to Hashem, and that's why the halacha is like them. And of course that there shouldn't be machlokes. If not this, every single person would think something else. And there would be all the time machlokes, and they would never be able to get anything done. This is not what Hashem wants. Hashem wants the simple unity. When this level of achdas hapashat echad, we said, is emes is bina, that realm, when it becomes revealed below, gam lamal in a skala achdas hapashis barach, above also, so to speak, Hashem's achdus is revealed, because it's a mirror. And the more that we reveal it down here, we are Hashem's kisei, so to speak. Hashem relies on us, like we said, in the inyan of Nachan Kesacham, the Oz, that's Malchus. Malchus is Malchusa Baratzin Kibulu Aleim, that's this world that was created for us to be Mekabel Hashem's Malchus on us. When we're doing it right, the Gemara, the Medrash says, right, Yachol Kamaini, because the pasuk says Kadoshim Tiyu, that you should be Kadosh, and it says Yachol Kamaini, you would think Kadosh like me, and the Medrash says Kedushasi Lamala Mikdushascha, my holiness as God is greater than your holiness. But many of the tzaddikim say that you should read it differently. Kedushasi Lamala, HaKodesh Baruch Hu is saying my holiness Lamala is Mikdushaschem, comes from your holiness. Rebbe Nachman makes reference to this in Torah Chaf. In Torah Chaf, I believe. Rebbe Nachman over there says that's pshat Yoshev Tehilas Yisrael. HaKodesh Baruch Hu sits on our Tehillos, so to speak, because Va'ata Kadosh Yoshev Tehilas Yisrael. Hashem's Kedusha Lamala, HaKodesh Baruch Hu's Achdus Lamala is revealed when we get together down here. Ata echad, shimcha echad, mikamcha Yisrael, goy echad ba'aretz. It relies on our unity down here. But bechinas ata echad, here he says, okay, ata echad v'shimcha echad, u'mikamcha Yisrael, goy echad ba'aretz, ha'yidei achdush, and esgalab Yisrael lemata. When there's achdus down below, there's gal achdusay apashit yisbarach lemala. So HaKodesh Baruch Hu's oneness is also revealed more and more and more in the realms above. Now this brings us into a very famous Gemara. The Gemara is called the story of the Tanur Shel Achnai. It was called the oven of snakes. And there was no snakes in the oven. But because there was such a machlokes about this oven, it was an oven that was in different pieces, and they used sand to unify the oven as one, and they wanted to know whether this was considered a kli that could become pure or impure as a vessel, right? Whether this was considered had a shame kli on it, and there was a huge machlokes. There was a huge machlokes among Rebbe Eliezer, as we're going to see, and all of the Rabbanim, right? That Rebbe Eliezer felt that it was a kli, and Rebbe Eliezer felt that this was not considered a kli in and of itself, and therefore it cannot become impure. It wasn't mekabel tuma, and the Rabbanim, everybody who was arguing with him, Reb Gamliel and others, were of the opinion that this was indeed a kli, right? That we had unified this thing, and it was called Tanur Shel Achnai because they were fighting about it and arguing about it and circling it around with arguments like a snake, like an Achnai. So what was the story here? Very briefly, they had this machlokes, and Rebbe Eliezer started to prove to them that his opinion was halacha l'maisa. We're talking a lot about halacha. He wanted to prove to them that his opinion was halacha, and he started proving it from a carob tree that uprooted itself and all of a sudden found itself, a very, very far distance away, and the river started flowing backwards, and the walls of the Beis Medrash started leaning in, and finally a baskol came out and said halacha is like Rebbe Eliezer, and they didn't listen to it. They said Torah loy b'shamayim he, and it matters down here what we say halacha karabim, and the rabbim is against Rebbe Eliezer. Says Rebbe Nachman, what what was going on here b'pnimius. This is the story with Rebbe Eliezer HaGadol and the Tanur Shel Achnai about Mitzia Daf Nun Tes. Rebbe Eliezer Halacha K'moisei b'chol makom, the Gemara itself, because that's what the Baskol said, that Rebbe Eliezer always was Halacha K'moisei, mamish like David HaMelech Hashem Imoi. But Yeroitza Laharish Zachal L'Shleimus HaDibur, because he was so very much bound with Halacha, he wanted to demonstrate that he had been Zocha to Shleimus HaDibur, to Lashon HaKodesh. Dainu shleimus ribua hadibur shezoichan azayde halachos canal. That's how you get the shleimus ribua hadibur, where the gimel kavei emes, the gimel shemus of emes are shining into the 4 chalakim of dibur. He wanted to show them that he had it. V'alkein amar, he said 4 things. 4 things. Keneged the 4 chelkei hadibur. Charov yichiach. First, he said the carob tree will prove it, because again it uprooted itself and implanted far away. Amas hamayim yichiach, and the stream of water starts flowing backwards. He says that'll prove. Kos lebis hamedrash yichichu, the walls of the base medrash start to lean in. He says those will prove. And finally, baskal yichiach. Finally, that baskal emerged. That spoke, and said that the halacha is like him. Says Rebbe Nachman, these 4 things are connected to the concept of ribua hadibur. The 4 categories and components and elements of speech that we had described. Because tzaddikim have this power, like we talked about, this power of kel, this power to run the world, this power to utilize their speech to change mitzias. Rebbe Eliezer wanted to show them that he had this. He was zochet to the ribua hadibur. The gimel shemus of emes were shining into his dibur. And he showed that by doing all these amazing things with his words. To literally change nature. The Herazois Ba'arba Dvarim, and he showed this and revealed this through 4 things. Shehim Bechinas Ribua Hadibor. What were these 4 things? First thing, Charov Yochiach, that let the plant, the palm tree prove this. Zebechinas Hadibor Shel tzedakah. He says this is a reference to the Dibor of tzedakah, which we associated with Rivka Imenu. Ki Charov Hu Bechinas tzedakah, because Charov, this concept of a carob tree, actually alludes to tzedakah. Ki Charov Noitei Sarak L'Doires. Because why do you plant a charav? For generations. The Gemara in Tainus says, he said, we came into a world and it was filled with carob trees because our grandparents planted for us. So we are also going to plant for future generations. That's what tzedakah is. It's altruism. They're not going to be able to benefit from it in their lifetime, but their children and grandchildren, great-grandchildren will. That's tzedakah. Tzedakah also impacts generations. Right? When you want that people should do tzedakah to your grandchildren, give them tzedakah now, because because the wheel of fortune turns, and 2 generations from now it'll be his kids that are wealthy, and it'll be not your kids, but it'll be a different matzav where you need to come onto them later on. And so tzedakah also has this element of doiros. Amasamayim, the streams of Bechinas tshuva, is an element of tshuva. Bechinas shivchi kamayim libech noichach pnei Hashem. That's the element of the dibur of tshuva. So far we have the dibur of tzedakah, which in the pasuk of Moshe Rabbeinu was lo ish devarim anoichi ish devarim, like we said, yichalkal devar b'mishpat. And then we had the element of gam mitmol, which is an akuda of tshuva, which is an akuda of kiyoim esmol, like we had learned, which is v'shavu banim l'kvulam of rachel, and that's connected to the amasamayim, which is associated with tshuva, because shivchi kamayim libech noichach pnei Hashem. Kasle beis hamedrash, the walls leaning in. This is connected to the concept of the dibur of ashiras, the gami shilsham, the shalif sari geim, sheim ketel shal kol poineboy. These walls are ketel. It's like a tel, something that people take shade. It provides shade. People take refuge in. Ke'ahavi ashir rabim, because the pasuk in Mishlei says that those that love an ashir are rabim. That kol poinim al ashirim. Everybody turns to them. Everybody wants to be their friends. Everybody wants to to hope that they're going to be able to get something from this relationship. Medrash. Bechinas Darshe Hashem lo yachsru kol toiv. The Koslo Beis HaMedrash are also called a tel shahakol poinim boy. Mamish, like everybody turns to Ashirim, everybody turns to the Koslo Beis HaMedrash. Darshe Hashem They don't lack. The tzaddikim are able to draw this element of ashiros. That they're able to bring schus to the world, like the Gemara in Chulin says, but to themselves not. The tzaddikim themselves, they don't have anything. They're only able to serve as a channel for bracha as long as it flows through them, but it doesn't get stopped up by them. They draw all that is good to the world. Reb Chanina ben Doisa. Kol ha'olam nizam b'shvil Chanina b'ni. Chanina b'ni daila b'kav charuvim erev Shabbos la'erev Shabbos. Like you find by Reb Chanina ben Doisa that he was channeling all the ashiras and all the food and all the sustenance into the world. And what did he eat? One little kav of carobs from week to week. The alkein ashirim nikra in kosli beis hamedrash. Shem ketel sha'akol poinim aleim al yedei ashirusam. This is a reference to the dibur of ashiras that, similar to the walls of the beis medrash, everyone turns to. The Tuth sheyesh lahem nimshach lahem bechinas beis hamedrash hainu bechinas darshei Hashem liyachzur chol tov. That the tzaddikim that are the ashirim, or that all ashiras comes from, where do they get that from? They get it from darshei Hashem. They get it from lima Torah. Shemihem nimshach al hashpais, the katzli beis hamedrash, where they're drawing all the good from. Baskal, finally, the final element. The baskal is of course a bechinas malchus. Ka'kol yoytze mishis iskarin de bekane bechinas malchus. There are six iskoyin dekana. There are six vertebrae within the voice box, or this element, the esophagus that produces the voice. Bechinas malchus, bechinas sheish malus lekise. Again, kise is malchus, and it's associated with six. Nimtza sheher Rebbe Lazar ba'arba dvarim elu. Rebbe Lazar showed through these four things: the charav and the amas hamayim and the kasle beis hamedrash and the baskal, which are connected to the dibor of tzedakah, to the dibor of tshuva, to the dibor of ashirim carobs lemalchus, and finally the dibor of malchus itself. He wanted to show sheish l'shleimus ribua hadibor. He did it. He accomplished shleimus ribua hadibor, emes, channeling into dibor. Da'ina b'chinas arba chelki hadibor hanal. That he had this element. But they didn't listen to him. Ki yachid v'rabim halacha karabim. Because at the end of the day, even though this yachid might have been zoche to this incredible level of shleimus hadibor through the three shemus of emes that are meir in the dibor, at the end of the day, tachlis, what overrides that is halacha karabim. This is the element of the oneness that's revealed in actuality, not conceptually. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. In actuality, reveals das yachid. Shabbos, that das of achdus among the 6 days of the week, which is a bechina of Shabbos, and that's what Shabbos does. That's why HaKodesh Baruch Hu said afterwards, nitzchuni banai. He appreciated it, and he said, you overpowered me. You emerged victorious. Nitzchuni banai, the bechina of ben. Hainu shebechinas ben shelahem nitzeach. What's ben? Ben is the Indian of Noach, like we said. Vayolid ben, that you shmoy Noach. Ben, because that's the element of Shabbos as opposed to the eved of the 6 days of the week, which is matat. V'zeh sham HaKodesh Baruch Hu nitzchuni banai. Hainu shebechinas ben shelem nitzeach. Kizeh sherabba maskim l'madas echad. Zebechinas Shabbos, bechinas ben. Now, it's very, very difficult to understand this, of course, because what we know about the three shemus of emes being mayor in the dibur, which produces Shabbos Kodesh, and Shabbos Kodesh is itself the element of being able to be mayor into the 6 days of the week, which is achdas hapashut among pulis mishtanos. That itself is the element of Rabbi Maskim Madas Echad. So if Rebbe Eliezer was standing up to say, I have shleimus ribua hadibur, so then that itself is the element that we're talking about of halacha karabim, right? That he was the rabbim, so to speak, that he contained that element, that bechina. So the answer, of course, is that that's a bechina, that's an aspect, but ultimately they were the real rabbim in and of themselves. They had that rabbim, and it's not just that they all, peripherally thought the same way. They were bound up. They had a kesher one with the other deeply, and they were able to channel a much higher level of achdus into the actuality of different consciousnesses, binding themselves together to be able to join and to take one position. And so that overrides. But again, based on what we said about what the chalkei hadibur are and what the shalosh shemus of emes are, and we had said that they're the shalosh avos and the 4 imahos, I think we can get to a deeper understanding here of why it was that this rabbim was able to override. And this is a very, very deep thing. The Rebbe says in Torah Ayin Gimel, I think it's Ayin Gimel, the Rebbe says that la'asid lavai, Moshe Rabbeinu is going to stand up kolul of the shalosh avos. He brings it from the Zohar Kadosh, plus nafka michad, chad mitlas kayim, that Moshe Rabbeinu stands up and he's going to contain within himself all of the avos and of course the emos that are included with them. That's Moshe Rabbeinu. And so here it emerges an amazing thing. We're talking about the level of 7, and the level of 7 is amazing, and that's Shabbos, and it's within the 6 days of the week, and it's able to demonstrate the achdos, and it's malchus to kedusha, that's drawing down from the level of bina. All of that is true, and that's 7. That's the 3 of emes and the 4 of dibor. That's 7. That's the week. But Moshe Rabbeinu is perhaps a level beyond that. Moshe Rabbeinu ba'atzmai is not an aspect of 7. He's the aspect of 8. He's the aspect of 8. Moshe Rabbeinu is the bechina of 8 himself. And this is why, if you look back on what we said, that the pasuk Kel Elikim Havaya Diber, we said is gematria Simcha, and that was the Simcha of Shabbos that's produced through Lashon HaKodesh, that's produced through the Shleimus Hadibor, with the Gimel Kavam of the Gimel Shemus and Kavam of Emes that are shining within it. That leads to this element of Shabbos, Lashon HaKodesh Daber Davar Koisav Archun, and that's the Simcha. But you could also read the word Simcha as Moshe Ches. Moshe is connected to the element that transcends the 7 that Rebbe Eliezer HaGadol had attained, which is the Shleimus Ribu Adibur, which is the Avos and Imois. That the Medrash says about the Avos and Imois vis-a-vis Moshe Rabbeinu, that Rabbi's Banos Asu Chayil Va'at Olis HaKulana. Rabbi's Banos Asu Chayil is the element of maybe even the Bechina of Rabbi, because there were many, there were much more than just Moshe. And Asu Chayil, that's great. But Va'at Alis Al Kulana, there's an element of a certain kind of tzaddik that's Alis Al Kulana. That himself, it's just a different category. It's not from this world at all. It's an element of Bina. It's an element of the world beyond. It's the element of Moshe Ches. Yes, there's the Simcha of Shabbos. But if you open up the Simcha of Shabbos, what's it at the core? Which this tzaddik gives power and strength to all the other tzaddikim. Bipnimius is Moshe Ches. And that's Moshe Ches. And that's maybe Nitzchuni Banai. Everybody knows that Moshe Rabbeinu, we had already mentioned earlier, that the different royim, the 7 shepherds, are rooted in the different midas. What's the midah of Moshe? Is the midah of Netzach. That's why HaKodesh Baruch Hu says Dafka Nitzchuni Banai. And what does the Daf in Tainus say? I think we just had it yesterday in Daf Yomi. It says that Moshe Rabbeinu was Chashiv Kerabim. He himself was Chashiv Kerabim. You can have a tzaddik who's a one tzaddik, maybe even against the whole world, but he's Chashiv Kerabim. He himself is the root of the Rabbim. He's the root of their souls. And Moshe Rabbeinu attained this level. So Moshe Rabbeinu in and of himself is the Bechina of the Rabbim that are going up against Rebbe Eliezer HaGadol, who has the Shleimus Ribu Adibor, but that's still the element of the Avos. That's still the element of Rabbi's Banus Asu Chayil. And Moshe Rabbeinu is the Nakuda of the At Alis Al Kulana, and that's Moshe Ches. Ches, of course, is Bina, right, which transcends, which goes up, which goes beyond. And that's the element of Moshe Ches, as opposed to the Simcha of the Emos. One other element, Nikuda, also to focus on is this amazing thing that this machloikis happens around the Tanur Shel Achnai, because that's exactly what it is. The Tanur Shel Achnai is this conversation, without getting into the reference to a snake, which is, the snake is obviously the primordial snake, which is the introduction of Sheker into the world. Sheker ein la raglayim, that's why the snake's feet are cut off. Sheker ein la raglayim, and the snake is the aspect of second, right? Is the aspect of 2. Beforehand it was just Adam, and Adam was completely bound to the Ratzon Hashem, and then there's a creation. The snake represents that secondness. It's sly. It's full of sheker. Right? It's the sheker of this world. It's the trying to convince us that this world is real, and trying to convince us that it conceals HaKodesh Baruch Hu, but the truth is it reveals Him in the deepest way, and that's the gilui of the achdos. But the snake, that's the Achnai. That's the snake that we're talking about. The element of the hepech of emes, the hepech of achdos, the hepech of bina, the element of sheker. That's the element of the Achnai. But even the keli in and of itself. Rebbe Eliezer looks at the keli and he sees it's not one. Rebbe Eliezer is trying to channel this element of Bina. He says that it's not considered a Kli. But they realize Adarab. They realize that you know what the true Bina is, what the true revelation of Bina is? Not the Shleimus Hadibur that you think. It's beyond that. It's mamish down into this world to realize that yes, it seems separate. And we're filling in the cracks with Elokus, right? Like they were with the Kli. But it is a Kli. It is called a Kli. That is called Achdos. And this Rabbi Maskima Madas Echad is more Echad than even the Achdos of the Kli that HaKodesh Baruch Hu had before going ahead and created the world, where the moon was shining like the sun, but it's specifically through the moon a little bit losing its light and having the chisaron, that they say that's the biggest gilui of Bina, that's the biggest Kli, that's the biggest unity that could exist, that's possible. And going back to what we had spoken about then, about the tsar that we go through, just so we're mentioning this, the tsar that we go through, and that the tsar is meaningful in the sense that there's something that the tsar produces. It's not simply that everything goes back to the way it was, like we learned. There's a new child in the world. That's perhaps also the bechina of before and after, is meaning there's the moment of tsar and there's the moment of negativity, and then but then it's when the third aspect is born, that it's not just full or not full, right? It's not just the element of chisaron and then milui chisaron, but there's another element that happens here also, and this is the aspect in and of itself of the Rabbi Maskimim Medas Echad that leans toward an Echad to be able to point all the two-ness back to the oneness. That's What's the Kasav Shlishi? Means to say that it's Yachriya B'neim. It either goes to one of the two sides, and that demonstrates the special kind of achdus that's revealed dafka through dissenting opinions, but the rabbim is able to overcome the yachid. Why? Because that's this world, that's the Tanur Shel Achnai, that it looks like it's a bunch of different pieces. Until the Vlad is born, until the halacha is originated, and then you realize that it's all one. It's all one. Echad yachid and yuchad. It's all one. Shiduchim and zivugim, and in the deepest way, the shloishi kavim kaveh emes, the three shemus of, I keep on saying kavim because it comes from a different Torah, a different kavim of emes, but the three shemus of emes and the ribua hadibor. All of a sudden we realize that the pinnacle of it is the time of Olam Haba. Not even Shabbos me'ein Olam Haba, but Olam Haba ba'atzmai, which is the das of the tzaddik, which is the das of Moshe Rabbeinu, the das of these special tzaddikim. There were harbi gedolim, but there were tzaddikim that came that were ba'at alus al kulana. They revealed a different level of Torah that just wasn't heard of before. It's a completely different mahalach to move Yiddishkeit forward beyond. And he might be a yachid, but he contains within him the rabbim, like Moshe Rabbeinu, that are connected to tzaddikim like Moshe, who had the koyach of the rabbim within them, that was connected not just to the rabbim of this worldliness, but the rabbim mamish of that nekuda of bina of la'asad lavoi. B'zeh b'chinas ivdu es Hashem b'simcha. That's pshat. The pasuk says ivdu es Hashem b'simcha. What's ivdu es Hashem b'simcha? The word ivdu is the word eved, and simcha, of course, is the tikkun of the concept of ebed, which is atzvos. Hainu lahamshich simcha lebechinas ebed bechinas matat bechinas sheishis me'achol keniskula el v'zeu du'u ki Hashem elikim bechinas achdus hapasha, that a person needs to achieve the das ki Hashem is elikim shekol hashinuyim him echad, everything is echad shezen is gala yidei shenimshach hasimcha shel Shabbos l'sheishis me'achol shem bechinas ebed kanal. But there is the existence of this das of the tzaddik, that's the das Moshe Rabbeinu, who's considered like the rabbim, which is simcha Moshe ches nitzchuni banai, that this overrides even the element of the avos, because it's the mamish, the applied element of being able to really live, not just talk about it, but to be able to, and even talk about it is wonderful, but to be able, it's a different experience. It's a distinction between me'ein olam haba and olam haba ba'atzma. Rabbis banos asu chayil ba'at alisa kulana, like the Medrash says about Moshe, vis-a-vis the avos, and the avos would be 7. Moshe Rabbeinu is the Indian of 8. V'zebechinas Chanukah, and here we'll come to the end, hopefully another 10 minutes or so. This is the Indian of Chanukah. We already said that Chanukah is 8. Chanukah is the Indian of Uz. Uz is the Indian of Malchus, channeling Bina, 7, and then 1 beyond it. It's the element of Yimei Hodaah, Yimei Olam Haba, Yimei Taluchas Hadamim, when things are flowing properly. The realization that all the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash was just to find a Pach Shemen Tar, but it wasn't just like the Pach Shemen that they always had. It gave birth to something new. It gave birth to a nace. Dafka. And they rebuilt the Beis HaMikdash afterwards, but Chanukah was born from the destruction, right? Chanukah. And that's the days of Chanukah. Yimei Hodaah shemechina shashui Olam Haba b'chinas halachos shal yidei zeh l'shleimus hadibor al yidei zgalos ha'emes. Just a quick recap of what we had been talking about. V'zeh b'chinas hashemen shel ner Chanukah. This is why we have on Chanukah shemen, oil. B'chinas tumecha v'urecha leish chasidecha, an element of tumecha v'urecha leish chasidecha shal yidei chasadim that b'chinas halachos nizgala or ha'emes b'chinas tumecha v'urecha. There's an or, there's a light that comes dafka from this inyan of oil. Why? Because shemen is the light of emes. Bechinas shlach orcha va'amitcha. Shlach orcha va'amitcha, send forth your light va'amitcha and your truth. This or that's produced by the Shemen Zayis Zach, that produces a very beautiful candle and flame and light, is connected to emes and it's connected to mecha. V'urecha, which is orcha va'amitcha, is connected to ish chasidecha, which is the nekud of halacha. V'tzarich litnei samach lepesach, you have to put it next to the door. B'bechinas pischei picha, which is an element of the pasuk in Micha that refers to the mouth as an opening. Hanu adibur ki emes meir bahadibur. If the Chanukah candles are hinting to emes, to mecha v'urecha leish chasidecha, chesed is halacha, ur is the inyan of the light of the candles, and the shemen zayis zach, and that's connected to the inyan of shlach orcha va'amitcha. So the emes is the actual candles that we're lighting. Where are we going to light it? Where does the three shemus of emes need to illuminate? The door, right? The dibur. So we have to put it by the door. B'bechinas pesach t'varecha yair. Pesach t'varecha. When you put the Chanukah menorah by the door, then yair, then it illuminates the Pesach. Chanukah is Chanu Chafhei, Chanukah. Chanukah, B'chinas Shabbos, Naicha. Chanu means to rest also. It's Aisias Noach. Chen, Chanukah is the inyan of Noach. Noach, of course, is Mekusher to Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu is the next Gilgul of Noach. Moshe Rabbeinu is fixing up what Noach didn't do. Mei Noach is the Aisias Mechenina Misifracha, which is Moshe Rabbeinu. And the Koi of Chanu is Shabbos, and Koi is Koi Sevarchu as Bnei Yisrael is Lashon HaKodesh. That's Mekusher to Shabbos. Simcha Shel Shabbos Meir L'Sheishis Me'achol Gam Kem B'chinas Chanukah B'chinas Chanoich Matat Eved Shishol Tenusa B'Me'achol. Chanukah also hints to the 6 days of the week, which are called Matat, who, like we said, originated in the person called Chanoich, and that's Chanukah's also. But B'chinas Zeh Yinachamenu Mi'Ma'aseinu Mi'itzvan Yedeinu B'chinas Simcha Shel Shabbos and Nimshach L'Sheishis Me'achol V'zehu Vayhi Miketz Shnasayim Yamim, that it was at the end of Shnasayim Yamim. Miketz Hainu Soif, says Rebbe Nachman. This word Miketz is a hint to the end, is a hint to Olam Haba, is a hint to the essential hasagas that we're speaking about, that the tzaddikim tried to reveal to us, that Rebbe Nachman brings down in such a palpable way, V'at Olus Al Kulana Mamish, in a way that's just, there's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. These Torahs, it molds your consciousness. It's different. We're not like everybody else. It's not. You get a different moach, a different brain. Miketz Hainu Soif B'chinas halachos shehem shashu Olam Haba shehu basoif. Miketz Shnasayim Yamim. Miketz is a reference to the end. What's the end? Is Olam Haba. Olam Haba is connected to halachos. What's the connection between the end and halachos in this pasuk? Shnasayim Yamim, because the pasuk makes reference to Shnasayim Yamim. What's Shnasayim Yamim? That's right. It means at the end of really 2 years. But it says over here in Chagiga, as Chazal say in Chagigal, that there was one individual, a disciple of Rav, who only came one time the whole year, and they were making fun of him. And Rabbi Yochanan said, hold on 1 second. You can have even 1 day in a year, it's still considered mamish like you learned the whole year. Liman halacha enables a person to connect even one little day, but it connects to Shanim, it connects to eternity. Halacha is supposed to bring us into that experience of eternity, which is an inyan of course, Olam Haba being called the Yom Shekulei Aruch, the Yom that's very, very long, that's eternal, because that's what Halacha does. Halacha takes us, enables us to take some little pieces of information, apply it into our lives, and through that, it's just 1 day, it's just one little mitzvah, but you're connecting mamish to the inyan of Halacha, but it's filled with Todah, it's filled with Hodaah, it's filled with that transcendent element of Tefillah that's beyond that element of Halal and Hodaah, of Hakara and closeness to HaKodesh Baruch Hu. V'chinas Yom Yidrushin Kanizkal Elu Gemar Perish HaPasuk Al Piyatar now Lo Zachinu L'Shmaya. Rebbe Nachman says that he wasn't able to hear and understand how the rest of that pasuk was also hinting to this Torah. But that's one of the klalim, that when you learn the Likutei Moharan, every source that's brought, you got to learn that source inside with the Rishonim and Achronim, and you'll see how everything is illuminated through the Hakdama that Rebbe Nachman is giving over. Rebbe Nachman didn't explain the things like I'm explaining it now. He just gave the Torah. And then it was v'idach zil gemar, like the rest of your life you have to spend working out, what is this ribua hadibur and the gimel shemus of emes and all these concepts. It's a universe. It's 2 pages. It's a whole universe, as you can see. So let's finish off with the last few minutes left. Ubisha shahalev b'tzar gam hareya b'tzar. Now when the heart is in tsar, the reya, The lungs are also in tsar. Because the reya, the lungs, enable the body to be mekayim. It draws oxygen and it draws proper moisture to the body. When a person does a lot of things, he dries himself out. Through your breathing, you bring in oxygen, it keeps the blood flowing, and it makes sure that your body is getting what it needs. But when the heart is in pain, like we described, and the heart is pounding and beating hard, you'll see that your breathing increases also. This can lead to a negative blemish in the lungs because of the breathing so hard. It could cause the guf to dry out. The shemen hu refuah l'reya, says Rebbe Nachman, olive oil is lachluches. Olive oil is it is able to, it's very slick, and therefore olive oil is able to go ahead and to be a healing for the lungs. When the tzaddik is in tsar, the whole world is in tsar, and souls in this world and the next are crying. And the Shechina itself is crying. If the Shechina cries over the spilled blood of the wicked, certainly it cries over the blood of the tzaddik and the blood that we're speaking about. When you have refuah, it brings nechama to the world. Noach, this element of Shabbos, through the simcha of the tzaddik, it brings joy to all of the other elements of consciousness in this world and the next that are crying over what's going on in the life of the tzaddik. V'da, and we finish. V'da, the Rebbe says, like we talked about, that the inyan of mizma l'soida is tailada, real Hashem kalarts is Rosh Tevis, halacha, it's a Segulah for those that are having a difficult pregnancy and a difficult birthing process. So just to say it, very important. Mizma l'soida starts with the letters mem lamed is mal, b'bechinas ayin kolin, and this is gematria ayin, and these are the 70, which of course mem is 4, that's the ribuah hadibur in the tens, and the lamed is 3, which is the inyan of the 3 shemus of emes in the tens. So mem and lamed is the dalet and gimel, 7, so it leads to 70. It's brought that the woman, when she's giving birth, is screaming 70 times. It has 168 letters, and 168 in atbash, it's a kind of gematria, actually produces the word chesed, which is halacha. That enables the child to be born into the world in a way that's smooth. There are also 43 letters in this mizmar, like the story with Shlomo Melech, where that lady said, cut him up, cut the baby up, I won't have and you won't have. Gam li gam. These words gam, that's the opposite of bringing children into the world. To cut a baby up, right, is the opposite of that. And so there are 43 letters in the mizmar to counteract that force of gam li gam loy. Because that's the klipa, it's called gam. It doesn't want to let children come to the world. There are 43 letters. There are 43 words in mizmar of mizmar l'soida. Keneged bechinas gam hanal ki mizmar zeh Segulah l'makashi leiled kaniska le'el. Hadron alach, Torah Beis, Likutei Moharan Tinyana, v'hadr chalon. It should be clear to you that whatever we spoke about is a tipam and ayam. It's not even scratching the surface of the surface. The depth here is infinite. The Svarim have so many hundreds of pages written on this letter, on this Torah, and we mamish have to chew it over ourselves and hear what our own Lev is telling us. Rebbe Nachman wanted us to be mechadish in his Torah. He wanted that very, very much. And so we have to listen to what our own perceptions are. Rebbe Nachman says, be mechadish, but don't transgress halacha. Certainly not about a Torah that's speaking all about halacha. But I think that it demonstrates the incredible unity of the Torah and the incredible das of this tzaddik who is able to just, like this, just pull out from kol Torah kula and build binyanim atzumim that are completely unique. It's the inyan of, like we spoke about, the inyan of Moshe Ches, the inyan of that kind of tzaddik that's just, it's something different. It's something different. And even if he's a yachid, it's bechina of the rabbim, and he's channeling down the nekuda of the rabbim into this world to give to us that experience of Olam Haba, not just Mein Olam Haba, Olam Haba ba'atzmai. We should be zeicha to continue to bind ourselves together to the emes, which is this tzaddik, and this tzaddik is emes. All the tzaddikim are emes, but there's a special kind of emes. There's a special kind of lucidity that's being channeled down to the world through these Torahs, through these constructs, through these psachim that enable us then to go ahead and view all of life differently, to live in this way, so that we can begin to bring the light of Shabbos Kodesh. Or there's always a Shabbos Chanukah, to bring the light of Shabbos and Chanukah, that light of the 8, that light of 1 beyond 7, that light of Bina, of Olam Haba, to live this way, to really live this way, so that we can already begin to praise HaKodesh Baruch Hu over everything that goes on in our lives, the good and the bad and the ugly, and to really be in a bechina of Bayom Hahu Yashem Echad Ushmoi Echad, Emes, Echad, oneness, bound up with the tachlis, with the sof, with this element of Olam Haba. We should be zeicha to taste this over this Chanukah. And when we're lighting that menorah next to the door, we should remember it's being meir the ribua hadib, or tikkunim that we're bringing about. Unbelievable what Chanukah is. And we have to mamish learn the halachos of Chanukah to be sure that we're doing things in the right way. We learned how important halacha is, and halacha is only ba'ashem imoy, it's to get close to HaKodesh Baruch Hu, but beyond that, to learn all the meanings and to feel these things happening in our neshama, so we cannot walk out of Chanukah the same way that we walked in. Something new is born. There's meaning to our suffering. There's meaning to the lack of the world. And we're in this world not simply to return it to what it was beforehand, filled with HaKodesh Baruch Hu, but it's something else entirely. It's the Achdas HaPashut that's nizgale dafka through the Pu'ulis Mishtanos. What a privilege we have to have clarity into our mission, to think about this, to be unbelievably clear on the fact that this is not just a Devar Torah. It's not, I don't know what it is. It's pil'i, it's a pella, it's from beyond this world. But to be able to hold on to that and have a clear mission, what we were sent here to do, and to do it for HaKodesh Baruch Hu, to keep Him in mind every single moment, and to continue to learn Torahs like these that set the heart aflame, mamish aflame. We should be dancing. I hope you're all dancing. We should dance from this. And still close the sefer with the awareness that, what do we know? And this sefer is a pella, just a pella. What a privilege to be among those that are learning it, to be among those that are connected to the das of this tzaddik and connected to one another. Ashreinu, Ashreinu, Matoiv Chalkeinu, wishing everybody the most glorious, beautiful, wondrous, elevated, uplifting, and illuminated Chanukah up ahead. B'siyata d'shmaya. Thank you so much for listening. If you sat in one sitting or 2 sittings or 3 sittings or 10 sittings, and in all honesty, this was in 2 sittings because it got interrupted in the middle, Baruch Hashem, by life. But the kasav hashlishi is, what a privilege to learn this with you. Ashreinu, have a wonderful, wonderful Chanukah.